Hello, everyone. Wow. Hi, I'm Ewan. I'm going to be your online host of Games Talks Live today. And basically, the way that Games Talks Live works is it is a touring talks setup that happens all across the central belt of Scotland and is currently happening in Glasgow. And the talks will be starting at 5 p.m. So I'm just going to be online intermittently chatting to you. I'm going to be playing talks from previous speakers at Games Talks Live, and I'm just going to be ad-libbing in the middle of these half-hour breaks because usually at Games Talks Live, uh, all these 30-minute talk segments will happen, and then we'll have a 30-minute networking segment. But obviously, you're here on the internet, so you don't get the exact same experience as that. So in order to facilitate some of that, I'm going to be in the chat. I'm going to be playing previous talks. I'm going to be posting LinkedIn's. I just want to facilitate everyone having a good time here. And I'm super excited for this. So people will slowly start filtering in, and I'm just going to keep ad-libbing for a bit before we get everything properly set up. But yeah, if you're here early, then welcome. Very glad to have you. But everything will properly start at 5 p.m. But if you're in the chat, feel free to post a thing, and I will read it. But I guess a little bit about me. I'm Ewan. I'm a freelance game developer based in Edinburgh, and I've worked and lived all across Scotland. Hey, Kevin. I've worked and lived all across Scotland, and I have started as a games programmer, moved into doing all sorts of different stuff, wearing different hats, hosting events. I run meetups for game developers in Edinburgh, and I'm here hosting this online stream for you. And all of Games Talks Live, this set of three is in support of our charity Into Games. So Into Games are a an initiative that is trying to bring support to low income background workers to get them into games because games is a very predominantly middle class and up dominated field, and so we want people to be able to of all backgrounds be able to make games. And so Into Games is doing loads of great work with that, and we're going to be having a raffle at the end of tonight's talks where you can win fabulous prizes that Colin will be telling you about once we get into that. So you can donate. Obviously, there's the big QR code, but there's also the little QR code, which should be on the corner the entire time. So, uh, yes, scan that little QR code, donate to Into Games, and yeah, maybe win some fabulous prizes. And thank you everyone for tuning into the stream. So, what I'm going to be doing in these interlude bits is I've got a host of previous talks um, from previous speakers at Games Talks Live because, as Colin will definitely tell you, we've had um, oh, probably 5 years worth of talks at Games Talks Live. So I'm going to be throwing on old talks in the intermissions so that you can get more out of this online viewing experience of Games Talk Live rather than just getting a camera stream of what's happening in Glasgow right now. So what I think I will do is I will throw on a talk right now. I will throw on a talk from Phoebe Anderson, and I'm just going to let that play, and you can chat to me in the chat. And if not, then I'll see you in about 10 minutes. And then after that, the proper event will be getting started. So, yeah, enjoy this talk from Phoebe Anderson.
Oh, man. Hi, I'm Phoebe. Nice to meet you. Bit of backstory about me. I've been in the industry for just under 3 years now. I actually didn't come from a traditional games background. I studied film and media at university and kind of realized partway through my degree that I was taking any opportunity I could to make my assignments about video games. And I had that realization of, maybe this transcends a hobby for me and I could see this as being something I do for a living. I'd love to help make games happen. But I didn't really know what kind of role I would be suited to or what roles were out there. So I decided that after I finished my degree, I would try and find a job within the games industry. So after a year of unsuccessful job hunting, because it's never that easy, is it? I found a job as a QA, and I was just so ecstatic to be there. I was so happy to be included in the industry and to have finally made it. And then about just over a year ago, I was asked if I would like to do some design work for a game I was testing. And I was like, oh, sure, yeah, I'd love to try. And I did a dry run, and that went well. And then I got offered a position. And I'm just so grateful and so happy and just beyond incomprehensible that people would have that faith and that belief in me. And yeah, I love it. I'd said I'm worried. I'm really worried that I am not learning fast enough, that there's too many gaps in my knowledge, that I am not doing good enough, and that I will eventually, inevitably, let down those people that put their faith in me. And I thought that maybe this imposter syndrome would get better over time and I would not be so worried. But actually what happened was I just had ammunition to feed it. And it would be like, do you remember that thing you did 6 months ago? Useless, the worst thing. And it's like the backseat driver from hell. So, yeah, I was having a conversation with some colleagues. And yeah, I just overthink. I've always been an overthinker, and I'm hoping this is relatable. And I'm really sorry if it is, because wouldn't it be nice, just for once, to roll over and go to sleep at night and not have to overthink every possibly inconceivably wrong thing you did in a day? Right? So I was having a conversation with some colleagues about my overthinking and my worry, and one of them turns to me and says, "Have you tried exercise?" 1, rude. Clearly, I'm the peak of physical fitness. I'm the one on the left. And 2, I hate exercise. I'm not good at it. I'm not good at it. I'm a hazard to myself and others. I have the A&E history to prove it. But they were pretty insistent that it helps their brain and like it's good for them and to stop this unhelpful thinking. And I was like, okay. So I rejoined the gym. And I don't know about you guys, but I have a very tumultuous history with the gym where I've stopped and started many times over the years, starting from when I was about 12 and could choose it as an elective during Friday's PE session. And I would always choose it because, fun fact about the gym, you can't be chosen last for a team of 1. In theory. So I'm back at the gym after having this conversation with my colleague, and I am reminded exactly why I cancelled all those times. It's loud, it's crowded, it's got weird lighting, and people are hissing. Why are people hissing? What about heavy objects turns you into a snake? I really need to know. And I'm not only overthinking, but I'm now not only just overthinking about how I'm not good enough, but how my body is not good enough, and how the person on the treadmill next to me keeps staring over at me, worried I'm going to keel over with the amount I'm wheezing. So I'm thinking I'm never going to go back. This is awful. That is until I get to this machine. This is the Concept 2 Rowing Ergometer, or ROERG. I hardly know erg. It weighs in at just under 60 pounds. It has 10 different resistance settings. And if you take it out onto the water, it glides gracefully. To the bottom, doesn't float, don't try it. So it's at this point I'm going to ask for some audience participation. So if the guys could just bring in the rowing machine, that'd be great. I'll ask someone. I don't have a rowing machine, but I wouldn't mind a show of hands if you've ever used one of these machines or anything like it. Cool, great. Now keep your hand up if you've ever played the fish game on one of these machines. Okay, cool. Okay, so for those who don't know, this is the fish game. You play as this fish. Your goal is to eat the small fish and the striped fish to get points and to avoid being eaten by the big fish with teeth, or you'll lose points. You row to go up, you stop rowing to go down, and you have 4 minutes to get the best score you can. And I am at this workout from hell, and I'm playing this fish game, and I'm no longer thinking I'm not good enough. I'm thinking about how in all the times I have stopped and started going to the gym, I've always managed to pick up the fish game. And I've gone to a lot of different gyms, like across the country, like even in England as well. And this has always been there, but I never see anyone else play it, and I've never heard anyone talk about it. So I started to wonder, if anyone knew any more about it. So I did what anyone would do. I took to the internet. And I actually couldn't find all that much about it online. Through scouring through some old manuals for these machines, I discovered that the fish game was introduced in the PM3 model, which was released in 2003, which actually makes the fish game 20 years old this year. Amazing! Happy 20th anniversary, fish game! Woo! Yeah. What fortuitous timing on my part. It's almost like I planned it. I really did not. But yeah, I couldn't find much more about it, and I was still really curious. So I took the next step, and I contacted customer services. Yes, I really did this because I wanted to know who developed it. Was it in-house? Was it external? Like, could they tell me anything else about it? And I didn't expect a reply, but I did get one by the lovely Nathan. And Nathan told me that the fish game was developed in-house by one of their engineers called John Williams, who has retired a couple years back. This is the photo they posted on his retirement. Isn't he dapper? What a guy! But yeah, as for more details, the links that Nathan sent were just things I'd already found. But I was curious about that high score, because I'm not competitive in the slightest, but I must beat it. And I also really wanted to know if Nathan knew if John had ever created any other games. And Nathan told me that, to their knowledge, John never created any other games. And also his score is 3,240. That's a bit of a comparison. That's my high score, so practically there. I'm like this close. But yeah, I did try and see if I could hunt down John Williams online, see if he had any kind of social media presence. But with a name like John Williams, I didn't have much luck. So I didn't really want to bother Nathan with it, especially since John's retired. So let's just all hope that he's just gone fishing. So what's the point? Why should you care about the fish game? Well, maybe you don't have to care about the fish game, and maybe I was just given 10 minutes and a captive audience and allowed to speak about whatever I wanted. Suckers! No, I do have a point. The point is, the fish game's flawed. For one thing, half the people, or more than half the people who've ever used those machines, didn't even know of its existence. The other thing is, it doesn't take into account the 10 different resistance settings, so someone could be breaking their back, sweating, pushing all their willpower into it, and the person next to them is just rowing merrily along, getting the same score. And I don't care. I still love the fish game. I would defend it to anyone. And that gives me hope. It gives me hope that people will not care so much about the imperfections in my work, will not care that I'm learning by doing, just as John did. So what I would like to ask all of you is to go out there, is to one, be kinder to yourselves, please, and two, go out there and find your fish game. Go find that game or film or piece of media that inspires you, maybe isn't the most genre-redefining piece of work, isn't well-renowned, but lives in the recesses of your brain as something that you hold with a fondness that impacted you in some way. So go out there, go make, go do, go learn, go play, and most importantly, go fish. Thank you for listening.
Yeah, so that was a past talk from Phoebe Anderson, and that was, I think, at the first Games Talks Live that I ever went to, or one of the first in 2023. And it's a very inspirational talk that I have always loved, because I am also a fan of strange, esoteric games that you might not always think of, and how those interact with interesting bits of hardware. That's stuff that I have always loved. So yeah, if you have a fish game, then you should leave it in the comments, because that talk always just gives me the good feelies. And it also, as I was getting into the games industry, that talk made me feel very good about the kind of environment that I was getting into. And in fact, Phoebe later went on to host a Games Talks Live in Dundee, I believe. And I also hosted a Games Talks Live in Dundee. So we're kind of on the same page. We're kind of world famous. But yeah, so proper will be starting in about 5 minutes, or at least the countdown will be starting in about 5 minutes. And everyone from Glasgow will be flooding into their seats right now, getting ready for another amazing set of talks from Games Talks Live. And so if you're just joining us right now, Colin will explain all of this in far more detail than I am doing right now, but I'm Ewan Fisher, and I'm your online host for Games Talks Live. And we also have a charity raffle that we're doing, where we have this charity raffle, you can donate to Into Games, and you get entered into a prize draw at the end of the night. Some amazing prizes have already been won, and there's some amazing prizes still left up to grabs. And Into Games is supporting people from lower income backgrounds to get into games, into making games, not just within Scotland, within the whole of the UK, and they're an amazing charity. In fact, there's a talk from them that I could throw up onto the deck at some point, but I think for now I probably won't throw up another talk because I'd have to interrupt pretty quickly in order to get to the main event. Um, oh, I see the island says I love that talk. I have several games in my heart and soul like Fish Game. Yeah, no, I have quite a few ones that are special to me. Like many of my friends know me as being famous for collecting uh Connect games for the Xbox 360 Connect. I have almost every single one of them because I just find the hardware so fascinating, and they're kind of nobody really talks about them, even though they were quite popular at the time. And I just find that very fun and sweet. And so that spirit is something that I love to bring into games, like working with strange controllers. Oh, we're getting into it. Okay, so in 5 minutes, Colin will be going on the stage, and this is our countdown timer. Um, yes. So hope everyone is excited. Uh, our first block of talks, and I'll post the schedule for everyone here, so you can see what is going on throughout the night, what the main events are. Um, we have Colin who's introducing everything, and then we'll throw over to Kian, who's the main host for the talks happening in person in Glasgow, and then we'll have some talks from people who did the SGDA Accelerator, and that will be Adam and Sandy. So the SGDA Accelerator was this great program that I think has now just finished, and it is so cool to see more funding opportunities, ways for people to further their career in games or to start their career in games happening within Scotland, and the SGDA is doing great work with that. It's really exciting to see these programs popping up, because yeah, to like see the kind of excitement of people in places like Edinburgh, Dundee, and Glasgow getting so excited about what opportunities there are for breaking into making games. Because I'm sure if you talk to anyone, any one of these speakers here tonight, you talk to me, you talk to anyone in the chat who is working in games, you will find that they have stumbled through many different ventures. Like me personally, my freelance work has taken me into random corners of working. Like I've gone from like teaching kids how to make games to working with heritage sites in the north of Scotland to working with mental health games to working to visiting the catacombs in Paris. Everyone is doing fascinating things with games, and this accelerator is just so great to see that. And I really loved the talk from Adam, which I'm not going to spoil, but he was talking a lot about how his heritage and his home is important to the way that he makes games and the kind of games that he makes. And so I just think that is so cool. And I really resonate with that. Uh, but I'll give myself about a minute before you lose my ugly mug, and then you get to see Colin and Kian get onto the stage. Oh, nice. Okay. You can see everyone kind of in Glasgow in the speaker cam right now, and they are going to move into their seats, get comfy, get cozy, and yeah, I hope you are all comfy and cozy at home too. Yay! Let's throw on that starting soon banner. Yeah. Is that Ronan? In the speaker cam? Oh, maybe. It's very, very small on my end, but you'll probably see all the speakers from tonight walking back and forth, and also just uh, various games devs in Glasgow. Oh, Robin. No, I'm not sure. But yeah, you'll see people walking about and yeah enjoying their night, and I hope everyone online is enjoying their night too. Uh, but yeah, so I'm going to vanish into the ether for a bit, and then we're gonna get to our main block of intros from Colin and Kian, and then I'll come back in about half an hour, chat with the chat again, throw on some previous talks, and yeah. But in the meantime, I'll be in the chat on YouTube and on LinkedIn. So anyone who has any thoughts and they want to talk to me about it, then yeah, just throw it in the chat. Otherwise, let me vanish. Ooh. And I will see you in about half an hour. Goodbye.
Glasgow, you're the most diligent crowd that we've had. I didn't even have to say a word, and you've gone quiet. It's almost like you're looking forward to this. Welcome. Nice to see everyone. Hello. There's a bunch of people have been around Dundee and Edinburgh this week. It's been a brilliant week. We've got fantastic speakers, so I'm really looking forward. Even though I've seen most of the talks a couple of times, I'm really looking forward to seeing them again. So yeah, welcome to Games Talks Live. If you haven't been to this before, you don't know me, my name's Colin MacDonald. I've been doing this for a little while, but if you've not been before, the point of these is basically to have an array of interesting and insightful talks to provide a focus for us to get together as an industry, because, you know, we're quite busy just making stuff and doing things, and we kind of forget to get out and see people at other companies and compare notes and everything. But it's also to provide a focus for anyone outside Scotland to come and visit us, because we have a great reputation, rightly, and people want to come and meet us, so they can come to Games Talks Live and travel around Scotland in our little Games Talks Live tour bus. That is a thing. Or even people within Scotland that are maybe in different industries, like an adjacent industry, but they want to work with some of Scotland's great games companies. So it's great that everybody's come out tonight. We've got a great range of speakers. Some of them have travelled from down south. We've got one speaker's travelled from the Netherlands, one from Portugal. You know, they're here to meet you. Most of the talks are going to be 10 minutes. So they can't go into as much detail as they'd like, but basically we've got tons of networking breaks, so use the breaks to chat to the speakers. The reason they're up on stage is to chat about what they do or what they're thinking, so do quiz them, find out more, tell them you disagree, or, you know, basically pick up the conversation with speakers. They're here for exposure, so do take advantage of it, as well as chatting to everyone around you. If we get the slides up, we have a schedule that we've done a not bad job this week keeping to, so we will try and maintain that again tonight. It's online. This code will be up if you scan the code for the schedule, but it's also on the badge on your lanyard, so anytime you want to see what's coming up in the next block of talks, just scan your badge, and that will take you to a page where you can see the schedule, and if it changes dramatically, we'll just change it online, so just keep referring to that. There's a couple of other links on there as well that I'll talk a little bit about. We've got the SGDA Discord that we're in the process of resurrecting, and we'll start organising more social events under the SGD as well. Just because there's a bar involved, hooray, we still want this to be a safe and inclusive environment. So please just look out for one another, don't leave drinks unattended. If you see anyone looking a little bit lost, please just check they're okay. Or if you're worried about anyone in any sense, give me a shout, or anyone with one of the Games Talks Live white hoodies on, and we'll make sure everyone's okay. Speaking of safety, there's no fire alarms or anything scheduled, so if an alarm does go off, let's just get the hell out of here. These events have come a very long way since it was just me doing everything. There's now an amazing team around me helping do it all. So checking you in, I updated this slide and it's changed back. Checking you in is not these people. I'm not sure what's happened to the slide. Checking you in was Katrina and Jacob. Faith's not here tonight, so Katrina and Jacob, give us a wave from the back. They've said hello to everyone. As well as my lovely wife Jenny, I should hasten to add. But Katrina and Jacob are both students at Glasgow Cali, so please speak to them over the course of the evening as well. We've got Sarah on videography, so give her a wave later on. If anyone doesn't want to appear in any of the footage, we'll do a little montage afterwards. Just let Sarah or myself know. On our engineering desk, we have Lucy. Today is Lucy's 21st, but not her birthday. This is her 21st Games Talks Live that she has engineered. Well done, Lucy. And today, we're doing it a little bit differently. We have been recording all the events all week, but we've not been live streaming them. So I need to say hello to our online audience. Welcome. Last time I checked, we had a bunch of people watching as well, getting to enjoy the talks. I know you can't participate in the networking as well as everyone in the room can, so we're putting on talks from past speakers in the networking breaks. But looking after you, we have the lovely Ewan Fisher online. So thank you to Ewan for looking after our live stream and everybody that's joined us online. Welcome. I hope you get a lot out of it. And then also on socials, helping us, putting up LinkedIn posts and everything over the last couple of days has been Emma. We've done a few of these now. This is our 43rd event. Can you believe it? And Glasgow, the first one in Glasgow was July 2019. That starts to feel a very long time ago now. But they would only be as many as this if people come along and people will get something out of it. How many people here have never been? This is their first Games Talks Live. What's that, about 10 hands, 12 hands, maybe like that? Welcome. On your badge, you will have a blank space at the bottom, I'm afraid. It's because we have a streak system, and this is a horrible, horrible, brilliant system. You will have a blank space. However, if you come back at our October event, we will give you a medal. It will be a little printed medal, but it's a medal nonetheless. Once you've been to 5 consecutive events, or as you go to each consecutive event, we'll give you another medal. And I want to see, does anyone in here have all 5 medals, having been to 5 consecutive events? We've got 1 hand, 2 hands at the back, and you have 3 hands. Actually, stand up, folks, with 5. Come on. Hey. Streaks are nasty, but genius. They're meant as a bit of fun and as a talking point. So as you're milling around in the networking breaks, if there's someone next to you and you can't think of something to start a conversation about, have a look at what the streak is. There will also be a speech bubble. If they're either a speaker today, actually we might not have updated the thing for that. If they've spoken in the past, there'll be a speech bubble. So chat about what they've spoken about in the past, or how many events they've been to, and why this one's so much better than the previous ones in particular. As a bit of background, these events are now part of the activities of the Scottish Game Developers Association, which is a charity a few of us run as trustees. It's funded by the membership of a few dozen of the best Scottish games companies to let us run these events, conference networking drinks, the Games Accelerator that we'll tell you a little bit more about shortly, various social events and lots more. So I need to give a massive thanks to the SGDA corporate members and the sponsors of tonight, because it's them that's made this possible. So thank you to Team Terrible, Hyperluminal Games, Game Maker, Exola, Johnson Carmichael, 4D Studios, Pocket Size Hands, Ninja Kiwi, Screenburn Interactive, Blazing Griffin, Rivet Games, Creative Scotland, Escape Technology, Ecosystem Fund, Glasgow City Council, UK Global Screen Fund, and Blackadders. Thank you very much to them all. It's them that have bought your beers tonight, basically, so a well-earned round of applause. Escape Technology, some of you will know Neil Palmer from Escape Technology, that was one of the very first supporter of these events and usually comes to them all. He's not been able to make this one. He phoned me earlier this week saying he's just had fairly major heart surgery, so he's on the mend. He's going to be fully recovered. He's just off his feet, understandably, so he didn't really need to apologise for not being here. But he did ask me to pass on his apologies, and he'll see everyone at the October set of events, he hopes. I also just want to give a shout out to SGDA's indie member companies as well. So to Amicable Animal and Workshop, Bearhammer, College Fun Games, Fishtin, Icebeam, Indie Game Squad, Low Tech Games, PT Turf, Ping, Polygon Treehouse, and Umbra Dynamics. So collectively, there's a lot of companies supporting the work of the SGD, and we're hoping just to get more and more done and benefit more and more people. Those of you that have been here before, particularly those with the streak of 5, know that we always try and raise a couple of quid for some great causes. And over the years, these are the causes that we've raised money for. That total before this week was sitting at £43,000, which is a phenomenal amount of money. But it's not enough. So we want to keep up the good work, and today we're going to support another different charity. So we are going to support Into Games, which is a brilliant UK-wide focused charity that helps working class people and low-income talent to access, learn, and thrive in their games careers. And as well as the raffle, we have another way of fundraising for good causes as well, and that is our merch. So some of you might have seen it as we came in. We have various bits of merch. We've got a lovely beanie, because we're in Scotland. I mean, even in the summer, you're going to need a beanie some days. They're available for £20 each. We've got the 2 different pin badges. We've got the SGDA pin badge and the glow-in-the-dark Games Talks Live pin badge. But new for this week, and close to selling out, is the SGDA socks. I can't tell you how excited all the trustees got about the socks. It was almost embarrassing, but funny. So the socks are available for £12 a pair. All the profits from the sales of those tonight go to Into Games as well. We take contactless payment. Just see Jenny behind reception for whatever your attire of choice will be for the walk home tonight. The raffle we will draw at the end of tonight as usual. The way it works is we have a Just Giving page up. It's accessible again through the link on your lanyard. So just scan that, go to a Just Giving page. Basically, for every £5 that you donate, we'll assign you 1 raffle ticket in the draw tonight. So if you donate £30, you'll get 6 draws in the raffle tonight. The thing to remember, though, please, put your name on the donation. It's not happened this week so far, but usually we end up with about 3 of the prizes going to anonymous, and that's really hard to give the prizes out to. So make sure you put your name against your donation, and then at the end of the evening we'll do a draw, and the more you're able to donate, the more chances you have of winning some of our amazing prizes, which are, so we have got a bundle of P-Cube games. We've actually got a PS4 bundle and a PS5 bundle. One of them's already been won, but they didn't choose. So whoever wins tonight gets to choose if they want PS4 or PS5. From Xbox, we've got a 3-month Game Pass Ultimate code. From Hooded Horse, tonight we're going to raffle 2 bundles of their games. These are all Steam codes. From Devolver Digital, thank you, Reese, who's in the audience. We've got a bundle of their games. These are all Steam codes as well. From Chucklefish, we'll do 2 bundles raffled tonight of their games. Focus Entertainment have donated a bundle that we'll draw tonight as well. And probably the highlight, based on the last couple of nights, Sean, where's Sean? Wave your hand. Right at the back, Sean, long-time supporter and previous volunteer from Games Talks Live. He's custom-made a set of SGDA dice, so hand-molded, hand-painted, designed in collaboration with SGDA trustees. He can show you them if you speak to him later on. So we've raffled 2 of these each night earlier on this week, so there's another set of 2 that we'll raffle later on tonight. So you literally can't buy these. So get any donations in you can for a chance to win any of all those amazing prizes. That's the link again, but it'll stay around through that link on your badge along with the schedule. I think that's everything I need to say. So all it leaves for me to do is to introduce our host for this evening. He previously ran Dundee studio Puny Astronaut, leading development of the game Sky Tales. He's now SGDA's general manager and, most importantly, model of the SGDA socks, if you ask him nicely. Not that I'm pimping him out, but I kind of am. Please welcome Cian Roach.
Thank you so much for that, Colin. Yeah, I always get a little uncomfortable at being told that I'm the model for the socks, but apparently that's just part of the gig now, and I have to accept it. Can we have a round of applause for Colin, please? Thank you very much. I think it's fair to say that you'd have to be pretty mad to want to put this on 6 times a year, but Colin is pretty mad, so that kind of stands to reason. But Jenny and Lucy, I don't know what that says about us, that we're still getting strung along to do these. Thank you very much for being here tonight. So as we all know, Edinburgh and Dundee are just the warm-ups for Glasgow, for when we finally get here. It's our 3rd night for Games Talks Live. Thank you all so much for coming. And if you're watching the live stream, so Lottie is our Zoomer speaker for tonight. She's given me some cool catchphrases to use for the live stream, like, hey chat, that was pretty poggers, and can we get Fs in the chat, please? So Lottie, I'm hoping I said that right. Yeah, I'm getting a thumbs up. Cool, good. Thank you very much. We have an absolutely packed evening, both in terms of the number of attendees and our speaker lineup, with people having joined us from places like Holland, Portugal, and Orkney. But firstly, I just wanted to say a bit about the Games Accelerator program that we've been running since November last year. We were able to run this thanks to funding from the Scottish Government through the Ecosystem Fund. And we had a cohort of 25 people from 19 different studios from across Scotland join us in Stirling for 9 expert-led workshops. We have 2 graduates of the program speaking tonight about the projects that they're currently developing. And this short video gives you an overview of what we've been up to across the accelerator.
There's usually no better way to get exposed to everything that's game development than in a group environment with experts coming through. So I think, to me, these can make the difference between a community that has an opportunity to grow and a community that is stuck telling each other myths that they read on the internet. So this is incredibly valuable.
As a studio founder, it can often be quite lonely, and I think it's really important to come to events with other studio founders to kind of get like feedback from each other and lean on each other for support, and creating this sort of network is really helpful.
One of the most important things from my perspective is the personal connections the participants make with each other. People make lifelong friendships and maybe even partnerships, which then can go on to create amazing games together, and that is a very unique opportunity.
The Accelerator has been all about kind of shining a light on things, allowing me to kind of see a route forward and understand how to transition into this industry, which has been amazing.
I think I'm definitely more educated in what goes on in the games industry and just what people, like all the disciplines are doing and stuff. Gives me a broader range of everything.
We don't have anything like this in Scotland currently that brings games developers together to really explore what it is to build a game, market a game, do the business side of it, all of these different parts. And if we don't have this, then these individuals are a little bit lost. You know, we have Games Talk Live, which is phenomenal, but that's coming together and celebrating all the people that have succeeded or failed in the community and in the games industry as it stands. But there are thousands and thousands of indie developers, and the scene is huge, the market is huge, the potential is huge. Bringing them together, that's what we need way more of.
Thank you. It's really been a fantastic program. It's been such a privilege to get to know all the teams that we've had. Please chat to them about their projects if you bump into them tonight, because there's quite a few people from the Accelerator here. They're all lovely, very talented, and very serious about leveling up in the industry, so they'd be very, very grateful to chat to you. So our first Accelerator speaker tonight is Adam Clark of Hoxa Games. Adam is our Orcadian Accelerator participant, and I learned that word from him on the first night, and I've been trying to drop it into every conversation that I've had since then, because it makes me sound very smart. He showed incredible dedication by traveling to almost every single session in Stirling from Orkney. As you will have seen in the stats there, over 5,000 miles total that he's traveled. So thank you so much, Adam, for making it. Adam spent his career at the intersection of art, storytelling, and game innovation, from digital theatre with the Royal Shakespeare Company to Minecraft education with Tate Britain, and as the creator of his channel Wizard Keen on YouTube. Tonight, Adam's speaking about his narrative photography game, Hope Harbour Camera Club. Please welcome our first speaker, Adam.
There's a little note that says move closer to the mic already. Right, let me grab my materials. Hello everybody, it's great to be here. Yes, let's begin. I've got, I'm gonna, if I put my glasses on, you blur out, which is lovely for me. And I can actually see what's in front of me, so I'm gonna do that. So if we don't have eye contact, that's why. Okay, so I live on an island at the edge of Scotland, and I spent years believing that if I could just get good enough, then that kind of creative anxiety that's always hanging about would stop. Well, it never really does. Hope Harbour Camera Club is a game about that feeling, about creative doubt, about how we avoid creative challenges. So you arrive on a ferry at Hope Harbour for a 2-week photography holiday in Orkney. You have a camera, a guest house reservation, and a list of activities to do. And at first, well, that feels structured and safe. You're following the holiday itinerary
You're taking pictures for other people. You're guided by technique. And you're getting each shot just right. You're ticking things off. And then you meet the locals, and they ask small things of you. A photograph of the harbour at low tide. A picture of storm damage for an insurance claim, which is actually what happened to me. A garden picture for the parish newsletter, and somebody's cat. And in those small requests, the game stops being about completing tasks and ticking them off, and starts being about paying attention. So I want this game to feel analog. I need it to feel slow and deliberate. So you kind of take your rolls of film, because a lot of games, you just take the picture and you've had it in your hand. But I want you to take rolls of film to be developed at the local photo lab that used to be a bicycle shop. And you keep a journal, and you arrange your own photographs, and you decide what matters. So Hope Harbour looks like an illustrated storybook, and it feels like one too. This story is about slowing down and seeing the world differently. The linear narrative gives way to creative freedom that you explore with your camera. And as you engage with the place and the people, you unlock new cameras, a Polaroid, a pinhole camera made from a Wellington boot. And I don't know if you YouTube that, you will find that YouTube how-to program there. And even an underwater camera. And each one will open up a new way of seeing. So, as I have a long career. And I've spent that, as was said before, at the intersection of art, Minecraft, storytelling, and game innovation. I've done all sorts of different things. From digital fellow at the Royal Shakespeare Company, which was amazing. And that was basically being paid to think for a year, which is, if you can get those kind of gigs, they are the best. To starting this all off with doing fine art in Minecraft at Tate Britain. And, of course, Wonder Quest, which was with Stampy, where I created Wizard Keen and worked with a cat who loved cake. So I've spent 30 years watching what happens when you give people permission to create, and when you remove the pressure to prove themselves and just invite them to make something for themselves. And there is a little bit of music, but we'll skip that bit. Okay, so this talk marks the end of my journey with the Scottish Games Developers Association Accelerator, and it has been amazing. So I've met some remarkable people, had some amazing kind of insight, and learned so much, more than I actually expected to learn. And I want to put all that learning into practice by establishing an Orcadian Games studio, the first. Hopefully, and there'll be more following very shortly. And I'm also working on Hope Harbour Camera Club. So some people have also asked me recently, can I play the demo? Yeah, maybe in 7 months you can. So that's probably how far away we are with it all at the moment. I'm also developing, I've got lots of things because I'm that kind of person, so I'm also establishing a kind of a digital hub in Orkney for other creatives as well. So this is an invitation to come and say hello to me, talk to me about your work, I'll tell you about my work, and if you're curious about Hope Harbour and what I'm doing in Orkney, then that's what we can have a conversation about. I'm making this game because I know what it feels like to lose touch with your creativity, and that's my email. Come say hello. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adam. Hope Harbour Camera Club. It's such a catchy title. Yeah, but I love saying it. Thank you. Our next accelerator speaker is Sandy Lushar. Sandy has been working in games academia for almost 25 years at the University of Salford, Heriot-Watt, Glasgow School of Art, and most recently the University of Edinburgh. Tonight he's speaking about his narrative racing game with a deep emotional centre, Turbo 16. Please welcome Sandy Lushar.
Hello, good evening. So my name is Sandy Lushar. I am a director at Socksoft Studio, which is one of 2 game studios in Bathgate, West Lothian. And we are all here tonight. And I am developing entertainment games with Socksoft, but I'm also developing serious games and purposeful gaming as well. So my background is in academia. I've spent over 20 years in games education and also in terms of conducting research in game adjacent kind of like areas. So I have done a lot of research in interactive digital storytelling, which is probably why Turbo 16 is really a story-rich kind of experience. But I'm also doing quite a lot of research in purposeful applied games kind of like research. But in the last few years, I've been really wanting to sort of like move towards the game industry and try to actually do something in this area. So about 18 months ago, I created Socksoft. And the aim for me with Socksoft really is to develop games for good. I want to make games that make people reflect. I want to make games that provide the kind of experience that will make maybe you think about who you are, or what your place in society, and trying to get you maybe to a different place. So I'm developing authentic, story-rich experiences. And really what I'm trying to do is develop some human and personal sort of like narrative and experiences. So this is where Turbo 16 comes into play. It's a game, it's an interactive narrative about dementia and passion. It's a subject that is very personal to me, and I'm sure it's probably touched other people as well. And so what I really wanted to do with this was to try to develop a narrative that would deal with the topic in a gentle, compassionate, and subtle way. So it is gentle in the sense that the narrative and the stories that are covered in the game are all positive. It's also compassionate in the sense that the game is not dealing with the symptoms of dementia, but it's more dealing with some things that you can observe in the game. And it's subtle in the sense that also dementia is not necessarily explicitly mentioned in the game. It's something that you observe as you play. In terms of storytelling and the way it's been developed, there are several layers. One is environmental, so you can see there's a bedroom. You start the game, the bedroom is completely empty. And as you start to race and you start to win on the little arcade racer that is in the game, you start to uncover different elements and different parts of the story. So there's an element that is contextual, which is giving you ideas of the life of that person at different point in time in their lives. And there's a part that is thematic, which is progressing as you unlock tracks and you unlock races, and that moves you towards a plot. It is necessarily non-linear as a game, which can be quite confusing, but again, this is part of the subtext of the game itself. The narrative will make sense. It doesn't always make sense straight away, but it does make sense. But you need to work a little bit at it. So that's kind of like part of what I'm doing with the game. In terms of what I'm trying to achieve with this game, it's really some three layers. The first layer is really about trying to provide a story that is deep and emotional, but respectful and gentle. I'm also going to use the game to raise funds for a charity called Race Against Dementia, and that's going to be part of the game. It's going to be represented in the game as well. And finally, in terms of what I'm really trying to do is, it's building stories and dealing with stories for what they are. So essentially, especially in the context of this particular theme and topic, stories might not always make sense, and stories might not always be fully accurate, or they might be distorted, but they are there, and those stories are valuable for people who care for people with dementia, and that's really what I'm trying to do. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sandy. So I don't know if, Sandy, you mentioned it there, but the demo is available for Turbo 16. So please go and grab it and pass on your feedback. I'm sure it'd be very much appreciated. So we've just gotten to 25 to 6. So it's already time for our first 25-ish minute break. Please grab yourselves a drink, peruse the Frankly Sick merch that is available over at the entrance, including the beautiful socks, which I am contractually obligated to model. Yeah. Please buy a raffle ticket or 5, and don't forget that the profits from the merchandise and all the raffle ticket sales are going into games. We still have amazing speakers to come, talking about the current state of the UK games funding landscape, the importance of studio focus, crispy UI art, and much, much more. So we'll see you back at 6. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I'm going to maybe put on some chill music in the background. So for those of you just joining, I'm Ewan. I'm your online host for Games Talks Live, and I'm going to be in between these 30-minute breaks. Once Kian has introduced all of our speakers, once we've had 30 minutes of talks, what happens at Games Talks Live in Glasgow is that everyone will be ambling, as you see on the screen right now, getting drinks, chatting, and so I'm here to try and recreate some of that experience for you. So if you're in the chat, please say hello. I don't bite. I'm nice, I think, and I've got a bunch of talks lined up that I can throw onto the deck, and we can hear from some of the previous Games Talks Live speakers. But first off, I just want to talk about who just talked, the SGDA accelerators, because that program is so cool, and I really love the talk from Adam Clark, because it is so like taking so much inspiration from your hometown, and the feeling of living there is so it's just something that really gets to me. Like, I've lived all across Scotland. I used to live in Inverclyde, then I lived in Dundee, now I live in Edinburgh, and everywhere I've gone, I've wanted to make a game that feels culturally relevant to those experiences, because it's just so nice and sweet. Oh, and hello to everyone in the chat. And also, we are also streaming on LinkedIn, and so if you're on LinkedIn, you can also hop in the comments. I won't be able to reply as SGDA, I'll just have to reply as myself, as the award-winning Ewan Fisher, but hopefully that is good enough. Yes, and also if you scan the QR code in the top right, that will have probably the schedule for Games Talks Live for what is going to be coming up next, and it will have the raffle where you can donate. So yes, great to see everyone here. I think I will, but just before I start rambling, saying nonsense, I'm going to throw on a talk. Although actually, I want to see if during this talk I can make the banner at the side, like, show the current speaker. I don't know. I want to make it feel nice and high budget and professional. But yes, I'm gonna throw on a previous talk right now. I'm going to throw on this talk from Amy Elliott. Amy Elliott is a incredibly technical programmer who works at Sumo, and I got to meet whilst I was hosting Games Talks Live back in 2024, who's just the most lovely and well-spoken and like technically proficient. I was like so envious, because I mean, I've done a programming course, I've been a games programmer, but the stuff that she was saying, I was like, oh man, I'm not there yet. But I was just so impressed, and so I'm gonna throw on a talk from her right now, and I'll see you in about 10 minutes. And also, if you have any questions, throw them in the YouTube chat, throw them in the LinkedIn chat. I can talk to you on either, but right now I will stop talking to you in person and go straight to the video.
My name is Amy, and I'm a Unity and C# programmer. I've worked in the games industry for 3 years so far. I've worked on some super cool games and with some cool companies like Sumo Digital and Jagex. And I recently wrote a paper on communication and tooling within the games industry. So I wanted to share some of that with you guys today. This talk is more of an introduction to tools programming, so it's great for any of you guys who are making your own game projects and want to speed up development a bit. So by the end of this session, I hope some of you would have learned what and why are tools important, because they're very important. And then we'll move on to how to do some tool dev in Unity, just a very basic example of things to get started looking into. And I'll show you some real world examples. And then I'll move on to how you might get started with making your own tool. And we'll wrap up by learning about how to integrate your own tool teams into your projects and a tool request process. So, what and why are tools important? So, you all probably know what a tool is, but if you don't, they're anything that speeds up the workflow and helps developers create games efficiently. There are many challenges in game development, and these can be fixed by making a tool. These challenges are miscommunication between developers or disciplines, and this miscommunication can cause iteration until the thing is right, and that causes lots of delays. And there's lots of repetitive manual processes within a game development workflow. So these can be fixed by making a tool, and repetitive manual processes can be fixed by automating tasks, and automating tasks enforces correctness of data. So nothing goes wrong because no one's doing anything manually, and that makes everyone happy. And it addresses unique project needs. So if you're working with some wacky hardware, like for example, I was working with a moving chair at one point, or if you're working with a proprietary engine which is relatively new, some tools can help speed up development. And if you're working with data, for example, which only a programmer might know how to work with on the project, you might create a tool which enables other disciplines to access that data and change that data. And doing this aligns technical and creative teams, which makes everyone happy. So, here's how you might approach creating tools in Unity, but this isn't the be-all. You can create tools with everything, anything for everything. In Unreal, Unity, you can create tools which are standalone, but here is how you might approach it in Unity. So there's a custom editor and the editor window. These are both deprecated approaches to customizing the inspector or making a fancy, pretty floating window to make things a bit easier. But the best approach, I think personally, is the UI toolkit, which is a new toolkit implemented into the Unity engine, which enables you to create cool UI within games and also for the Unity engine. It's very responsive as well. Here are some real-world examples from a super cool game called Stampede Racing Royale on Steam right now, of some tools. So this is the Photoshoot tool, and as you can see, it's very visual. So this tool is used by our marketing team to create pretty images for social media, and it's very visual, as I just said, just so it's easily adoptable for the marketing team, because the marketing team most likely don't have Unity experience. So making it as easily adoptable as possible was key with this tool. The next tool I want to talk about is the metaconfig tool. So this goes back to the example that I gave before about data and making it to access for all disciplines. And this tool basically deals with track configurations for the game and makes it easy to change these configurations without opening a text file and then editing things and then making one mistake which breaks everything. You don't want that. So both of these tools automate tasks, enforce correctness of data, address unique project needs, align technical and creative teams, and many more things. So basically, it's really good to make tools. Here's how you might get started with some tips. So you want to identify the need for a tool. Look for any repetitive or time-consuming tasks within your day-to-day workflow, and look over the past week and look for any miscommunication you had with your team members, or any frequent errors. And finally, talk with your team members, because they'll have different workflows and use different tools than you, and they might have a need for a tool which you don't even initially realize because you don't work with their workflows. Designing is also very important, because you would like a good tool so it's as easily adoptable as possible, and part of that is making it as pretty as possible or usable. So look into user-friendly design. So UI and UX, or maybe steal a UI programmer and get them to make things look pretty for you. And iterative testing. So By this, I kind of mean test it as you make it, but also drag the intended audience for that tool to play around with it and use it as they would use it to do the job. So they might try something that you might not try during your workflows. You also want to make sure you're doing regular updates, because as a game progresses, your tool might not work over time, and you want it to work. So just make sure you're always updating it, and you have ownership of your tool. So a good kind of little tip, I guess, is if you've got ownership of a tool, you've kind of got ownership of a section of the game. You're kind of like a feature lead of a tool. And if anyone has a problem with that section of the game, they'll probably come to you to get some help. So that can look really good to your managers and might help you get a promotion. So, a tools request process will make programmers happy, because if you have a process in place for requesting tools, the tool programmer or programmers, if you don't have a tools team, will not get spammed by people asking them to make something. So if you've got a process for requesting, it'll make tools programmers happy, and it makes sure there's no bias. Because if you have a request process in place, if you don't have a request process in place, it'll only be like the programmer's friends who are asking for tools, and you want to make it as open as possible to everyone, so everyone can request what they need. But it also encourages collaboration between disciplines. Sorry, let's go back to that because I didn't really expand on that. By that I mean, if you've got a request process and you make it very clear to everyone, it allows people to kind of think of what tools they need as they're developing, and it allows the programmers to work closely with other disciplines. So it's very important to ask your team what they use most and get to know your team, because if you're a tools programmer, if you're with a small team of tools programmers, you'll need to know how everyone works, because you might be making tools for the game, but you might also be making tools for everything else. So getting to know your team is very important. And in this survey, you can see, let's see if I can use a pointer thingy. There we go. Microsoft Teams is the most used within this team. But in this other team, communication tools, basically the same thing, are the most used thing as well. But these things are different. So I guess what I'm getting to is every team is different. And you need to know them to make a tool which works for them. I think that's everything. You can scan my LinkedIn here. I've got business cards as well. But if you've got any questions about tools, just ask. I'm happy to chat about tools, because I really like tools, if you hadn't guessed. But yeah, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, no, I love that talk because it is so like technical, and I feel like Games Talks Live does a great job at mixing really technical talks with talks that are about starting a business, to talks that are about design, to talks that are about art, to like the whole gamut of things. And I guess that's one of my things that I would want to show to you in the intermissions. I did get a good, so I got some feedback that I sound okay, which is good. That's always good, feed my ego. But the talks sound a bit low. Is that the talks in person in Glasgow, or is that the videos? The talks in person at Glasgow, I think I should be able to adjust that with Lucy's help. The videos, we'll see, because they're pre-recorded from like years past. Mixing them on the fly isn't as easy, but I'll do my best. I also got a question from Harry in the chat who's asking if I've ever done a Games Talks Live talk before, and I've had to do one, what kind of talk would I do? And I have previously talked at Abertay about battling imposter syndrome and like finding pride in yourself as an artist. And it was a lot of when I started in games, I kind of just thought like, well, I'm a programmer, so I can do some technical things, but what I create isn't valuable, I guess. It's like a small, the thing that I create is just a cog in a larger part. But I did create a game and I got to exhibit it at a large event down in London. It was EGX. Now EGX I think has merged with Comic-Con, and now I don't even know if it exists. But it was a big event, and I got to talk with a bunch of other game developers, and I got to say, oh, well, I did these programming things and a bit of design and a bit of writing stuff, and they were like, this is a really great piece of art, and we love what you have done. And that kind of pride and confidence ended up coming and just empowering me to be more happy. And one of the lines that I used in that talk was that we were exhibiting at EGX and we had this little booth of 6 games, and then right behind us was a huge booth of like 50 games of Sonic, Sonic from Sonic the Hedgehog fame. And I was like, whoa, I'm as real as Sonic. I'm as real of a game developer as Sonic is. Obviously Sonic's not a real person, but it's quite empowering to be like, oh wait, I've made something that can be put on the same stage as Sonic. Okay, so you're saying the actual live talks are the lowest volume. I will correspond with Lucy. She's saying that she will boost for the next set, and so hopefully that'll be better. And if not, then we'll do a bit of live live chat correspondence and see how we can do. You're in the same year as Amy at uni, and you get what you mean when you talk to her. I think you're not there yet. Yeah, no, I get that. There's a guy who's in my year at uni, who's just like the smartest, most technically efficient programmer that I had ever met, and I felt a bit insecure being around him because he was so good at what he did. And then I got to become friends with him, and he was like, I'm so impressed by you. Because you're able to do game design and interact with all of these different things. And whilst I'm so technically good at this one thing, what you do is so different, and it's not, you don't need to compare yourself to me. And it just like, it melted my heart, and we're still great friends to this day. I'm on Sonic's level. And yeah, I did tell you I'm a narcissist. I mean, obviously, I'm hosting a stream. I don't think anyone that hosts a stream is of humble ego. So I guess what I might do is try and throw on one more talk before they come back from the break, because if I do that now, then the talk's about 10 minutes. That should be fine. I'm prioritizing the talks that were there when I hosted because they're all very fresh in my mind. I had to introduce these talks before, and so I think I'll introduce this next one again. This next talk is by Tom Goodchild, who I actually saw very recently in Dundee, and he's just a very lovely person. And so we talked a lot about strange controllers in game design, and so I would like to show this post-mortem from Tom Goodchild, and so I'll throw that on the screen right now.
So yeah, my talk's called How to Make Way. There was some sort of pun there I could never think of. So yeah, the first thing I want to say is a disclaimer. Basically, I think that anyone who has any sort of success with a video game and then does to talk about it at GDC or whatever, they always have a tendency to conflate like their own personal epiphanies about the product with their sort of, that's the reason why it's successful. So I think that any talk you should listen to about a person that talks about their own game development, I think that you should take it with a grain of salt. It could be bullshit. And I think this is especially true for Make Way, because it's just, I think a lot of this comes down to like hard work and luck. Who am I? I'm Tom Goodchild. That's a real AK-47. Ask me about it afterwards. Yeah, I was on the first of a computer games technology course at Abertay. I'm that old, and I've been in the games industry for nearly 25 years now, so not quite as much as Colin, but I'm trying my best. Yeah, and I founded Icebeam in 2016, been kind of like, you know, by hook or by crook, still kind of keeping it going, although it's nearly folded several times. So yeah, I'm here to talk about my game Make Way. I thought just to give you a prime, just in case you haven't played it or seen it or anything like that. Like the sort of reductive top line that the community has seemed to have taken to calling it is basically the ultimate chicken horse meets micro machines, which is a pretty apt way of describing it. So essentially there's two phases. You kind of like have track pieces you can select from, and then you build a track, and then you go into a race phase where you sort of race that track section, and you're scored on it, whether you finished, whether you cross checkpoints, and then you go back to the building phase again, and then you kind of build, and the track grows and becomes more elaborate and more crazy as you go on, and then eventually you find out who wins. Yeah, so why Make Way? As I said last night, it's kind of the antithesis of what Simon's saying. I was going to basically trying to sell out and actually make some cash because my last game was a complete flop. It sold like under 500 copies, and I was like, I really sort of took stock of that, and I was like, right, I need to sell more than 500 copies to make this a viable business, not just, you know, because my ultimate motivation was to be creative and was to work for myself, but you also have to make some cash so I can actually keep doing that. So the core takeaway was, I just didn't think the core idea was tough. Sort of like cool hacking mechanic in it, and where's the time? I don't see anything here because that light. But I just didn't think it was a strong enough core idea that kind of really grabbed people's attention. And also, secondly, I was coming into kind of a really crowded market. There were games like Enter the Gungeon and Nuclear Throne. We were just sort of more bigger products and better products. It just had more time and more people on them, and were just stronger. the core lesson I took from the failure was to kind of come up with something that had a really, really strong hook. We'll do hooks first. So a note on hooks. I think like people are naturally dismissive, and I don't think that's really a bad thing. I think that like we've only got a limited amount of time, so we usually kind of look at something, we dismiss it, quite quickly. We make a quick assumption about it. And I remember doing this about Minecraft. I saw it about 15 years ago. I was like, look at the graphics on that, that's rubbish. And then I actually played it and realized I'm a complete idiot. So I think that like that's an important thing to keep in your mind, especially if you're pitching to a publisher. You shouldn't take it if they don't like the idea. People can reject it for all sorts of reasons, and people can be very dismissive about it as well. So a hook is I'm sort of coming from Ryan Clark. He does these videos called Clark Tank, which I think he's given up now, but he talks about hooks in his deep dive videos, and he goes into a much more sort of, he explains it a lot further than I do here, but essentially it's a concept that gets stuck in people's heads. So I wanted something that was strong and grab people's attention immediately. And another thing was I wanted it to compress well. I remember seeing this video on Phil Fish and saying that like Fez compresses really well because you can kind of see how it mechanically works by just looking at a GIF of it for like 3 or 4 seconds. You have the core idea in your head. And I knew I needed something like that because I needed to grab people's attention, because that's the whole selling 5 copies. And the other thing I needed to do was to play to my strengths. I've got a lot of experience in the racing game genre. There's, if you want to work in the UK games industry, you've probably got 70-80% odds of working on a racing game, because there are a lot of big studios that do it. Also, my old boss described me as having a good game feel, so I thought it would be a kind of, a kind of mechanics-focused game feel, not a narrative game. I'm very kind of bad at those. Sorry, Simon. And I also love party games as well. I've got ridiculous amount of controls at home, so if anyone wants to come around and play High Temp on Man at any point, that's fine. So really make great with solving a problem. I spent 6 months coming up with the idea. You may laugh at that, and it probably is quite a long time to spend on it, but I just, as I said, it needed to fit a certain set of criteria, and it needed a really strong hook that would kind of get noticed by itself. And partly it's just because I don't have any currency in the games industry at all. No one really knows who I am. So I thought the idea itself needs to be kind of overt and sell itself. So I set out a specific set of criteria. It needed to be a party game, and the main reason for that was time. I can't see a thing. 4 minutes. Party games are good because they're content low, and I knew I was going to have to probably hire a freelance artist, but essentially I didn't want to do too much content. I didn't want to do a single player narrative game that's going to be long, a lot of levels. We've discussed the unique idea. It had to be central to it as well. And finally, I thought an idea that would work well with streamers, because obviously we live in this kind of post-YouTube era where streaming really helps selling the game. So I went through a load of prototypes. I was actually working with Frank Arnott, who's in the crowd here, and I would take Fridays off and go through all these different prototypes. I made a spy game, and at one point I had a physics-based game where you would move furniture and remove it from the house. And I remember playing it with my son and just thinking, this isn't that fun, and then moved on. And then about 6 months later, Moving Out was out, so thank fucking God that I had to make that. So the one thing I really want people to take away from this talk is prototyping. I think it's if you want a kind of a guarantee, well, not a guaranteed way, but a great way, a strong way of coming up with something that will actually do well, then I think the only way to do it is to prototype. I think that game design is very chaotic. And as soon as you put 2 or 3 different ideas together and then you combine them, even if you're being quite derivative, it sort of comes to the point where you can't really predict how the game's going to go. And at every single studio I've worked at, sorry Frank, every single studio I've worked at, pretty much no one has ever prototyped, which I think is really interesting. Usually they have an idea straight to full production. And a lot of the time it's sort of, you're left with a game that's kind of wanting, because they've missed that kind of, I think, fundamental first stage where you prove out the mechanics without any other polish. And I think contrary to what people said, is that you can polish a turd. I worked on Haze, and that was a piece of shit. And my final point is that Nintendo prototype all the time. I think that the most prolific and one of the most successful game studios in the world, if they're doing it, then we should follow suit. So this is a video, GDC video, that I took real inspiration from. It's quite loud!
These long-reaching attacks.
So I don't know if you can hear me, because I can't hear a thing at the moment. But essentially, I was really inspired. I can't hear anything. There we go. I was really inspired by this because it's basically the entire mechanics of ARMS was made, but they did it with really blocked out graphics with absolutely no polish whatsoever. So they kind of completely proved the game mechanics before going into full production. And try to get the next slide. And so I did exactly the same with Make Way. I tried to get things where I kept the polish low. You know, at one point I didn't even have vehicles in it. I just had blocks, and I basically tried to get in the kind of core loop of the game of building the track pieces and then racing and then scoring. And I had that in very early, and I kind of proved that out very early. I knew that I had something I really want to make, and then went on and tried to sign it. I got 54 seconds. Next slide. I can't stop it. So it came out, and it was successful eventually. But you know, it had a bumpy ride, to say the least. One of the things was that while the core idea worked as a hook, the problem was it was very hard to describe the core loop of the game in a video, because it's kind of like a loop thing where you build, race, and then go back to building again after scoring, and the kind of track becomes bigger and more elaborate. Though it's actually quite a hard concept. As soon as people play it, they got it instantly. But actually watching a video, it kind of failed to kind of explain itself. The second was we launched the charity bundle, and that really cannibalized the sales, just because I think that a lot of people were just buying these charity bundles and then going and selling the keys to resellers. So we had like 50,000 copies, which were just basically, I didn't see a single dollar or pound. And also finally launching on 6 platforms simultaneously was a stupid idea. Yeah, so what went right? Obviously I've got no seconds left, sorry about that. Apart from the main idea of going for people who kind of really enjoy party games, that kind of crowd, there was also a secondary market of people that kind of love micro machines and love MASH, and there was nothing on Steam that could filled, scratch that itch. And so I think that I've seen deaf people saying that they kind of, there's a game out there that fits that. I've designed it as an evergreen title, and it still consistently keeps selling, and we're hoping for it picks up over Christmas again. Because I didn't make it to be particularly cutting edge or particularly of a vogue. I just thought I made it something you could kind of buy in 5 years' time and still enjoy it. And finally, it was picked up by streamers eventually. I mean, we've spent...
We're going to try and start back in 1 minute, please, people. If we can take our seats, please.
Yeah, so unfortunately, the very end of that talk is going to end up being cut off because they're about to start again on the main set. But that's a great talk. I love the talk about prototyping because seeing something go from this really messy, shoddily put together, can you do it, glue it together type thing to a final product is amazing. And in fact, there's a talk about this that should be happening later tonight from Ronan Suis about from idea to prototype. And that was a great talk. That was one of my favorite talks when we were in Edinburgh, where I saw it live. So everyone will be flooding back in Glasgow. And real quick, I'll just remind you that the schedule and the charity raffle is in the top right corner, and I'll stay in the top right corner even when I'm gone. And I will come back in about half an hour, and I will be passing you back over to Kian. So, yeah, I hope you have a great next half hour of talk.
Okay, everyone, if we can take our seats, please. Thank you very much. Thank you, folks. Just settling now. Okay, thank you. We're settling back in now then, please. Thank you very much. Great stuff. Welcome back, everyone, to the live stream, folks. Chat, we're so back. So to keep things moving, we're going to jump straight into introducing our next speaker, Chris Phillip. Chris has worked at EA Mobile, Ubisoft, and is currently the International Business Development Fund Manager for the UK Global Screen Fund at the BFI. This evening, he's going to cover the history of the UK games funding landscape and what it looks like today. And we've given Chris a handheld mic tonight so he can roam free across the stage. So you might have seen in his previous talks, he was way too constrained by being in the one mic, so we're happy to accommodate Chris. So Chris, if you can please welcome to the stage, Chris Phillip. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kian, and it's always really interesting to talk to you, because I had to explain to the folks at the British Film Institute why I was buying 6 packs of cards and trying to expense them, but that's what tonight is all about. As was mentioned, I'm the International Business Development Fund Manager at the Global Screen Fund. My background is in games. I co-founded a not-for-profit trying to grow the games industry in the east of England called Game Anglia, and I also used to work at Ubisoft, and my background is in the games industry. So I went to the folks at the BFI and I told them, hear me out, I'm talking to game developers and I need to talk to them about how all of this fits together. We're going to start by doing something called paper prototyping, which is something that film folks don't really have. So we're going to try and make a hit game, and we're going to do that by using a pack of cards. We have 3 rules of engagements. We have the pack of cards right here. And the first rule is that we have the deck of cards. We need to pull an ace to win, right? Aces. But the composition of the deck is dependent on policy decisions. So we're going to take a trip down memory lane in a second. However, when we're looking at where exactly it is that we're starting, let's load up the scenario map. Scotland, UK. Okay. Well, in order to make a game and to do anything like apply for grants, claim tax relief and the like, what we need to do is create a new company. That's quite easy. It takes 30 minutes, about 50 quid. And for those of you who have created a company and haven't yet done the digital ID check, please do that, because you need it in order to get your tax relief, as well as your accountants will thank me for telling you that. Also, we need to open a bank account. We're in the UK. Again, it's quite easy to open a business bank account. It doesn't cost you anything, and quite often you can do it as you set up your company. We also need to open a USD bank account in order to get that sweet, sweet money that our game is going to make off of Steam. Again, quite easy. There's plenty of banks to do that. And thankfully, we're in the UK, so we can apply for and get an ESTA to go to GDC and pitch for funding. I'm originally from Romania. I have to go through like a 10-hour interview talking to some really big, scary people if I want to go to GDC. However, we can get an ESTA. So by doing that, what we've done is we've made the deck smaller. We take half of the deck, and now we have a much bigger chance of pulling an ace. But not only that, we're going to take a trip down memory lane, and we're going to see what exactly it is that has been happening in the UK in order to add more aces to the deck, right? The Balatro rule. We're going to improve our chances. So the year is 2013. Something really monumental is about to happen in the games industry, because Steam has now created the Greenlight program that allows anybody to submit a game, have it get greenlit, and then published on Steam. It's going to get harder in order to get a game that's a hit, but that's okay, because BAFTA has just created the best British game category, something only people in the UK can get. And that gives you international prestige, more likely for your game to become a hit. The first game that won that was called The Room. The most recent one is Thank Goodness You're Here. And here's the folks at Sad Owl getting the BAFTA for Viewfinder. The year is now 2014. What happened on Steam is that we are now seeing the effects of the Greenlight program. Due to that, 1,700 games get released, 4 times as many as before. It's getting harder and harder to make a hit, but that's okay, because as a result of successful lobbying, the UK government decides to do tax relief for video games. It used to be called video game tax relief. Any company in the UK making a game in the EEA back then could claim up to 20% back, which meant that the government gave you money back on every pound that you spent. You got 20p back for making a game. And you just needed to get BFI certification in order to apply. It's a very simple kind of like checklist thing. You send us your game design document, your budget, your timeline, and some details about your company. And if you hit 16 points, as soon as you hit 16 points, you get the certificate. You don't get more certified if you get like 17 points. At 16 points, they actually stop reading the application and they give you a certificate. Who here has started a game company or is making a game as a founder? Okay, brilliant. Any of you want to chat about tax relief or funding? Find me in the break. the video game tax relief gets updated in 2024, but we're going to get to that earlier. In the meantime, we've just added another ace to the deck, and none too soon, because the year is now 2015. And still, more games get released on Steam, 2,800 games, but that's okay. Because in 2015, we have the UK Games Fund that starts funding companies with up to £30,000 in order to make prototypes or improve their vertical slices and improve their chances. And that's none too soon, because the year is now 2016. We now have double 4,652 games get released on Steam. Harder and harder to make a hit, but that's okay, because in 2016, Transfuser launches. That's a part of the UK Games Fund that allows students and recent graduates to get money to make games. And as a result of successful lobbying, the Film London starts Games London, and they put together the London Games Festival. We now no longer need to go to GDC in order to get funding. We can just go to the Games Finance Market. That's really great. More aces are going into the deck, and that's none too soon, because the year is now 2019. We've went for 3 years, and we can see 8,000 odd games get released on Steam. It's harder and harder to make a hit, but that's okay. Because in 2019, as a result of successful lobbying, a bunch of not-for-profit organizations, including Into Games, are starting and helping out the ecosystem. So that's really great. We've added more aces to the deck, and that's none too soon, because the year is now 2021. On Steam, we've broken the 10,000 game barrier. 11,000 games get released, and it's harder and harder to make a hit, but that's okay. Because in 2021, the UK Global Screen Fund launches, and we are funded by the DCMS, and we used to be a £7 million per annum fund that included up to £200,000 funding for game companies, film companies, TV companies, as a result of the International Business Development Fund. I'm the fund manager, company founders, please come chat with me afterwards. And we can fund business strategies. We can't fund your game itself, but we can fund anything like hires and improving your strategy. Think of us as scale-up funding, but it's a grant, so you don't need to pay it back. However, we now move forward through time, and the year is 2022. On Steam, 12,000 games get released, but that's okay. Is this a recurring theme? Are these SGDA socks? No, it's actually Screen UK, a platform that does paid advertising and no cost to you, for film, TV series, and games being released in the UK. We pay for advertising in the US, Canada, France, UK, and Ireland, which is really, really great. And it's none too soon, because the year is now 2023. And unfortunately, we now have 14,000 games being released on Steam. However, that's okay. Because as a result of successful lobbying, the UK Games Fund Content Fund gets released, and you can get up to £150,000 as long as you have some leverage. Talk to Colin if you have questions about that, not to me. And you can get £150,000 towards your game. And that's none too soon, because the year is now 2024. And unfortunately, we've broken the bar chart. We have no idea how many games have released on Steam, unfortunately. But that's okay, because as a result of successful lobbying, the tax relief gets upgraded. It's now the video game expenditure credit. It's increased, and you can get now not 20%, but 20.5% back. Yes, amazing. You still need to get a certification in order to get it, though. So please apply as soon as you've started making your game. The year is now 2025, and we've managed to beat the bar chart into submission. Oh my God, is that to 20,000 games? That's 20,000 games released on Steam, folks, but that's okay. Because as a result of successful lobbying, the SGDA gets revitalized, and is helping the Scottish games industry by putting together events like Games Talks Live. And that's none too soon, because it's 2026, and we have no idea how many games are going to be released on Steam. But we're looking at the games industry database being released. We're looking at the digital arts becoming Arts Council England's 10th art form. And we're looking at the UK Global Screen Fund getting boosted to 18 million pounds per annum and releasing a game-specific fund, still not for development though, it's for marketing and localization, but it should still be cool. And you know what the interesting thing with all of this is? Well, the reality of it is that the year is now 2020, 20XX Mega Man reference. And the result of successful lobbying doesn't just come from me or from my colleagues at the BFI or from Calling and the SGDA. It comes from each and every one of you by coming out, speaking with one voice and telling people what you need and telling that to us loudly and making your point across. Because if we don't know what you need, if you don't tell us that, then nothing really gets made. All of that progress in funding and support came from people speaking their mind and being able to ask for support. So if you want to chat with us, you can sign up there for links and updates. I've put together an actual Google Doc that you can peruse. And you can find me in the break. There's a bunch of us that can help you. Thank you so much. And it's been absolutely amazing. I need to collect these cards.
Very much. Thank you, Chris. I get so pumped after your talk, like I want to go out and just found like 10 companies. So next up, we have Junie Dijkstra. Junie has traveled from North Holland to be with us and has some serious games credentials, having worked at Paradox Interactive, and currently Electronic Arts. Junie will be giving us her perspective on studio strength and working with others. It's Junie's first time in Scotland, and Glasgow, it's up to you to show her that you're the friendliest lot out of Edinburgh and Dundee. So please give Junie a very, very warm welcome to the stage.
All right, so by now I've learned that first we're going to take a deep breath after all that energy. And we're going to take it down on a pace or two. So first, I have 2 notes to make. As I was preparing for the talk, maybe Sunday afternoon, I decided this was going to be more of a Junie talk rather than an EA talk. So we're talking a little bit more about working with others, including EA, instead of just working with EA. Second note is I've recently developed a medical condition, which means that I'm a little bit more discombobulated than I would like, so I'm relying on my speaker notes a little bit more than I otherwise would, so my apologies for that. Let's get into it. Our industry often equates strength with self-sufficiency. The more that you can do, the more valuable you are. The more disciplines that you cover, the stronger your team. But in practice, that's not what I see. Strong teams aren't the most self-sufficient, but the most focused. And I suspect that there's a reason this may be a little bit hard to accept. As humans, we're wired to value self-sufficiency. There's a certain pride in saying, we did everything ourselves. And in some ways, that instinct isn't wrong. You should understand what makes you strong. You should know what you bring that others don't. In my work, I help teams connect with external partners from all over the world, different regions and cultures, specializations, ways of working. And seeing that at scale, a pattern starts to surface. Teams that try to maximize everything eventually hit a ceiling. Not because they lack talent, but because the environment around them keeps changing. And our industry is not static. Our audiences are more diverse. The ways they engage with content are multiplying. The expectations on quality, scale, and cultural relevance continue to increase. And as a result, the number of skill sets required to build, sell, and sustain experiences is growing faster than any single team can contain. And over time, something starts to happen. Trying to do more doesn't make teams stronger. It makes them slower, more diluted, and less competitive. And in a hyper-competitive market, that's how teams get left behind. Which brings us to a different way of thinking about strength. Not what are we capable of doing, but where should we focus? And perhaps more importantly, where shouldn't we? So let me make that tangible. I work with a mid-sized team in the Philippines. They specialize in one thing, processing motion capture data into high-quality animation. They don't try to cover everything. They don't try to expand horizontally. They choose to be, and given tech innovation stay, exceptional at something very specific. Because of that, they're used repeatedly across major productions in film and games constantly. Not despite their focus, but because of it. In Latin America, I've seen a different dynamic emerge. Studios don't treat capability gaps as weaknesses, but as connection points. When they're missing a skill, they collaborate. When they have available talent, they share. That creates an ecosystem where talent develops faster, practices spread, and teams become more adaptable. Collaboration doesn't reduce sustainability, it strengthens it. And when you combine those two ideas, focus and collaboration, you start to see something more powerful. I've seen this play out with teams that specialize deeply in one way of working. For example, embedded codev across PC and console. Over time, through that focus, they build strong pipelines, strong practices, strong technical depth. At the same time, by contributing to different projects and different IP, their talent is exposed to a wide range of challenges, systems, and ways of thinking. That results in teams contributing to globally recognized titles like Sims, not as a distant goal, but as a natural progression of that model. What that creates is not just sustainability, but anti-fragility, because the teams stay ahead of the curve in a specific expertise, because their talent continuously evolves through varied experience, because they are not dependent on a single way of working. And in a volatile, hyper-competitive environment, that combination puts them ahead of the competition. So if that's the reality, the question becomes, how do you think about that for yourself? I'll offer you 3 questions. First, what is it that you should truly focus on? Where do you create the most value in a way that others don't? Second, where might focus matter more than breadth? Not because something can't be done, but because there may be stronger, different, or more complementary ways of approaching it. And third, how do you make sure that those answers evolve over time? Because this industry will keep changing, and so will the context that you operate in. Now, I'll be honest, this is my first time engaging with the Scottish ecosystem. I don't yet know what defines its unique strength, but that's exactly the question that matters. Because in this global industry, advantage doesn't come from doing everything. It comes from positioning. Across Western Europe, there are teams that have found that positioning through strong academic foundations and technical education, enabling them to tackle complex technical challenges in a way that remains globally competitive, not by scale, but by clarity of focus. So I'll leave you with this. Strong teams aren't defined by how much they can do, but by how clearly they understand where to focus. Because focus enables depth. Depth enables collaboration. And together, they create the kind of adaptability that allows teams to thrive over time. And if you have a perspective on what that looks like for you, for your team, for this ecosystem, I'd like to hear it in the break.
Thank you very much, Junie. Sorry, guys, bear with me 1 second while I fix the microphone. There we go. Cool. Thank you very much, Junie. I'm now pumped in a chill way, so now I feel like more measured and introspective, which is a nice change. Our next speaker is Julie McKinnon. Julie started... that doesn't make any sense, Kian. Sorry, Julie started as a UI artist at 4J Studios. She's currently a senior technical UI artist at Goals, and tonight she'll be giving us a closer look at distance fields, which which is a hilarious pun, which no one got. F's in the chat, please. Can we get F's in the chat for Kian being cringe? Please welcome to the stage, Julie McKinnon.
Hola, I'm going to start by saying maths is poggers and get that done with. Hi Glasgow, I'm Julie McKinnon. Welcome to the Beginner's Guide to Distance Fields for UI Art. I'm going to nip the attention spans in the bud right now. This is a really surface level look at this technique. It's more to make you aware of it. So I would say this talk is more aimed at solo developers who are looking to sort of improve their UI fidelity, smaller teams who maybe don't have the research time that other bigger teams would have, and generalist technical artists who are looking to better support UI artists at their studio. I'm going to start by describing what is a distance field, and then I'm going to be cheeky and say it's a field of distance. Thank you very much. A distance field is a mathematical way of describing the distance between sort of points in space. For a really simple, let's think of it in terms of getting from A to B, but obviously that's not that useful to us. We work with tech, so let's think of it in terms of 0 to 1. That's way cooler. So if you've ever worked with colors, you would know that if we think about 0, we think that's no value, that's black. And when we think about 1, that's all the values, that's generally white. And if we visualize the transition as we get closer or further away from 0, you can see that we're creating this beautiful, tasteful gradient that goes all the way from black to white. We increment upwards as we go. We get lighter as we go in this example. And if you've ever worked in materials, this is not new to you. It's exactly how we also express UV space. If you ever split out your texture coordinate node in Unreal Engine, you'll see the exact same thing. We start at black, we're at 0, top left is 0, 0, and we're going to increment towards 1 in the bottom right corner. This is exactly what we're going to manipulate to achieve our distance fields. We're going to take that UV and we're just going to sort of fold it up into a sense that it starts to express a gradient that is in a shape. And then what we can do from there is we can manipulate a range within that gradient however we like. If I said, hey, only give me half that shape, I could say give me 0 to 0.5, and then it would mask that off, and it would give me a fill of the shape. I'm going to be a bit cheeky, and I'm actually going to make it a bit more complicated, because the examples that you're going to see in this chat are actually sign distance fields, which are not 0 to 1. They're negative 1 to 1, which is slightly bigger, turns out. 0 represents the outline of our shape in these examples. So you can see we've visualized it again. We're way back in the negative 1. Go to 0, we're getting lighter, and then over to 1, it's a little bit strange. We're going to get darker again. We're going to get further away. And from there, we can do whatever we like. We can mask off stuff again. I can get the fill of my shape if I want negative 1 to 0. Or I could say, hey, I want a beautiful chunky outline. So actually give me negative 0.5 to 0.5 for some reason. That's all possible in sign distance fields. That makes very little sense right now. We're about to visualize that. So let's make a circle. They're really exciting. We use them for button prompts all the time, and they're also the easiest shape to describe, because to make a circle distance field, all I actually want to do is, hey, give me the distance at any point from the bit in the middle of the texture, please. And it's going to create this wonderful, beautiful radial gradient, and it's going to make sense in your head when I mask off a range in that. We get a circle. So there we go. We've created our wonderful circle by just saying, hey, give me only a portion of that actual gradient. Just make it white for the sake of it. But we don't want to make circles all the time, because turns out circles are for squares. We're cool guys. We make cool games. Let's pretend for a moment that we're making a sci-fi game. Maybe I want to make a button shape for my sci-fi game. I'm going to give you just a moment to picture what the shape of that button might be. Keep it in your head. Was it this? Excellent. It's a square with some corners cut out of it. It looks really futuristic. Let's say for a moment I'm terrible at math. I never got my higher in math. I don't know how to even start creating this shape. I'm going to introduce you to a really good resource online, because there are smart people who've done this for me. If there are any tech artists in the room, you might also be a fan of Inigo Quiles. Very smart person, one of the folk behind Shader Toy and Quill as well. They have a wonderful website where they list a bunch of sign distance fields off for you, including the GLSL to achieve them. They've got a better version of my circle up there, which I actually should have nicked for this talk, but I didn't. But what they do have at the bottom of this page is this, and this looks reasonably sort of similar to what we're actually wanting. I'll skip forward and say it's actually not. We're going to have to do a little bit of problem solving. But the sake of brevity, we will arrive at something that looks vaguely like this by stealing a bunch of GLSL. We're going to have to convert it to HLSL in our engine, which there are plenty of guides online to do that. And from there, we can take it and we can manipulate it, we can fill it with whatever data we want, and we can mask off that range to get that outline like I described earlier. If you're feeling really fruity, and I do recommend getting a little bit fruity if you try this out, you can attempt to translate that into blueprints. You'll end up with a bit of spaghetti that will look variably like this, but you will actually claw a little bit of performance back if you can get it working, which in the world of tech art, we're always looking to brag about. But we've talked about containers so far, and they're really cool, they're really exciting, but sometimes you want a really crispy icon, and this is all possible in signed distance fields as well. These examples, again, I've nicked from Inigo. They have really great examples. Maybe you need something like I've got here, you need to favorite content inside a game. Maybe you've got a rating system that you need a star for. It's all there. Maybe you need a shape that is going to awaken everybody over the age of 30, like a sleeper agent. All possible inside the world of signed distance fields, etched on tables everywhere, and could be in your game. If you can find it, you can make it, or you can come up with the math yourself if you're really bright, but I'm not. But let's say that that's just all too much. I don't want to do any math, Julie, actually. I want to do signed distance fields, but I don't want to do the math. Well, that's good. You can also take any texture and you convert it into a signed distance field using the same principles we talked about visually. So let's say I have this beautiful nondescript gamepad icon. I would really love to make that into a signed distance field. When we talked in the middle, when we talked at the beginning, I showed you that gradient that demonstrated the distance visually. Well, all we have to do is actually apply that to the outside of our shape. And suddenly we have distance to our shape by having this beautiful gradient. And if we wanted to do the signed version, we just have to do it from the middle of the shape as well. And from there, we can take it into our engine. We can do exactly what I did earlier. We could get the fill of the shape. We could get an outline of the shape. You do have to do a bit of work to get these to look nice, a little bit of math. But again, it's very fun to do, and it's very rewarding. And once you've got it down, you can use it as much as you like. There are online conversion tools as well to achieve these effects for you as well, if you really don't want to open up Photoshop and do it yourself. And I do recommend using them because they're all very good. Why should I do this, Julie? You've ranted for a couple of minutes about this. Why would I ever consider it? Well, the great thing about signed distance fields is that you can take your icons and you can blow them up to any size and they're going to look beautiful and crispy. Really good for managing icon libraries. Think of it almost like the alternative to vectors. Unless you've got vectors in your project, then absolutely use those. These are really versatile. I showed you a version there where we took one icon and we got the fill of it, we got the icon from it, but we could have done way more. We could have animated it, we could have manipulated those shapes, especially the procedural ones. We could have changed those, we could have combined many and intersected them. All in gameplay logic. There's no need to animate the timeline. Saves you some lovely computation costs down the line if you're doing particularly expensive things. And yeah, as we just covered, if you're doing particularly expensive things, this chucks it all under one render pass for you. Once you do the math once, it's basically free to do it again as many times as you like. So yeah, you can create stacks of visual effects with this. But Julie, is there any drawbacks? Because this all sounds really good. You've described it so well. Yes, everything I just described is also a drawback. This is more complex in textures, obviously. It does require the creation of materials. It does require the maintenance of a library of functions as well for each of your types of shapes. It's best if you have someone who's comfortable doing that, or if you're willing to onboard any new artists to that system as well. And of course, yeah, with that, with the computation here comes extra cost. This is not just chucking a texture and rendering it on screen. This is doing a bit more at the beginning to get the benefits later on. So if you're not doing anything particularly exciting with your icons, if they're mostly static and they're mostly quite small, and we don't mind that, a wonderful way to end my talk, but this might actually just be something that's a bit more than what you actually need. If you're interested in this technique, obviously feel free to talk to me about it, but there are many smart people who also have loads of resources. If you're in Unreal Engine, they have the UI Material Lab, which you can download and add to your project as well. I'm sure there's a Unity equivalent, but I'm Unreal focused, I'm very sorry. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Julie. So we've now reached 6:34, and as you might have smelled, it is almost time for dinner. But before that, though, we have a quick video from our charity for the evening, Into Games.
We are Into Games, and we're here to transform social mobility in the UK video game sector. What we're trying to work towards here is a fair and inclusive games industry that's driven by talent, not privilege.
And Declan and his team have always believed that everyone everywhere should have a shot at getting into games.
And we work to provide different opportunities and pathways for working class backgrounds to enter the game industry.
When you're broke, it's much easier to buy like an Xbox, a very used Xbox, and pay that for hours on end than like Disneyland, or like it's a very cheap form of entertainment. So a lot of working class people play video games, and it's really weird that there's a lot of working class people play video games, but there's not a lot of working class people making games.
Only 13% of the UK video game sector comes from working class and low-income backgrounds. That's lower than film, TV, music, and even traditional sectors like law, engineering, and architecture.
I want more working class people in games. I want more people who look like me working in games.
I never saw anybody who looked like me.
Didn't even know you could work in games.
I had so many people that would be like, oh no, you don't seem like a game designer. When I was 14, I stumbled into a game showcase by accident. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to make game showcases so 14-year-olds can go there naturally.
I worked at Into Games when I was working at Playground Games. And that was a sponsor in IG50, which is 50 upcoming students who are looking to enter the games industry and just to support them basically on their journey.
Into Games have been a real support, specifically for me in my department at Electric Square, and in opening the doors to people who need the most support when I necessarily didn't have the contact.
The work that Into Games does means that all of that floundering that I went through, you don't have to have that. Like there can be clear direction, there can be clear paths, and there's a serious support network.
Oh, definitely. Into Games definitely works. Into Games definitely 100% works. There's so many people like last year before who went through Into Games schemes or Into Games like initiatives and are working in games now.
Into Games has been working to support people into the video games industry for the last 6 years. We've got lots of experience understanding what works, how it works, and the people that are needed to actually support that work to get people into the sector.
I think we all have a responsibility, whether we're an individual or a studio head, to make this a better place for everyone and leave the industry in a better place than what it was when we came to it.
A non-judgmental voice when you're wanting to educate yourself better as a studio, whether you want to find out the right course of action to support young children. In the last 5 years I've worked with them, they've been phenomenal support. Love those guys. Do get involved, get in touch, donate, support, share, and thank you for listening.
A really, really worthy charity to support with a great logo that kind of dunks on the SGDA logo a little bit. And yeah, I keep talking to Colin about we need to like really level up our game. So before digging into dinner, it's definitely worth picking up a few raffle tickets or pieces of merch to support them and the good work that they're doing. And we're absolutely spoiled with the amount of fantastic speakers we still have to come, covering topics such as developing games with licensed IP, the story of Portugal's ZX Spectrum Museum, and taking tech art from ideas to prototype. All this still to come, as well as the charity raffle. But now it's time for food. Those of you with food tickets, it will say food in the bottom right-hand corner of your badge. Please help yourselves at the back. But everyone else, please grab a drink or speak to myself or Jenny to buy some merch, pins, beanies, the Super Swish socks, or some raffle tickets, and we'll see you back here at 7:30. Thank you very much.
Hello, hello, hello. We're back. We're back. So this is my big starring moment, really. So basically, right now in Glasgow, instead of a half-hour break, they have an hour-long break, and people that have paid for a food ticket, they get food provided. But because you're here. You get to deal with me for the next hour, which will include me bringing up talks, talking about what's happening at Games Talks Live, but also, yeah, please just chat with me in the chat. It's been great seeing people interacting and talking to them, and yeah, feel free to ask me any questions because I obviously love to talk about myself. But for now, I'm going to talk about who we just heard from because those were some great talks. Chris is so frenetic. Like the way that he was on stage in Edinburgh, he was like, he would be like, pull an ace out of his sock and pull an ace out of his jacket pocket, and he was just constantly like engaging with the audience. That's clearly why they had to get him a handheld mic this time. But the stuff that the BFI does is so good and provides so many initiatives for Scottish game devs. And Chris comes back here every single time to yeah, tell Scottish game devs what they can do and where they can get the support that they need. And it's really easy to apply for like the tax relief and for the funding and stuff. So if you make games in Scotland, he's just a great person to know. And I have a good, fun personal story with him. He obviously he talks at Games Talks Live all the time, and last time that he was in Edinburgh, he clearly he's a bit of a frenetic character, and he left his headphones behind at the hotel, and then he like I ended up in this crazy text chain of like, hey Ewan, you live in Edinburgh, would you maybe be able to pick up these headphones and drop them off? So I ended up doing a large detour to go to Dundee just to see him again, and then I got to see another round of Games Talks Live, so that was a fun little intermission that happened. It's also very cool to hear from Junie. I like just hearing about that breadth of experience, and also I loved hearing about how like integrated that they were with like different games communities. It's something that I try and do living in Scotland, living in Edinburgh. I'm trying to identify what the spirit of Scottish games is. Oh, I'm full screen. Trying to identify what the spirit of Scottish games is. I'm gonna hold on. Oh, I don't want to be that small. So I need to figure out. I'll figure it out. No, wait. Okay, whatever. I'll be small. Trying to figure out what the spirit of Scottish games is. What I found in Edinburgh is that there's a spirit of, like, lots of solo devs, lots of people who have gone for various different industries, whether it is theater, because Edinburgh's obviously a theater city, or big tech, and seeing how they've moved into game dev is so cool. But I want to find out what that is across all of Scotland. There is a spirit of Scottish game dev, and I don't know exactly what it is, but if you tell me what your spirit is, then I can probably figure that out. And then we had a talk from Julie, which I didn't get to hear because Julie was not talking in Edinburgh, but that was so comprehensive and such a good look at the topic of distance fields. And I was just like, I don't know, I was in awe. That's such a like well put together talk, so coherently thought about. And like, I am not a shaders girly. Like I was never the best at that, but seeing like how elegantly that was all done was really, really cool. Yeah, and so also during this break we have our charity raffle is still going on, and remember, if you're donating to the charity raffle, you just scan the QR code in the top right, and you can go donate to Into Games, and every £5 is one raffle ticket, and in the end they spin a big wheel and people win prizes, and I think I've got a few entries still in there, and so you might be competing with me. You might steal my copy of those SGDA dice, which are made by my friend Sean, and they're just excellent. I saw them in person, yeah, not yesterday, on Tuesday, and they were awesome. But yeah, so so I think I'll just go and throw on another talk right now. But yeah, it's gonna be quite a big break now, so I'm gonna throw on this talk from Alistair Lowe, who is just a fascinating person. He is always making games using either old consoles, like he's made games for the NES, for the Dreamcast. He makes games for the analog, not the analog pocket, the Playdate, but also he's done stuff for everything. And he's also made games for pop-up books. He is like an inspiration to me in terms of the strange esoteric tech usage that I love to see. And so I'm going to throw on a talk by him, and I will see you in a little bit.
These sometimes get like confused, but I don't know. I like saying mine's is homebrew. This, or like you get demakes that are kind of bootleg homebrew things, but I'm not going to talk about them. There is a whole bunch of ways to make games for old systems these days. You can use NESmaker, GB Studio, like a whole bunch of engines and stuff. So it's easier than it ever has been. And like if you do this stuff, please share your work in progress on forums and stuff, because then people can learn from what you've learned. Yeah, forums keep this kind of stuff alive. It's just better than Discord groups, because that really gets lost. And it also helps you meet a whole bunch of people. So then when you go to events, you can hang out and meet all these people that you've been just avatars with for long times. So I released this on itch. I forgot where I was going to go with this. I've not practiced this one this much yet. So yeah, show this off at like local gaming things, see if people like it. Not every game in this like homebrew scene needs to get a physical release, because some are just tech demos and just like fun projects. But yeah, if you pass that and like your game's good, people like it at events and stuff, how do you make it real? You go for funding. There's a lot of Kickstarters for this in this space at the moment. There've been a few really successful ones, and then a few minorly successful ones. Also make a, what's this? Press kit for your game. Then you can just copy paste your stuff to Kickstarter. And the press just love just being able to copy paste stuff as well, being lazy writers. On day of release, if you don't learn anything else from me, send your press kit and like press release to inbox@gamespress.com, and then that will get sent out to like most of the media people. Yeah, people get like an email every day that tells them what's happening. So I've funded these 2 games through Kickstarter for NES, and then we added Dreamcast and PC and stuff on the other ones. People ask about manufacture. How do you make these games these days? AliExpress has got like lots of really cool shells and stuff, and if you're like serious about it, you can contact the manufacturers that they use and like cut out the middleman of AliExpress and get custom stuff done in that. And then you use like a cart flasher. You can get ones for all the different systems, and then you can make your boards, and that sounds really scary and stuff, but yeah, and you can get cool custom PCBs. But more recently, there's a bunch of people just doing this for you, so you can kind of buy them off the shelf and ship them. They'll even like flash the games to you if you give them a little build as well. What are these? Yeah, boxes and stuff. Frank in America, he seems to do everybody's box in America for some reason. Or you do it yourself, but again, that's a lot of hassle. Frank's boxes are really good. When you're doing a Kickstarter, like people private message you, basically saying we can do what you're going to do, but cheaper for you. So just be aware that might happen. Frank reached out to me during that thing saying we can do it, but so did Broke Studio, and Broke Studio were like, we can do the whole thing, not just the boxes. So I was like, yep, and it was cheaper than Frank as well. But if I was to do it all myself, Limited Run more recently, I've been getting into more like indie like homebrew releases as well, but their lead times are a bit long if you want to get a game out. And again, I met the guy from Brook Studio. He came to Dundee to get married. He loves Scotland. He was thinking about moving here, but didn't because of Brexit. He's got a logistics company. He needs to be able to ship stuff. Yeah, we look for easy ways to support these games up to get more stuff. I remember when I was at school, there was like a guy on a bus. It was a school bus. It gave me a burnt disc saying like NES games, and it was for the Dreamcast, and it was Nestor DC. And I was like, wait a minute, that was a thing. I could play NES games on the Dreamcast. Turns out it's an open source project. It's got a reasonably permissive license, so we edited it a bit, made it like nicer to use. And yeah, with help from one of my friends from a previous job, released it as like NES to Dreamcast. So now anybody can release their NES games on Dreamcast. But then that leads into the rabbit hole of how do you manufacture CDs now. The debate is like duplication versus replication. There's a few differences. One of them is like, what is this? This is duplication is a burned CDR. So you can still get your CDs manufactured, but then you burn it yourself. So here's the pros and cons of that. I can't read, so you can probably read that better than I can. Replicated stuff is pressed. All these things. And it's really just the purists that care about this kind of stuff. There's a few companies do this stuff as well. Josh Prod was the one everyone says, why don't you just use them? They wouldn't touch anything less than 16-bit. So NES is 8-bit, so they were just not going to touch it. I did the first run myself as a minus CDR just to see. and it like sold out reasonably quick. So then teamed up with Wave, met them at one of the events, and they're here today as well. And they did a really good job. So you can buy it on their website now for Dreamcast. And it is a press disc as well. They're also like quite good at the marketing stuff, and it just helps me boost my brand as well, and helps them out too. Then we also did the same for NES to Steam. So we made an emulator wrapper that you can easily port your games to Steam, because that's like game developers' dreams in the small community, isn't it? We used FCUX, which isn't as good a license, so we can't integrate the Steam SDK and stuff. And just in general, Steam is not the place to sell your NES game. Itch is much better in this regard. Itch has tags for NES game already, which Steam doesn't, and people like know what to expect from this. The general price is like $10 for a decent game, and it kind of goes down depending on quality. But for physical ones, this is what you like think to expect paying these days. Again, bit dependent on quality. We also ported the NES to the Playdate, which is pretty cool. Oh no, what was that supposed to be? Oh no, maybe that's intentional. Yeah, you can't, there's no NES to Playdate emulator at the moment. I know a guy that's working on it, but it's not ready yet. But I do have this guy who did program Tapeworm, and he did it in such a way that it was really easy to do over, and he did it in an evening, basically. And then a couple of weeks of like polish after that. The NES and the Playdate both have the same vertical resolution, which is really nice because you can just like redraw your sprites one-to-one. If anybody else is going to do this, which I know is highly unlikely, I would say, yeah, do like optimize your things. Don't rely on dither patterns or anything. Like redraw your sprites. Porting up to modern consoles and stuff as well. I went through Ratalaika Games. Everyone was kind of racing to see who would be the first ones to get their new NES games on storefronts. And these guys, I had like murmurs that they had the tech ready, and their lead times weren't that long. And it was just a nice split as well on the dev side. These guys have popped up as well. They've got a really nice front end, but they're only on Switch. Make spin-off brands and stuff. Like we made a mobile game that kind of helped boost the brand in that space as well. Go to conventions and fairs. It stopped working. How much have I got left? 2 minutes. Yeah, go to conventions, fairs. You never know who you're going to bump into these fairs. Like one day at the last day of a 3-day event, a guy rocked up and started talking to me about stuff. And he was really interested, and then he turned out to be a writer for Nintendo Life. So we got a really nice post on that. So if I wasn't trying on the last day, I might not have got that. And then that's led to like more things and like the other like Retro Gamer and a few other mags. Debug as well. The Wave guys are here as well. Sign up for all the things. I tried to get Evercade's games, just sent them an email saying you've got a new console that accepts like old ROMs. I've got a new old ROM, and I again like their marketing strategy. They reached out to a whole bunch of retro YouTubers. They did a really good job. So then we got Flea on Evercade 1 and Tapeworm on Evercade Heroes 2, and then that led to like a merch deal with them as well. Which so we got plushies of the Fleas made, and then they are juggleable, just in case you wondered. And yeah, I got my game. It was such a proud moment. Game in Argos, not on the shelf, but on a kiosk at least. Also, just do print-on-demand merch if you're like small. It really costs you nothing. You just upload it and you get some money, and fans get to enjoy it. There's a whole bunch of streaming places now that stream these like lower games because they don't need much bandwidth and stuff. And I again met these guys at one of the trade shows, and then the next year I was signed up with them, and I was on their banner right next to Pac-Man. So again, they're really boosting my brand, and they seem to really love the game as well. Jam.gga is doing a similar thing, but they're not as good and pivot more than like Sofa and Friends. So, community bundles are also really good, like combining efforts, like marketing efforts of the community together for small bundles really helps. And then when you make a sale, everybody makes a sale. Okay, I'm getting really close here. I've not got many left. So now Tapeworm is on 9 platforms, 2 streaming platforms, coming to iOS and Android and Game Boy Advance. For these types of contracts, I'm not a lawyer. These things sometimes aren't worth financially hiring a lawyer, because and stuff, it would definitely worth it for the free marketing that they get. I just look over contracts and stuff. Like, we've all got industry contacts here. Don't sign exclusive deals. That's the main thing. The streaming ones especially want you to sign exclusive stuff and make sure there's a clear opt-out clause. I also got this pop-up projection book with me that I'll set up in the next break so you can have a look. Thanks.
Yeah, that talk is so cool. I mean, Ali is just a kind of such an interesting person and all of the different platforms that he has worked on. I remember we went to a maze in Sheffield together, and then we were on the car ride back, and he was like, "Oh, by the way, I'm just gonna play through like the latest NES game that I've made on my analog pocket, just so you can see it." And just like it's inspired me to work with like old technology. Like I've really wanted to make something for the Dreamcast because I love the Dreamcast, and I think that it has such a cool homebrew scene, and I like to support that. Also, it is crazy seeing like someone that I know in person, I'm friends with, have seen this talk, and I've now seen his games at Argos or at CEX, and it's like that's world famous. Once again, we're doing our charity raffle. I've got the ticker text at the bottom telling you all about it, but I also, if you scan the QR code, you'll be able to go there and go donate to our raffle and maybe win some big prizes. So coming up next after the break, we should have 3 more talks lined up, and if I am correct based on what the schedule is, we've got a talk from Brian Gomez from 4J about working with big IPs with a small studio, and that talk was so interesting to just see this, like someone who has clearly worked with loads of different IPs, like worked with Jurassic Park, worked with Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and many more that are escaping me right now. But just like the different ways of working with an existing IP is something that I haven't really had the chance to do in my game dev career, but it's something that I find so fascinating. And then we have a talk from the founder of the Load ZX Museum, which is about the ZX Spectrum Museum being in Portugal. And the ZX Spectrum is obviously such a classic console, and you'd think of it as a very British thing because of it was made in Dundee, or it was manufactured in Dundee with Timex, but seeing how its history, how it has expanded globally, I don't want to spoil too much, but that talk was just like, also, it was just I love seeing things about retro tech. I clearly have a bias towards, and in fact, there's a talk later on after the next break by Ben Zhu about the evolution of Tamagotchi, and just seeing all of like these tiny little devices and how they have like grown over time, and how the fandom and appreciation for both of these things, like interestingly, the ZX Spectrum talk and this Tamagotchi talk, they fit quite nicely together, and it was super cute. And then our last talk in this next upcoming section is from Ronan Seuss, who is talking about going from idea to prototype, and talking about like being brave, going out there on stage and making something when you don't know what you're going to do, and you might fail forward. And just the energy behind that talk was so good. So I'm super excited for all of you to see it. And if you've had a favorite talk so far tonight, throw it in the chat, and it would be great to hear about that. But in the meantime, I think I'm going to put on another talk. I think I'm going to put on this talk from Gabe Scott, which I think was whilst I was hosting. Which is really interesting to hear his perspective, and I'm going to throw that on right now.
Right, let's do this, yeah. So I am Gabe, and this is Producing Indie, which aims to be a fairly candid, fairly honest account of my experience working in the indie games industry so far. So, yeah, that's me, same hoodie, you know it's me. I'm a Portsmouth University graduate. I'm a producer, and I'm a founder, or co-founder, I should say, of 2 indie studios, neither of which make any money yet. I will just put that out if we're being honest, which is what this aims to be. So, very quickly, we could argue over what indie is all day, and we don't have time for that. So for the sake of this slide, we are self-owned, we are self-funded, probably going to be self-published at this rate, and we're a very small team, both companies. With that said, bear with me on this slide. All right, it's a little bit deceptive. Starting a company is technically very easy. All right, you get yourself a team of people. I'm sure you know enough people to put an indie team together. You register with the company's house. Maybe you make yourself a website, maybe some social media, and then you're going to go make loads of money. Except probably not, because funding a company and running a company is notoriously difficult. In order to make any money, you need to sell stuff, probably video games. if you're making video games, you probably need money, so you end up in a little bit of a tricky spot here. I don't know how to make that happen, so that's not what this talk is going to be about. But you probably know what to do. You know, reach out to investors and publishers and that kind of stuff. Maybe you're lucky enough to self-fund and you just have a few £100,000 lying around. If so, come and speak to me afterwards. I'd like some of that. But yeah, let's get into it. So Sounds Like Rain. This was a project we worked on at Creek Interactive. This was the first company that I helped form. And it is not a live project anymore. It is shelved, which is a big shame because, as you can tell, it looks fantastic. I think the art team did an incredible job on this, and we're going to talk about some of the successes of this project before we really rip it apart and get into the nitty-gritty of where we failed. Okay, so yeah, it looks great. We made a pretty good demo for it as well, which for an indie team like us, we're really proud of. Right? You could play it from start to finish, and it wouldn't crash. It didn't have any major bugs. This, for us, was a great success. First made project, and it worked. And it worked so well that when we sent off to events teams, they actually let us take it to events. We went to Barclays Eagle Games Frenzy, that was great. We did Game Dev London. We did WASD, RIP, will be missed dearly, right? And then because we took it to these events, we actually managed to start speaking to publishers, which again, massive step in the right direction for us. Spoiler, we didn't get the money. You already know that. But yeah, let's talk about where it went wrong, okay? This project's just far too ambitious. We don't have time for a full kind of autopsy of this project, but I will start by saying that it was originally planned to be a kind of open world project. Already for the team that we had, for the skill set that we had, that was way too big of a goal, let alone all of the XR, VR stuff that we were kind of hoping to do with it. Yeah, definitely a little bit too ambitious. So as a result, we had to start adjusting the scope. We were adjusting the scope like there was no tomorrow. And as a result, the core concept just got completely lost. So if you need to rescope, maybe just try and stick to the core principle of the game, if you can remember what that is, which I don't think we could by that point. So yeah, that's definitely partly my fault. This is where I'm going to take some accountability and say that I was still learning. I was 2 years into my academic course at Portsmouth University when I undertook this project. And, I barely knew what the games industry was 2 years prior to that. When I started, I had no idea. And I'm still learning today. We're all still learning, but I was really learning at that point. So I'll take a bit of accountability. Also, the design decisions, it was my brainchild, and I didn't put my foot down enough with some of the design decisions. That was also my fault. We live and learn. And the next thing that I'm going to talk about definitely kind of shines better and shows that we did learn from this. The last thing is bad timing. Like I said, we did this during a sort of self-employed placement year during that course. And as a result, we all had to then go into our final year at university. And nobody wanted to work on this project while also having to try and finish their final year of university, including myself. So let's put it, the band split up, as it were. Lastly, we did learn from these mistakes. I learned from these mistakes, and that for me is a major success. And I will celebrate that. And that's why I don't see this project as a failure, even though it isn't the project that started making me money in the games industry. This is curation. This is by Circleback Games. If it looks familiar or sounds familiar, great. It's because we won Student Game of the Year award from Tiger. We're very pleased about that. Like I say, for small indie teams like we are, that is a massive achievement for us, and we're so proud of that. Let's start digging into this one. So the team dynamic was much simpler. I kind of breezed over it on the last one, but the team dynamic for this game was much simpler. Everyone just kind of got along very easily. People kind of knew their roles on the project much easier. That helped massively. On the previous project, we kind of tried to smash two different groups of people that knew each other beforehand together and just expected it to work. And it didn't. It just fundamentally didn't work very well to start off with. If you know anything about the Tuckman model of sort of team formation, then you'll be able to kind of understand why that didn't really work. Go and look into that if you don't know about it. It's very interesting. So let's have a look. The demo. The demo for this project is so much closer to what we set out to make it conceptually. It's not 100% what we set out to make it, and we will come back to that in a moment. But it's so much closer than Sounds Like Rain was. So yeah, we'll take that. We took the event, we took this game, to events. We took it to the Games Frenzy, and then our university actually on our behalf took it to EGX Comic Con, which was fantastic. That will come back into play in a moment. The game has a Steam page. Again, for a team size of our size, in our position, massive achievement. Our first game on Steam. This means so much to us. Publishing, we are now also starting to talk to publishers with this game. This is, again, a massive step in the right direction for us. Whether it will go anywhere, who knows? Too early to say. Let's talk about some of the failures of this. So the game is on, well, it's almost on Steam. We've got a Steam page for it. There's no demo available yet, and we tried to put it on Steam for one of the events that we went to, and we did not have enough time to do that. It did not go up there in time for the event. Obviously, we were really hoping that we would get loads of wish lists by having it on Steam and taking it to the event. While, as we now know, that doesn't necessarily translate to sales, seeing number go up, make happy. So that would have been great. Nonetheless, one of the other massive learnings from this project, as again we kind of heard from some other talks, design and prototype early. That is something that we kind of didn't do with this one. I and my co-producer on this project were waiting for a really comprehensive design document that just didn't come, and the team weren't willing to wait either, as they probably shouldn't have done. And they just got on with prototyping the game without us, fundamentally. So this was ridiculous. Don't let your team just leave you in the dirt and start doing stuff. Work with them, support them. We'll come back to that in a second. So, scope, like I said, it's so much closer conceptually. It's still missing a couple of major features that I think are going to make the gameplay just so much better than it already is. Unfortunately, while it's not in there right now, which is a bit of a failing, it's still a live project, and we can still add that. So we'll live with that. That's not so bad, okay? And then lastly, the last thing I'll talk about with this one, marketing-wise, we've been really slow on this one, and that's, again, talking about accountability, probably my fault, really. I should have been more on it from the start. But again, not too late. We're now working on that, so social media will be going up soon, website will be going up soon, so keep an eye out for that stuff. But in the meantime, maybe just go and wish list on Steam, because you can do that now. Right, we've got to kind of start closing up, because there's not a great deal of time left. So some final thoughts here. Yes, serve your team. Please work with your team. This is one of my massive learnings so far. Just go and support your team. If you know anything about servant leadership, fantastic. If you don't, and you're interested in leadership or production or just bettering yourself as a person in general or whatever, go and have a look at that. It's great. It's kind of a philosophy that I'm trying to adhere to as much as possible, so look into that. Finding the time. Like I said, I'm not making any money off these games yet, so I work full-time in a bar. That's how I pay. You will probably find yourself in a similar position until you're making money. And it can be really tricky to find the time to work on your projects, but if you are a producer, if you know anything about project management, then apply some of those skills and just find the time. Be efficient with your time and your assets, your money, all of that, okay? You don't have the resources that big company has. We don't. We've got to be efficient. And then lastly, the last thing I'll say is you need to be really persistent, and you have to have patience. And you need to be able to look back at the things you've achieved and count those successes and let that motivate you to keep going. Because if you don't, and you're in my position and you're 4 years into trying to make indie games your profession and you're still not doing it, that can be really sad until you look back and see how far you've come. So that's my talk. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, that I love that talk. I love like just hearing someone like talking about their experience with indie games, what they have learned from their like past not successes and what they have learned from their successes, and how every single thing that you do as you make games, as you create art, is consistently moving forward. You know, you never take a step back when you are an artist. Even if it sometimes can feel that way, if you're on the curve, you look up and you see that how much further you have left to go. But if you look backwards, you'll see how far you've already come. And I think that is one of my favorite things about creating and making art. Yeah, so I just like, there is something very nice about seeing all of these talks again, because most of these I saw live, and some of these I was on stage introducing. And I remember when Gabe got there, he was really nervous because he was like, "Oh, I've never really done like a live talk before." This was in Dundee. That might have been the Glasgow version. But he's just like stepped up and was so like confident and passionate, because if you're speaking about something that you love, then it is like natural to talk about it. It's a strange feeling, even if you're afraid of public speaking. If you can chat to your friends about something that you love, you can chat to an entire audience about it, because the audience is really just one person that you're looking at. You know, it's everyone melds together to be one person, and they are actively listening to you. And in fact, Games Talks Live happens twice a year, so this is our springtime Games Talks Live, but there will be a Games Talks Live in October, and I'm going to see if I can get the like the link so that you can speak at Games Talks Live. If you were interested in being a speaker at Games Talks Live, then like please submit a talk, because Colin is always looking for a big variety of speakers, and like people all over the world are going to like come together at Game Talks Live and yeah, learn about your stuff. And I am going to quit rambling and put on another talk, because I don't know what I'm saying at this point. But I do have a great talk lined up, and this is another talk from when I was hosting. This is a talk by Brian Mitsoda, who's talking about having a long-lasting experience in like narrative games, and like how they can be both popular and yet a shaky market. And I think that is so interesting to think about, because yeah, like the games industry is so unpredictable. Sometimes it feels like there's a specific trend that everyone is following on, and then sometimes it is the thing that shakes the ground that everyone like lands on. So even a well-established game genre that fails over and over again because it is too high budget to be successful can sometimes be that exact thing that is needed at that exact time. And I just find the unpredictability of the games industry so fascinating. And so I am going to throw on this talk by Brian Mitsoda, and I will see you in about 10 minutes.
Hi, I'm Brian Mitsoda. I'm a game developer with 25 years experience making CRPGs and game narratives. And I've got a startup here in Dundee. Today I'm going to be talking about how CRPGs are perceived as niche games by investors and publishers, and shed some light on what the reality might actually be. Here we go. CRPGs. I should probably explain this so you'll have no idea what I'm talking about for the next 10 minutes. CRPGs stands for computer role-playing games. In this type of game, the player creates their character look and or the attributes of the character, coupled with massive player agency within the game, specifically the story. This usually takes the form of huge branching narrative and complex story decision trees and missions. Different players have different experiences. Choices have consequences, and the game reacts to how the player is playing a game. The game recognizes the choices I have made, and the story changes based on my decisions. This also means that missions and NPCs have been designed for players to take advantage of the skills or gameplay they prefer. You'll also hear the term RPG attached to almost every game nowadays. All it means is number go up, which may be a part of CRPGs, but it's not the same. The two CRPGs I'm focusing on today are Baldur's Gate 3 and Disco Elysium. Baldur's Gate 3, developed by Larian Studios, has to this point sold over 20 million copies. Startup Zaum released Disco Elysium: The Final Cut for consoles and PC in 2021 and has sold over 4 million copies. These are wildly good numbers, in case you're not sure of how many copies that is, compared to each game's budget. Both games are big, critical, and fan favorites. BG3 was one of the biggest hits of 2023, and also won most of the Game Awards last year. So with these numbers, everyone should want to make CRPGs, right? Well, despite these sales numbers, CRPGs have a reputation as being games that only appeal to a niche audience. Here you see a leaked report from Microsoft for their Game Pass service, where they critically undervalued BG3 and offered them a small payment to add it to the service, about the same amount they would make from less than 100,000 sales. So in 2021, our startup was pitching a CRPG, and investors and publishers told us that CRPGs were too niche and a market for them to get involved with. And then Baldur's Gate 3 came out and sold millions. I'm establishing a pattern. Just wait, you'll see. So here is where I show you my credentials, so there seems to be some validity to what I'm claiming. I've been making CRPGs for 25 years. I started at Black Isle Studios, RIP. Then I went on to Troika, also RIP. Then to Obsidian. Then I started my own CRPG studio. And then I worked at Hardsuit on their first and last CRPG. And most recently, I've worked at Wonderstorm and Primal. In the early 2000s, despite making genre-defining CRPGs like Fallout and Planescape, Torment, Black Isle Studios was on the verge of collapse because Interplay saw console action and strategy games as the future of the company. From its ashes, we got Troika and Obsidian. I joined Troika in 2003 and made a cult classic CRPG called Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines, which was released in 2004. It came out at the worst time imaginable against Half-Life 2, Halo 2, and Metal Gear Solid 3, and was not an instant hit. However, it went on to sell over 3 million copies and is still talked about to this day. After release, Troika could not sign another project because single-player CRPGs were not seen as lucrative. In the end, Troika had to close its doors. When we were shopping around multiple prototypes at the time, trying to keep the studio afloat. One of the games that we were working on was a spiritual successor to Fallout. In 2008, Bethesda released Fallout 3, which sold over 12 million copies. Totally niche market number, right? Imagine if someone had invested in the talent at Troika and what they could have made off of us if they had signed the studio to make another Bloodlines or Fallout-like. Let's look at the sales numbers on some of the biggest single-player CRPGs in the last 20 years. Those numbers look pretty mass market to me. In fact, some of these would be placing in the best-selling games of all time. So why are investors constantly ignoring the single-player CRPG market, and why do so many projects fail to launch? Most of the games I have worked on have been canceled or reworked during development because CRPGs take so long to make that by the time they make significant progress, publishing regimes and marketing departments have suddenly decided to follow some other trend. Investors and publishers want money quickly, and CRPGs take time. But a successful CRPG not only has the potential to make a lot of money, they're evergreen, they sell consistently, and help fund subsequent CRPGs. To understand the potential of their investment, publishers and investors have got to understand the long-term profits and audience that they're investing in. CRPGs are incredibly complex and require a team with the knowledge to build them. An experienced team, management, and developers saves money in the long run. If you can't build basic tools like a dialogue or mission editor, you won't finish the game. All the systems in an RPG feed into each other, so if you neglect any of them, the others won't come together in time. It's been my experience that teams with inexperienced personnel spend years just trying to figure out how to make CRPGs. And time to make something eats funds, and so basically hiring CRPG experts saves time and cuts down on budget waste. When CRPGs take longer than expected, it's probably because they hired poorly. They are time consuming, and basically if the people at the top don't understand why it's crucial to build out foundations for the game before you start making content, it's going to likely lead to project revamps down the line and a lack of trust in the team to deliver a game. Let's look again at the slide of best-selling CRPGs of all time. Notice that they are mostly sequels. They're the product of veteran teams, sometimes over a decade of experience as a company. So aside from working as a narrative lead on multiple CRPGs, I've also run a CRPG studio. On a minuscule budget, about $300,000, I made a CRPG, Dead State, about as complex as Fallout 1 with a team of 10. So why was I able to do this? It's pretty much from experience, planning out every feature in advance, making tools for quick content creation, prototyping, and making content easy to test. So money was raised on Kickstarter in 2012, and the game was delivered in 2014. It sold 6 times its budget, but that's not exactly Disco Elysium-sized hit, why not? To make a game that sells Disco Elysium numbers, you need something closer to a AA budget. This covers things like better art, better UI UX, more senior combat designers, and other things I didn't have on the small indie budget for Dead State. I've also been working as a director in a startup, and we've created multiple proof of concept prototypes done in a month or less. Again, our ability to make content boils down to fostering a shared vision, planning, making tools to make content quickly, and prototyping. Oh, and if you want to make something like Baldur's Gate 3, you'll need an expert team and a massive vault full of cash. There's no way to shortcut this. So why aren't investors taking CRPGs seriously? The stigma that they are niche has not gone away, even after the success of BG3 and other titles. They're betting large on games as a service, and in my opinion, losing. They're chasing dead-end trends like Web3 and AI, and whatever the next buzzword trend is, or clones of current games that won't come out for years after the trend dies. They aren't hiring the right developers. It's almost impossible to make a CRPG without experienced devs. They don't understand CRPG development cycles, nor the audience that appeal and the appeal that CRPGs have for them. They aren't eyeing the long-term benefits of an experienced team and successful CRPG franchise, and they don't understand that the profits are perpetual for good CRPGs. After recent successes like BG3, Cyberpunk, and Disco Elysium, the market is hungry for more games like this, and in a few years, there'll be a gap in the market. Investing in the next talented startup developer now is going to pay off for investors willing to embrace long-term thinking toward the market. The CRPG audience is constantly in search of the next one. They're extremely devoted to these types of games, and they're always seeking them out. When a CRPG delivers on the promises that it released, the word of mouth for these types of games is huge, and success can be measured in millions of sales. That's my time, I believe. Thanks for listening, and here's my info if you have any questions.
Yeah, no, that is such a great talk. I love hearing like Brian's just level of knowledge about CRPGs and like having worked on them for so long. And it was such an inspiration to meet him in person back in Dundee in 2024. And yeah, and hey, Jimmy Jab in the chat, listening in from Manchester. It's so cool seeing people from different all across the UK and maybe potentially even further afield tuning in to Games Talks Live, tuning in to see these talks. And we'll be back with our live talks in, I think, about 8 minutes. So I might amble in here for a bit, interact with anyone in the chat who is interested. And yeah, I want to talk a little bit about CRPGs because I think they are so cool. I love RPGs. I love the idea of building a character and getting very invested in that character. I love both JRPGs and like Western RPGs. I guess that's I don't know, that's a broad genre title. But yeah, it's so cool seeing stuff like Baldur's Gate 3 getting so big because I guess there's been a real resurgence in tabletop RPGs recently, especially D&D has just like skyrocketed. Everyone, your gran has a D&D group. Everyone loves Baldur's Gate 3. People love Cyberpunk. Well, they love it now. People love Disco Elysium, and both on like large scale development teams, small scale development teams, and people are always really interested in CRPGs. And then even stuff like Expedition 33, which was huge. It's like so interesting to see that RPGs are like becoming these huge mass beloved titles that are winning every single award, but they're also so risky that people aren't always necessarily investing into it, as opposed to like a big live service online type of game. But yeah, so if you scan the QR code in the top corner, our charity raffle is still going on, I think, for the rest, maybe for an hour or two before we'll close it, but hopefully Kian will tell you that instead of me. Jimmy Jab in the chat is saying Baldur's Gate, one of the favorites, and Disco Elysium is a big surprise. Disco Elysium is one that I have had on my like list to play for so long, and so many people I know just love Disco Elysium. They're like obsessed with it, and it's like kind of seen as this like pinnacle of narrative games, and I really, really need to like sit down and play it at some point. I do know it is a bit of an investment, but there's so many people that I know that it's like their favorite thing. In fact, I got to meet Zaum at EGX back in 2024, 2023, no, 2022. Oh, too many years. Like getting to meet them and talk to them about it. And my partner at the time would just love Disco Elysium and was like flipping out because they were just so excited. And so yeah, clearly people just like love CRPGs and having the freedom to approach different situations in different ways. Tuning in from America. Wow. I would be more surprised if I didn't know exactly who that was saying that comment. But thank you to I See the Island. Yeah, a lot of good humor in Disco Elysium. Absolutely. It does, like, I love a game with humor. I mean, one of my favorite game series of all time is Ace Attorney, which obviously isn't a CRPG, but is like it is a comedy game. It is a sitcom slash. It's a little bit dramatic, but it's mostly like an interactive sitcom, and I want more games that feel a bit like that. This probably might not be considered a CRPG because it's very JRPG, but I really love Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. That is a fantastic RPG that's got such funny dialogue. It's so witty. It feels like a sitcom. It's just cozy. The music's amazing, and just like the budget and like talent showcased in CRPGs, it's really cool. Yeah, so if anyone has any favorite CRPGs, or really if you have any games that you want to talk about, throw them in the chat because I'm happy to talk about anything. And yeah, so next up after the break, we will be having Brian Gomez, Zhao, and Ronan Suis. Paper Mario looks adorable. Oh, Paper Mario is so adorable. It's like specifically the Thousand Year Door has this perfect, like, it's a little bit off kilter, and it's like wacky in a quirky, funny way. That just like it knows its vibe exactly. And when you listen to the music from that game, everything sounds like it was made by a box of toys. Like there's all these like springy sounds, and everything is so bouncy and lively, and it just knew what it wanted to be, and it sold it so perfectly. That game is amazing, and I just love RPGs. I love getting invested in characters and like building a character and potentially tackling the story in different ways. And that kind of they do an amazing job at taking a linear format and making them broad, like having a lot of player expression and freedom within a linear format. Like in all of these games, you're trying to make it to the end. It's not a completely open experience. It's not entirely a sandbox, but it is a catered experience where you can build your own story, right? Whether that is as simple as, you know, using your favorite Pokemon, or it is as complex as Disco Elysium's 70 billion branching narrative charts and stuff. I just think they're so cool. And you know, Brian is such an expert about that topic, and he was amazing to talk to. So yeah, please go and add him on LinkedIn. And I think if I should have posted the LinkedIns for everyone that's spoken tonight, and obviously if you were in person, you would get the chance to go and talk to them after their talk and just say like, everyone is here at GameStop Live because they want to network. They want to meet people in the games industry, or they want to hear interesting talks. And people who make interesting talks want to hear people talk to them about their talk. Because if you're doing a talk, you're probably a narcissist just like me. So go and find the people that you've loved the talks from on LinkedIn. Give them a connection, send them a message, say like, oh, hey, I saw your talk at GameStop Live. If it's one of the recent ones, say, I saw your talk at GameStop Live on the stream and I wasn't able to be there in person, but I wanted to say that I loved it and I'm interested in talking to you about this. Or if it's one of the old ones, then I'm sure that they're probably just happy for the airtime at that point. I'm sure not everyone even knows that their talks are on the reuse like this, but I think I'm sure that they will always appreciate people circling back to previous work and previous interactions. Yeah, so it should be about 1 minute, 2 minutes before we go back. So I'm just gonna keep ambling, idling. Yes. So all of our proceeds for the charity will be going to Into Games, who are they like are a charity that provides education and pathways into the games industry for those from low-income backgrounds and households. And the work that they do is so awesome. And like part of my work is that I work with a charity that also helps get young people, especially from lower income backgrounds, into games and to have the creativity to make things. And just seeing the work they're doing, it's so good. I happily donated, and I also bought a pair of socks, which obviously you can't do over the internet, but you can imagine. Might and Magic 6. Ooh, okay. Let's do some research. Might and Magic 6. The Mandate of Heaven. Is this a DOS thing? Ooh, okay. For the 3DO. Wow. I love this like kind of old fantasy art and these like mix of pre-rendered graphics with art assets. This is very, very cool. This is very up my alley. I love that there's full motion video in it as well. And I'm obsessed with the kind of like old fantasy style that a lot of these CRPGs go for. They really Quest for Glory. I know that you are a huge fan of Quest for Glory. um yeah, this like kind of old fantasy style that you see that's like a bit western diorama meets a little bit of like not anime, although some animes do have that kind of high fantasy style as well.
Okay, folks, thank you very much for the people that are already sat down. But if everyone else, if you wouldn't mind taking your seats, because we'll be starting back in 1 minute.
Okay, that looks like we're about to be starting back in 1 minute, as Kian just said. So I will be vanishing into the ether for the next half an hour, but I'll still be in the chat. And so feel free to ask any questions about any of the talks that are happening. I can direct you to people's LinkedIns if you're interested in it, or if you just want to chat in the chat, I will be moderating and just hanging out. But I will be throwing it back to the main screen now. But yeah, so yeah, I hope that everyone is having a good time at Games Talks Live. I hope no matter where you are in the world that you are having a great time. And I am going to vanish whilst you get to see the next block of speakers, which should have Brian
Okay,
Gomez,
folks, if we could
Yao
start settling,
Diagos,
please. We're getting
and
to our seats.
Ronan
We'll be
Seuss.
starting back very soon.
Okay. Ooh, and see you in about half an hour.
Okay. Great, thank you very much. Colin, if we wouldn't mind asking someone behind the bar, we've got a dropped glass. Colin, McDonald. Currently hugging people. Colin, sorry, we've got a dropped glass over in the corner. Okey-doke. Thank you very much, guys. Welcome back, everyone. Hope you've been able to enjoy some food and some drinks and some chat and maybe donate to charity. Hint, hint. Just to keep the momentum going, I'm going to go straight into introducing Brian Gomez, speaking to us about navigating licensed game development. And having heard his talk twice now, I think it's still safe to say that there are very few people in the world who would be more qualified to speak about this. Brian has worked with franchises such as Silent Hill, Star Wars, The Muppets, Jurassic World, and most impressively, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. He's currently the executive producer and creative director at 4J Studios. Please welcome to the stage, Brian Gomez.
Alrighty, once more into the breach. Okay, so I'm going to be up here talking like an auctioneer because I have to go so fast. So apologies, just try to stay with me. So big IP, small studio. I assume most of the people in here work for smaller independent studios. So this talk is specifically for you. So who am I? I'm the creative director at 4J Studios, at least last I checked. In a previous life, I was the EP of the Jurassic franchise at Universal. That just meant I had very strong opinions about fake dinosaurs. I did brand development at Disney. I made some theme park stuff. According to Moby Games, I've got 51 titles released to date, and I went through the list and I counted, and it's actually 35 of them that were based on somebody else's IP. So I have been through the ringer. I have been on the delivering side of it, and I have been on the receiving side of it, and I have learned some things. And now you are going to learn 5 questions that you need to ask before you go and sign your life away on that deal. Question 1, does it have juice? This is a really obvious one, okay? But how big is the IP? If it's something really big and it's something that you've grown up and you're a fanboy of or something, it's easy to know how big something is, like a Star Wars or a Marvel. But what if it's Amazon? What if it's Apple? And they're like, oh, we've just got the rights to this novel, or we're developing a brand new series about this or that. It's really hard to tell, is this thing going to be big? Is it going to blow up? Does it have juice? Is there enough content there to make a game? That's really difficult to tell, but there's a few things that'll give you a hint. One thing, look at the chain of ownership. How many times has this property changed hands? Is the original creator or the people that invented it, are they still involved with the property? Or is it something that's decades old and it's changed hands and gone from media company to media company to media company? You see in the news, especially with like the Netflix, Warner Brothers, Paramount drama lately, studios acquire each other all the time, and sometimes it's very strategic, like Star Wars being acquired by Disney. But when they do those acquisitions, they get the thing that they were after, and then they get a lot of other shit with it. And sometimes that shit is just sitting around. And some of them are really promising IP, and they might be a good game, but you're either adding to the hype and you're adding to the value of the property, or you might be responsible for building the hype and building the value. So you just have to be really careful. Is this something that is overserved, or is this some dormant IP that they're hoping you're going to breathe life into? One way to tell is to look at the brand activation calendar. So this is called different things at different studios. It might be the rollout plan, it might be the marketing plan, but either way, your licensor should be able to give you a calendar and date, like quarter by quarter or week by week, should be able to tell you all of the activations. So if it is a film, it would be things like, when does the one-sheet poster drop? When does the teaser trailer? When does the theatrical trailer? When does the North American premiere? When does the European premiere? When do the Lego sets come out? When do the Happy Meal toys drop? Every one of those things is a marketing beat, and if you could get your marketing beat, so you dropping new content or you dropping a trailer or a dev diary or something, if you can align that, all of that is free user acquisition, because that is the only reason you should be thinking about working on a licensed game, because it is really hard to get players right now. User acquisition costs a fortune. You can either spend that money on user acquisition and kind of going through the traditional models, or you can go this route, get something that has a built-in audience and get eyes. So just the saturation, you should be able to tell from the activation calendar and make a judgment call. Next thing is what we call the bullseye. This is a little wanky term that we made up at Universal, but it does actually have some merit. Essentially, we're just talking about trying to align 3 different crosshairs on a target. Now, what happens at some licensors is they get some property and they just start chasing whatever the market trend is. So they go, what's hot in the store right now? Oh, dating sims, social sims, match 3, extraction shooters. What's the IP? Murder, She Wrote. Yeah, Murder, She Wrote extraction shooter. Not a great fit. Or maybe it is, I don't know. But let me give you a much more easier example to understand. The first crosshair you're trying to line up is the player fantasy. So with Jurassic, there were 2 or 3 really clear player fantasies that anybody that's seen a Jurassic film could figure out. First one is they want to be John Hammond. You want to design and run your own Jurassic Park, and then everything goes pear-shaped. So that was the first really clear player fantasy. The next crosshair you're trying to line up is there a genre or a system of games that supports that player fantasy? And yes, there absolutely is. Theme park builders have been around for ages. Zoo simulators have been around for ages. The management sim, it's a known space. We know what works. We know what the audience is, how big it is, what mechanics they expect. So super easy. Don't overthink it. The third crosshair that you're trying to line up is developer talent. That's you guys. Is that something that you happen to be really good at? In the case of the Jurassic series, Frontier was an amazing choice. They had made Planet Theme Park, Planet Zoo. Their creative director was a zoologist by trade before he got into games. It doesn't get better than that. So it was an absolute perfect hit. and they've managed to make 3 very successful dinosaur management games out of it with ongoing content. Third thing you want to find out is where is the white space? So the white space just means they give you the big brand pillars and the brand Bible, and you can see all of the content that exists, but players don't want to replay the game. You don't want to like replay the film or the TV series. You want to live in that world and do new stuff in that world and hang out with characters that you love, but you don't want to do the same thing over again. So if you get an opportunity to talk to one of the creators, like somebody that's a director on a film or a writer on a series or something, ask them where is the white space? Where is the thing that you wanted to get into the film or the series that you did not have the time to get in? The studio forced you to cut your effects budget. The editor, they cut out your favorite scene. What's the thing that didn't make it onto the film? There's your white space. If you tell them that you can get that into the game, that's ample material for you to build a game around. Also, the secret sauce is that you end up getting a friend on the inside. Now suddenly Colin Trevorrow or Steven Spielberg likes your game because you're going to do the thing that he wanted to do that the studio wouldn't let him do. And also look out for over-encumbered IP. What does over-encumbered IP look like? This eye test will help me. This is the visual map of the Marvel live action character rights for theatrical. All of these circles are different owners and different licensors. So agreements that predated Disney buying Marvel were still in place, and they were in place for years. So that's why we have to do all these crazy narrative gymnastics to finally get the X-Men together and get Spider-Man together. It's because these properties were encumbered by previously existing licensing agreements. So you have to ask your licensor, how encumbered is this property? How much have you subdivided it? With the case of something like Marvel, you'll find that it's not only strewn across different licensors and different properties, but it actually gets into the granularity of like geography. If you go to theme parks in America, you'll find that certain heroes cannot appear on one side or the other of the Mississippi River because of these licensing agreements. So that's what encumberment looks like. Look for it, be careful of it. Fourth question, when will you have access to the assets you need? And will you even have the access to the assets you need? That would be things like the script for the movie that's being written, getting access to production photos, getting access to props, costumes, things like that. A lot of times it means you don't get to send the whole team. I'm sorry, you're not going to get to do a giant field trip with your entire team to the Jurassic set. You might get to pick 2 or 3 people. You get to go to a film set like Pinewood or to Universal Studios in Hollywood. We will lock you in a room. We will give you 1 copy of the script. We will let you have 2 hours to read it. A security guard will be over your shoulder watching to make sure you're not stealing stuff from it. If you want to take notes, we'll give you a notepad and a pen. We don't give you the notes at the end of it. We'll take them and scan them and watermark them and then send them to you later. It's that secure. So that's the kind of thing that you need to have spelled out to you. These are the assets that I need to make the game. When will I have them and what kind of access will I have? The other thing you want to have access to is this guy, talent. You want to make sure that you get to have them in there. So just because you have the characters and the story and the sets, do you have their likeness? Because sometimes that's a completely different contract. And it's not even with the licensor, it's with their managers. And you're going to have to pay for it. The Goldblum does not come for free. Goldblum is very expensive, but you get really good stuff out of Goldblum. And yes, in case you're wondering, he is exactly like that in real life. It's magical and wonderful, and he's a national treasure. But you want to be very, very careful to find out what kind of access are you going to have to talent. Can I get them in the VO booth? Will they participate in marketing? How much is that going to cost? Will they post on their socials? All those things, those can be spelled out in the contract, and make sure you do it. Question number 5, who is the stakeholder? Get it? Because she's holding it. Anyway, so it's a really dumb one, but you just need to make sure who has the veto power on when you send a build or you send screenshots or whatever it is. You're sending in assets probably monthly or so to show your licensor that you're doing good on your side of it. Somebody is going to have notes for you. You want to find out how long do I have to act on those notes? What's the turnaround time? How many shots at something do I get before we have to change direction? You need to have all of those things spelled out in your contract. One thing that I like to do for my licensors is make an org chart. Like literally show them the org chart of like Universal and show them how many decision makers there are. So it would be on Jurassic, it's something like, okay, Steven Spielberg as executive producer at Amblin, and then you've got like Colin Trevorrow, and you've got Marshall, and you've got then the people that they've hired, and you can literally count how many steps does it have to go through? How many people does it have to go through before my build or assets or screenshots are approved? And I'll tell you through experience, if you count the number of people between you and the chief decision maker, every one of those points is an opportunity for tomfuckery. So that's where you end up losing money, you lose time, things go wrong. So get a very clear map of who are the people with the veto power and how many of them do I have to get through every time I do a submission. So the takeaway, hold on to your butts. You are entering a system that you don't control. The rewards can be huge, right? Some of the best-selling games out there are licensed properties. The user acquisition that you get off of it is amazing, but the right fit, I think, matters more than the brand itself. Make sure that this is going to amplify all the good things about your game, because if it's a bad fit, it might actually amplify the failures of it. Good luck. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brian. Brian, I got lost in Jeff Goldblum's eyes again. Yeah, he's so damn magnetic, even in 2D. Next, we have Joao Ramos, who joins us from the, I'm sure, much warmer and drier and generally more hospitable Portugal. He's going to tell us a story of why the world's only ZX Spectrum Museum is in Portugal. Please give us give a very, very warm welcome to Joao.
Good evening, everyone. I only have good things to say from these last days here in Scotland, so I wouldn't say we are so different in that sense. The part about being warmer, yes, normally it's a little bit true. Let's see tomorrow when I go back home. So this talk is a little bit different from the others, of course. I'm going to try to explain to you why we came up with this museum. To do so, I'm going to take you back in time. I saw there was someone in the audience with a very nice t-shirt with a DeLorean, so let's use our DeLorean to go back to the beginning of the 80s and see what was happening in the UK and then in Portugal. So, Clive Sinclair, as many of you might know, launched his first computer in 1980 with the ZX80. If you could put some sound, it would be nice, but it's not mandatory. Okay. So the first computer underneath 100 pounds in terms of cost, and then ZX81, 1K of memory, no sound, no color, still a huge success. Computer assembled in Scotland, the ZX81, through a partnership with Timex. As we will see, it's very relevant. So it started to be assembled in Dundee, where we were yesterday. And in April of 1982, they launched the ZX Spectrum, which was the first computer from this brand to have color. So I imagine most of you know at least that this existed, one of the first 8-bit computers. So this was in the UK. What was happening in other parts of the world, and specifically in Portugal, because it's what I basically come here to try to tell to you. So this is a picture from Portugal in that epoch, in that period. It's related to the story of the computers, but let's see what was this. So the Spectrum in Portugal was the first computer that widespread in our houses. Yes, this is me, one of the few things I have playing with my computer, where I learned how to program BASIC, like many other folks from my generation. And it was my first contact with video games, of course. So why was this so big in Portugal? Because we also had a Timex unit in Portugal, close to Lisbon, where they produced something like 10,000 computers per day. Our factory started in 1970. The ones in Dundee are from 1940. They all started with mechanical watches, but then converted into electronics. We were working for IBM, in Sweden, which is a Swedish POS manufacturer, and we were assembling the computers that were going to be sold in US under the brand Timex Sinclair. Now, in '83, the guys in US create a new computer to replace the Spectrum, but in '84, they give up of that market because of the video game crash in US. But in Portugal, they decided to continue with this because we were assembling Spectrums to send to the UK, to sell in Portugal, to sell in many other places. So we introduced some novelties in the design of the computer. They created the 2048 and 2068, which were, let's say, advanced models produced by Timex, and they were able to get permission to export to Poland, which was very, very difficult because of the Cold War and all those complications. Also to Argentina, because the UK was in war with Argentina in this period. One of the things they did that was very important were the FDD systems, the floppy disk drive systems. I had one connected to my Spectrum. And they also had models to work with the Oricatis, which is another British computer. Obviously, around the world, there were hundreds of clones being developed in places like Brazil, India, many places. So if this was not clear to everyone, the ZX Spectrum is indeed a worldwide phenomenon with dozens, many of them not legal, but hundreds even of clones developed around the world, some of them with Portuguese involvement. So why am I here? I'm here because I thought this story deserved to be in a museum. We should honor the guys that gave us the home computer, and we should honor our families that made an effort to give us this. We were just talking about this before the session with another of the speakers. So in 2020 or 2019, I decided to approach my local city hall and convince them that there was a potential to come up with a museum about this. We were not sure about the success. The fact is that there was something there. So this is kind of the timeline. So the museum exists since 2020. In 2019, it started with a preliminary exhibition. One thing that was very important to all of this was that in 2017, I had the opportunity to go to Cambridge and visit some of the locations of Sinclair over there, and that was very exciting and give me strength to go on. So now I'm going to show you a little bit about what is the museum, and also using some pictures after this video. But more than the museum, I'm going to try to give you an overview of the kind of things we've been doing, and they spread in different areas. So this is the former elementary school where the museum is located. We cover all Sinclair creations and everything that anyone that worked with Sinclair came up with. We have the endorsement of the people from the Sinclair family. These are the guys that created the Spectrum. We've been covering what happened in Portugal with Timex Portugal. These are former employees. We've been preserving technology that was lost. I'll tell you more about this. Of course, we also cover other Portuguese companies that participated in this, but that's not the most important part for you guys. We made a documentary for national TV about the role of Timex. I'm going to give you the link. You can see it. It's subtitled in English. And we also did a mini-series with 4 episodes about all of this. We wrote a book about the first Portuguese programmers for the Sinclair machines. There are more than 1,000 software created in Portugal, and we didn't have an industry like you guys. This is one of the nicest things. We organize every year the Oscars of the ZX Spectrum games. 200 to 300 games are still produced every year for the ZX Spectrum. We had some of the big names from the British industry of video games there. Peter Willhouse did the Formula 1. There are others that are going to appear, like Jim Bagley, Clive Townsend from Saboteur, Jim Bagley, Mav Ding, First Samurai, Oliver Twins. David Carwin is a guy that was the CTO of the Sinclair QL. Sandy White was there from Antatech. These are some of our volunteers and the projects we've been doing. We were involved in this documentary for the 40 years of the ZX Spectrum. I'm going to tell you about that. And so these are some of the collaborations we've been establishing, basically to honor the people that made all of this happen. And in terms of visibility in Portugal, at least every kind of news media, we have been appearing there. These are some more photos from the museum. Of course, I had to make choices. 10 minutes is not enough to show you everything the museum is. So some of the things you see in the museum, if you go there, you're all invited to do so. We are very proud to have the endorsement of the Sinclair family and the Timex group. It was not easy to get this, but I'm very proud of achieving it. We were, as I said, involved in the documentary made in the UK for the 40 years of the ZX Spectrum called The Rubber Key Wonder. I think it's available in Amazon Prime. The reason they involved us was because they realized that it was the easiest way to have a visibility of the international impact of the Spectrum was by going to our museum and filming there. So we're very proud to have done that. Why am I here in Scotland? Because of something that I normally call the Timex connection. We have between our nations this connection using the Timex company that connects USA with Scotland and Portugal. Of course, there were others, but these are the main ones involved in this story. One of the things we've been doing is preserving internal documentation of Timex Portugal. And one good thing from those days is that you had telex. So telex, unlike the email, you have a printed paper, which means you can scan it. We have more than 3,000 internal documents scanned, and this gives us a huge library of information to use whenever needed. We're going to release it completely, but we've been curating the information before. I said I was going to give you some links if you want to take a picture. On your left-hand side, you have that documentary for the national TV. It has the English subtitles, so you can see it if you want. It covers everything around Timex in Portugal. Here, it's more an amateur thing, but it's probably even more interesting for guys like us that are all related to computer science. This is an internal documentary that we did, also subtitled in English, about a ZX Spectrum network created in 1986 using Spectrum computers, where you could share a printer, a floppy disk system, and many other things. This was to be used in classrooms. My time is running out. The question was why the world's only ZX Spectrum museum is in Portugal. Colin was there. That's when we decided I would come. The only thing that comes to mind is the lyrics from the music Crazy by Gnarls Barkley, where basically, yeah, I believe I'm a little bit crazy. And after inviting you all to go to the museum, which is even free entrance, please do so. We are located close to Coimbra in the center of the country. The last thing is we do some other things. And so there's just a little bit more information. So, of course, the museum is about the spectrum, but as a way to generate wealth, to reinvest in the museum, we created a big collection of all sorts of consoles since the 70s, like Magnavox Odyssey, like Atari Phone, like Japanese PSX from Sony. And we've been creating these events called Street Gaming that we sell to City Halls over there in Portugal. And by doing so, we can bring stuff from the museum to tell the story to everyone, spread the word about this work, and also to reinvest in the museum. So this is our journey. I hope you like it and it inspires you. Hope one day to have something like this also in Scotland. It would be very nice. And if we can help, I'll do my best to do it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Joel. Such a cool story, and amazing that you were able to link up with Colin and make the trip over to speak to us. Thank you. So next up, we have Rogue Link Limited co-founder Ronan Seuss. Ronan has previously worked as a technical artist at Serious Parody and Stormcloud Games, and will be talking to us about the notoriously difficult step of going from idea to prototype. Please welcome Ronan.
Hello, everybody. Somewhat aligned to the talk title, this is a bit of a personal challenge for myself. So I'm not a public speaker. Please bear with me while I learn by trying. I'm going to talk a little bit about technical art and one of the challenges that I solved while and my process while doing my latest portfolio piece. As a generalist technical artist, I am often asked to find solutions to problems that I have no experience in from an artistic or a technical standpoint. It can be a scary place to start from. However, it can often unlock fantastic opportunities to learn new things and explore ideas you might never have thought of before, along with the chance to integrate your existing knowledge in fun new ways to make something neat. A part of being successful at this is not being afraid of things you don't know yet. Sometimes it's easy. Your experience can guide you with ideas, where to start, how to progress. But other times you just need to start and hope you're going in the right direction, and don't be shy of changing course if you find a better way further down the line. You need to use your final goal as a destination, but don't get stuck because you don't know how you're going to get there yet. If you know you need a button, make a button. If you know you need a material, make a material. But don't get bogged down in refining those things when you don't actually know what they're going to do yet. Kind of obvious, but good to keep in mind. I have a very rough 3-step process to keep me on course while helping me to organize and prioritize tasks. For my latest portfolio piece, I used the process, so I thought I would show one of the challenges I encountered and how I went about resolving it. The piece was inspired by playing Star Citizen. There is a game loop of salvaging derelict ships Part of it is melting the hulls off. It looks good, it's satisfying, it's very informative to the player. Forgive the bad footage, it's a poor substitute to playing the game. Step 1 of the 3-step process is a little bit of preparation. Look at any concepts or examples that you're given, ask for as much information as you can. If you are given any examples, try to pull them apart, examine the parts that you can figure out. Figure out how they work, even if it might not be completely applicable to your particular situation. Figure out what key requirements you have, visuals, technical restrictions, performance, gameplay requirements, etc. List any restrictions you already know you have, like a frame budget or number of polygons that you've got to stick to, no collision, etc. Every project is different, so it's hard to template that. For my project, looking at the reference, it seems obvious it's a UV/texture-based effect, not procedural, mesh swapping, or voxel-based, and it's also not just a simple shader blend. It has emission, parallax, transparency, depth, and so many other things. It's a big team. My requirements, there were obviously quite a few for this effect, which you've not seen yet. But breaking them down into a list makes it more manageable, and important ones for this talk are tracking user input and melting progress. Step 2 of the 3-step process. Now you've got requirements. It's easy to start a process. For me, this is the fun part. Do what you can, no matter how messy or clunky it is, to make an example of exactly what you want, even if it just barely works, if you have to squint at it real hard. Closer to the microphone. That's loud, sorry. I know I need a shader to display my results, a mesh to put the shader on, so I made the basic versions of them, and I need a texture to manipulate that the shader is reading from. So I created a render target and hooked it up to the shader. Now comes the first challenge. I have no idea how to write into a render target in Unity without C# or a camera. C# is going to be too slow in my situation, and a camera is not going to give me the control that I need. But I found that Unity have made it very easy to set up a shader graph to render into a render target on request. Set the active target to your render target as set the render target's material and call update. This is great because I can reuse existing knowledge from using Unreal and Unity in the shader graph, and it gives me a lot of freedom. And as you can see, it works great. Until I tried using the render target as the source and destination for my shader graph, which I need to track the melting progress. Looking up the problem, I found that render targets can't read from and write into the same texture resource in a frame. I found this to be a common issue in game engines, so it's not really a surprise. So bearing in mind we are in stage 2, do whatever you can to make it work. Doesn't matter how ugly it is. I just made 2 render targets and I flip-flop between the 2. Hooray, it works. It was super quick to make and easy to progress. With a bunch of additional changes, I rapidly had my basic working version done. There were obviously a lot of other issues to solve, but we only have 10 minutes, so moving on. Step 3 of the 3-step process, improving it in whatever ways might be appropriate so that the prototype is usable. And you can say with confidence whether your application can or cannot support this particular feature. Now you have a basic working version. You know what is important. It should be clear what you need versus what actually doesn't matter at all, something you might not have known at the beginning of this process. In my particular case, some improvements were obvious. We will focus on flickering when swapping between render textures. Sorry if that made you sick. It's slow. I can tell the frames per second dropped when melting, probably from assigning large textures every frame. And it's hard to picture this as a cool effect so far. I decided to use this as an excuse to look into compute shaders, as I thought they could help. In my experience, compute shaders, thought of as A mystery, a thing to be avoided, complicated, a magical thing that could fix everything if only we had someone who knew how, or that person had the time to do it. So, naturally, this is where I started. It's a personal project after all, and I have all the time in the world to figure it out. From some basic research, it looked like they could solve all my problems, thankfully. They can read from and write to the same text to resource, so I'd half my memory usage and remove the flickering problem. They are also super fast, so I'd get performance as well. And there's no more CPU, GPU back and forth, so even more performance. And if it all goes well, I'll have a new tool for my belt. Once again, Unity have managed to make this an extremely easy process. All you need to do is write a small compute shader in HLSL, assign it in C#. It's just a few lines, and it works. I was very surprised at how easy and fast this process was, and in actual fact, the shader that comes out the other end in HLSL is more readable than the shader graph version. It's certainly smaller. At this point, I'm confident that the feature can be supported in the project. We've achieved the basic goals and improved the performance adequately. However, some of you might have a lead artist, and they probably are not going to be convinced by this. So let's quickly put in a few textures, change the lights, and maybe add a quick particle effect, and you have a much nicer version for your proof of concept. That's it. It looks pretty good, I think. Ready to show the leads as well. Hopefully they're convinced. Now you have to go and talk to the rest of the team. Hopefully you've already been talking to them, but that was all speculative. Now you actually have to put it in and make it work with the rest of your game. So I would like to encourage everybody to try new things. Don't be scared, at the very least, to try. It could be easier than you thought it was, like it was for this with me. But even if you don't manage, you'll learn something along the way. There are new tools every day you can take advantage of to do cool stuff, so please do. If any of you are interested in how this effect was actually put together, then feel free to look at my portfolio page. There's a breakdown of most of my work. And please come and talk to me in the breaks about technical art or anything else. In addition, I have co-founded a studio called Rolink. We are a small group of talented individuals who've worked on AAA and indie titles. We'd love to chat about your projects or our project, or just games in general. So please come and chat. Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Thank you very much, Ronan. I would play the hell out of your spaceship laser power wash simulator. So please release that as soon as possible. Okay, folks, we've reached just past 8 p.m., coming up to 10 past. How are we all feeling? Good, excellent. Thank you very much. We still have a stacked schedule of incredibly cool speakers ahead of us. We'll be hearing about the evolution of Tamagotchi, VFX grooming for cinematics, and outliving your first game. And there's still merch aplenty, so please make sure to pick up a pin badge. I know it's very toasty in here, but I promise it's still very chilly out there, so why not grab a beanie and treat your feet whilst you meet and greet with some SGDA socks. I've got rhymes, I've got jokes. Thankfully, this is the last talk, so you won't be hearing any more of those rhymes or jokes. But at the end of the night, we'll still have the charity raffle, where you could win a fabulous selection of prizes, including the SGDA exclusive dice, which at auction yesterday went for a frankly mental price. So grab yourself a few raffle tickets and be in with the chance of winning those. And right now we have cakes available at the back for everyone, so please go and help yourselves. And we'll see you back here at 8:30. Thank you.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. Well, I guess you probably didn't leave. You were probably watching the talks. But it is good for me to be back, and I am continuing to do my intermission. Let me throw my little ticker tape banner up here. Yeah, so if you've just joined in recently, I'm Ewan. I'm the online host of Games Talks Live. So in between the talks, cutting from Colin and Kian and our speakers, you'll see me interluding chatting with the audience online and trying to replicate some of that experience of being there in person, getting your free cakes. So yeah, I wanted to talk briefly about a few things that came up in the chat. Talking about the very interesting talk by Ronan. I think it's just such a well done showcase of like, here is a thing that I want to do. Let's make a prototype. It doesn't matter. Let's do it messy, and then seeing how we can make it less messy in such an elegant step-by-step process. It's so like, I love that Games Talks Live has a great space for people to do very businessy talks and then very very technical step-by-step processes. And like, I've never done that before, and I feel like I could confidently go and do that. And Ronan just seems like such a nice person, and such a great person to have on stage. I also wanted to talk about this this packed up at the moment exhibit, computer history exhibit. Well, talking about the ZX Spectrum exhibit and how this person in the chat, whose username I'm not sure if I can pronounce, has got this mini exhibit they bring out, talking about the evolution of computing from like Ada Lovelace to Minecraft. I think that that's so cool. I love exhibits that celebrate the reverence of where computers have come from, and especially if there's any element of interactivity. I think computing is such a tactile thing. Like, you can't just get the experience of an old piece of tech like the ZX Spectrum just by looking at it. You need to kind of feel those very rubbery keys, and see all of the individual parts together to get the full experience of what it was like to use the Spectrum. Or and I just love any exhibit that brings that. Like in Edinburgh, this was like 2 or 3 years ago, but there's this traveling exhibit that travels with like hundreds of games just to bring games to the masses, and games throughout all of history. And I had such a good time going there. And then later I was teaching a class of kids, a game design class, and they were like, oh, I like this game, I saw it at this big exhibit. And so I think providing that kind of like historical, obviously history, it sounds like a bit rude, it sounds like it was ages ago. Like, these are not necessarily games or things that are so old, but they're important parts of where games and computers have come from to get to where we are now. And they deserve to be celebrated, and not just like behind a glass mirror. They deserve to be touched on. And I want to go to this ZX Spectrum museum in Portugal and run my fingers along these tactile rubber keys. And then the other talk that we just had from Brian Gomez is so cool to see someone who has such a wide history in making licensed games. I really loved the slide that showed like all of the different like brand integrations for like Marvel and that entire umbrella, and like who you need to talk to. And it's such a like intellectually put together and smart talk. And it's the kind of thing that like, oh, if I ever had to work with like well-known IP, cross-reference that, talk to this guy, because he is exactly the kind of guy who knows it. Zizzy, well, thank you. Yes, as old equipment, but also weaving loom and a disc, 12 million data. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, no, I would love to go if it pops back up again. Obviously, I live up in Edinburgh, but I will travel wherever it is that I need to go to, because I just love seeing. Oh yeah, a weaving loom. I love to see. I love exhibits like this. It's so cool. Yeah. Oh man, the talks tonight are so nice. And we are still raising money. I think the raffle will close at 9, so you got about an hour-ish to get any final donations in, and it all goes to the cause of Into Games. And I see if I can throw this up here. Into Games is a charity that specializes in getting people from low-income backgrounds into games, like into the games industry, because the games industry is quite a predominantly middle-class industry in the UK, especially. So having a charity where we can get people the kind of funding and education and mentorship and opportunities like that is a great thing to support. And Games Talks Live does such a good job helping with all of that sort of stuff. In fact, we currently have raised, I might need to refresh this page. We have raised almost 1,500. We've raised 1,450, which is 97% of our goal of 1,500. So just a couple more donations, a couple, like, if you can throw in a couple of pounds, if everyone in the chat like donated a little bit towards this cause, then you'd be able to get over that 1,500 marker, and then that would be such a great thing to see, and you might win something. I've won a few things from GameStalks Live raffles. I've won some awesome big, like I've won a huge Switch special edition for Grapple Dog, and I've won a few Steam codes, and some of the prizes this year are super cool, especially that like it's a wood carved dice set. Well, the dice are resin based, but they're hand painted, the wood carved box, and it's just like the level of detail and the level of care put into it is great. And I think they might do a raffle for it, but not a raffle. They are doing a raffle for it, but they might do an auction for it at the end. But obviously, if you're online, you won't be able to do that, but you should still be able to win if you vote in the raffle or put money towards the raffle. I'm mixing all my words up, so I'm going to skid easily into doing another talk here. So let's do an audio talk. So this is a talk from Ethan Robson, who's talking from what I remember about like freelancing in audio and the kind of like psychological audioscapes. And I think it was cool, and I want to give a variety of different talks. I've done a lot of technical talks because obviously I'm kind of a technical person. I've done a lot of design talks because obviously I'm a pretentious games designer. But if there's other types of industries that you would like to see talks for, we've got talks here that are business talks. We've got talks that are post-mortems on various different games from developers all across Scotland. And I'm going to throw on this audio talk, and we've got pitches, we've got everything. So if there's anything that sounds interesting to you, or we can just roll the dice and I'll see what I land up on. But for now, I'm going to throw in this talk from Ethan Robson, and I will see you in about 10 minutes.
Okay. Right. Hi, everyone. Yeah. Hi, everyone. My name is Ethan. I'm an audio researcher and consultant, and I have a really big title. I'm here today to talk to you about forward-thinking audio for video games. So, there we go. These are the topics I'm going to cover today. I'm going to give you a little bit of info about me, not too much, don't worry. I'm going to tell you about what forward-thinking audio for games is. I'm going to tell you about why audio is important. Then I'm going to give you some conceptual and practical considerations that you can take away, hopefully. And then finally, I'll go over a little bit about how I can help you with this. So, here's my big smiley face. Why are you laughing? Don't laugh. So I've worked in audio for about 15 years. I started off super young, if you can tell. Started off working in live sound. I did sound for bands and live events for about 10 years, and then had a little bit of a career change and went into sound design for video games. So I did that for a little while, did an honours degree, that was super cool, and now I'm doing a PhD in psychoacoustics for video games. I'm not going to go into too much detail about psychoacoustics because it's a huge topic, but that's my main interest. So, what is forward-thinking audio for games? Well, first we need to think about where we currently are. So, I'm thinking about things like implementation methods. Some of you probably use Wise, Fmod, things like that, middleware, and then we take a lot of techniques and things from linear media. For example, if it's there, then there's a sound. This we get from cinema, where if you see something on screen, there's almost always to be a sound for it. This obviously doesn't work for video games because, we have, say, player control. Players can turn the camera around. Players can run into a wall for 50 minutes. And if that's what we want to do, then that's great. We need to think about what's important to the player. This is a perspective-based thing. As developers, we have pillars, we have ideas and concepts that we deem to be important to the player. Most of the time, these translate over pretty well. Sometimes they don't. There are certain aspects of game design and audio that players deem more important or less important than we do. So that's where we currently are. So I want to think about next steps. For that, I'm thinking about audio as perception. So some of you may be aware that the way that we actually hear and understand the world through sound is not actually how sound is in the real world. Your brain does a lot of really interesting filtering and mixing itself, and that's the psychoacoustics thing. Real-time audio changes, this concept in thinking of things like adaptive audio and procedural audio. These are things that are really common at the moment. A lot of people are using these things. I hope some of you are using them, but we're looking to really push this forward. What I'm trying to say is we have all the tools that we currently need to do really cool, amazing, interesting things if we put our minds to it. So, finally on this side, more player control. So players actively want more control in games. I have two ideas on how this can be done, active or passive. So active, we can give players more sliders. We can let them control what they hear and how they hear it. A lot of people will think that objectively makes it a bad mix. Some people don't. That's up to you. Whereas passively, you can control audio via gameplay parameters. Things like how many times has your player died to one boss? How many times is, I'm going to use you as an example again, how many times has your player fallen off a track where they've built it in a really weird way? I can't think of any other examples from here today, but things like that. Yeah, so why is audio important? Well, as humans, we are natural listeners. Sound's a really, really important sense for us. It's processed over 3 times quicker than sight. So it's a very visceral experience. Much more information can be understood through audio. If you think of when you're talking to someone, you can understand their tone, their emotion, their intent, if they've had a good day, a bad day, all these different things just from the way they're talking. Whereas if you try and get that same amount of information from sight, it becomes a much more complex and a much harder thing to understand. So we're really good at listening, and we're really good at hearing things, and this is something that's really important and that everyone should hopefully think is quite important in games. So gamers are actively engaged with game audio. I did a survey late last year to early this year where I asked gamers about a bunch of different things, but the most important aspects of that came out of it were that they're actively listening to games. Gamers really, really like auditory feedback. They really like being immersed through audio, and they really like, sound as a thing. After that, I forgot that little pointer thing. Whoa! Audio was one of the leading factors in cognitive load, efficiency, and player immersion. What does that mean? Well, cognitive load. Well, if you implement your audio in a really bad way, and if you design it in a really bad way, then your player's going to have a much harder time understanding what's going on in your game. They're going to get a lot less from that auditory feedback, and they're going to find it much harder to be immersed in your game. But luckily, vice versa, if you do it well, then it's really effective and it's really good. So, conceptual considerations. So these are a few things that I think you can take away to think about and to, implement as part of your process. So psychoacoustics, this is the way that we perceive audio, the way that our brain filters things and does things differently from the way audio actually is. Selective attention, that's about how your brain can filter information that's not just audio. For example, the door's just opened at the back. Hopefully none of you actively heard that, but all of that auditory information was going into your brain. But your selective attention was, again, hopefully, filtering that out so that you were just hearing me. These two things come together in mixing, where you get some really interesting mixing frameworks and audio things that you can put together in your games and get really interesting and exciting audio things. What I'm trying to say is you need to consider audio throughout. It often gets left to last. The little graphics ugly sister is something that I keep hearing people say, which is a horrible thing to hear. But you really need to be considering audio from before pre-production all the way through until after post-launch content. It should be thought of throughout instead of just, added on at the end, which you can do, but it's not an ideal situation. So practical considerations, audio These are one of the main ways that people get feedback from your game. Most of the time, it's actually more effective to use auditory cues than it is visual to provide information to your player. Dynamic mixing. This is something that a lot of you will probably already be doing, where you're changing the mix of your game or the way things are playing back and the levels that they're playing back at, depending on different gameplay parameters. Delivering information to your player. This is everything that audio is trying to do. Everything that we do is we're trying to give information to people, right? Whether that's immersive information, whether that's gameplay feedback, you name it, audio is trying to deliver information. Finally, thematic immersion. So as I said, audio is processed over 3 times quicker than sight. So the quickest and most effective way for you to immerse your player is to give them a really good thematic auditory environment for them to listen to. There is literature on this. I have data on this. Happy to chat. How can I help? I won't go into this too much, but I have experience with all of these things with studios from indie size all the way up to AAA. I can come and do consultation. I can help you, your boss, your team, whatever, with audio. I can come and do presentations. I can tell you much more in-depth stuff about psychoacoustics, selective attention, all these kind of things. I can come and do triage. If you already have audio and you're not sure why things aren't working, I can come and help you with that. We can sort things out, separate it out, and get it working. Or I can come and do training and mentorship if you already have some people that just need a bit more info on audio, why it's important. Or if you have juniors that need some mentorship in auditory techniques, that's the word I'm looking for, then I can do that kind of stuff. So please come and speak to me. I've got business cards. There's my LinkedIn, and there's my smiley face again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so you might not be able to go and speak to him, but I posted his LinkedIn in the chat, and same with all the other speakers that I have thrown on, either from past talks or the speakers that are happening right now in Glasgow. All of them should be on LinkedIn, and if they're there at Games Talks Live, then they're there because they want to meet you. I'm trying to determine where my camera is. They want to meet you, right? Not obviously not necessarily you distinctly as a person, but people who go to Games Talks Live, they just want to interact with the Scottish game scene or the game scene as a whole, and they want to chat to people. And it is very cool seeing people get together and just make friends. I've made a bunch of friends and I've made a bunch of connections at Games Talks Live that I have had a bunch of success with throughout my career as a freelancer. So Games Talks Live is great for that. And obviously you're here on the internet, so you're not there in person. So any of these speakers that you found interesting, scroll through the chat, or if you just ask me, I'll be able to get their link back right up, and then you can go and send them a message, say, hey, I saw you on the stream on Glasgow Day on the 26th. What do you what do you just like start up a conversation with them. Zizzy's from the Text Game Adventure. Okay, this is fun. So I have a friend called whose username is Zizzle, who was previously in the chat earlier today. So there's it's all lots of uses of the X and the Y and Z in usernames that are difficult to read, but very fun people. Oh yeah, and also, I mean, just throw any questions you have for me. I think we're probably getting started with the next block of talks at 9:30, so in 3 minutes. So I'm probably not going to throw another talk on. So I will just amble for a bit. If you have any fun questions, if you want to ask me anything, I'm happy to answer. Let me throw the raffle back up again, and you can see you can donate, and it's up there in the top corner. Yeah. Up next after the break, we have. If I said 9:30, I meant 8:30. But after the break, we have From Pixels to Paradise: The Evolution of Tamagotchi by Ben Zhu, which is such a cool talk. I mean, obviously, I'm fascinated with Tamagotchi. It's like, it was very fun seeing him ask everyone if they knew about Tamagotchi. And
Okay, folks, we'll be starting back in 1 minute, please, if we're able to get back to our seats.
And just like seeing the UX of this small device evolve over time and the things that we can learn from strange pieces of hardware and computing. I think that's so cool. And it ties in with the ZX Spectrum one as well, of
We'll
like
be starting back in just
what we can
60
learn
seconds,
from
guys. If we can get back to our seats, please.
what we can learn
Just so that
from
we can keep on schedule.
other bits of hardware. Well, I and then our
I
other
know
talks coming
none
up.
of you would want to be trapped here with me until midnight.
Yeah, I guess I'll just leave it to Keen. But our other talks coming up, got one from Camille about the hair on CG assets, which was so cool and interesting. Not something I've ever really thought about, but just was very cool to learn about. And then we have a talk from Ben Board, talking about Epic and Unreal Engine. So if those sound interesting, stay tuned. And if
Just
not, then we're gonna have
settling now,
even
please,
more
folks,
talks
over the next
after
30
that.
seconds or so.
And so I am going to escape back into the ether, but not the true ether, because you can still talk to me on the chat. You can still talk to me, ask me any questions. If you need any links, then I'll be there. I'm Scottish Games, SGDA, and I will respond. But for now, I'm gonna vanish. Ooh, see you in about half an hour.
Okay, folks, if we could take our seats, please. We're starting back now. Just settling now, please, folks. Okay, just settling, please. Thank you, everyone. Okie doke. Right, we're going to start back. Thank you, everyone. So this is our penultimate batch of talks that we have coming up. We'll be hearing about VFX grooming assets for cinematics, how to outlive your first game, nurturing games communities, and moving from the indie sphere to the corporate heights of Duolingo. But now we're going to hear from Benju to lay out the evolution of Tamagotchi. Ben is a UI and UX designer at Service Genie, and is also the proud owner of some of the coolest Tamagotchi I've ever seen. I think if we're very good, he might even show us one or two of them. Please welcome to the stage, Benju.
Good evening, Glasgow. Really love the energy here tonight. My name is Ben. I'm a B2B UX designer and also a prompt Tamagotchi collector. Now I need to ask the same question I asked in Dundee and Edinburgh. How many of you who owned or know about Tamagotchi? Okay, Glasgow never let me down. So I'm not the only one who accidentally killed a virtual pet then. Like, this might turn into a group therapy session. So today I want to talk about something a bit fun, how a palm-sized virtual toy could stay popular for over 3 decades, and what we could learn from it. So first, what is Tamagotchi and how it was born? After Japan's economy burst in 1992, Bandai, a Japanese toy company, was looking to launch a new toy. Yokoi Akino came up with the idea of Tamagotchi after seeing an ad where a boy was trying to take his pet turtle on a trip. So that sparked the concept of portable pet. The name of Tamagotchi comes from 2 Japanese words, tamago, which means egg, and achi, which means watch. So the initial idea concept was to make it like a watch you can see from the prototype on the left. But then they decided to make like a keyring style, but still super portable. At that time, most of toys were designed for boys, but after some market research, they decided to target young women. After a close collaboration with Aki Maitai, who worked in development department in Bandai back to that time, Tamagotchi was born and released on the 23rd November 1996. And you can see the design is quite simple. It has a tiny 32 times 16 pixel screen and uses icons for things like food, medicine, toilet, and displaying. It's very easy to understand and without any language barrier, which is a big reason why Tamagotchi could go global after its Japan release in 1996. What made Tamagotchi really engaging is how it evolves based on how you care for it. The better you look after it, the cuter the final form. It also has an alert system, so just to let you know when your pet needs food, care, and displaying. So that creates a strong cause and effect loop, which keeps players emotionally invested. And there was a news in Japan back to that time. A boy called the police to report his Tamagotchi died. But you can see that this strong emotional involvement makes the schools back to that time banned Tamagotchis. So from 1998, Bandai took a break and didn't release any new Tamagotchis until 2004. And in 2004, they launched this Tamagotchi Keitai in Japan, which is also known as V3 overseas. You can see it has a little antenna on the top left, which is like a cell phone. And the screen has been increased to 32 times 32 pixel. So the functions have been added, you can connect with other device through the infrared connection. You can also play mini games, buy items, and travel, find a mate on this device. So I want to show you something. This is a device from 1996, which I just showing on the slide, and this is a device from 2025, which is called Tamagotchi Paradise. You can see the screen and size has growing, and it's gone from black and white screen to color screen. But some things haven't changed for over 30 years. It's still a palm-sized egg-shaped device with only 3 buttons. So how could Tamagotchi be so competitive in this tough game or toy market? First, over the years, Tamagotchis kept evolving alongside new tech. For some recent modern devices like Tamagotchi 4U, released in 2014, it has NFC connection, so you can bump this device to another device or connect with the mobile app. For Tamagotchi Mints in 2018, it has a Bluetooth connection, so you could transfer your Tamagotchi into the Mints app to interact with other players. For Tamagotchi Pix, it has a camera inside, so you can scan the QR code to download items. And for the recent Tamagotchi Uni, it has Wi-Fi connection, so you could connect the Wi-Fi to join the monthly updated arena games with players all over the world. And I hope you do remember, like we discussed about, for the initial design, they wanted to make it like a watch, and that came true in 2021. So they launched Tamagotchi Smart, which I'm wearing now, if you can see it. So it's just like a smart watch with touch screen. So that's quite clever. So in this way, players always feel Tamagotchi is keeping up and never left behind. If you don't know about Tamagotchi, I do believe somehow you know about these IPs, and they have collaborative Tamagotchis, like a Pokemon EV collaboration, Harry Potter, Hello Kitty, Jurassic Park, Jurassic World, and Star Wars. I'm not sure if Brian's here, you should grab one. This device is quite small. It's only less than 1.6 inches tall. But even in this kind of device, in this small device, they still released the first ever color screen device, Detective Conan, in 2024 with rechargeable battery. So it's quite clever. It makes people who don't know about Tamagotchi but fans of these IPs to get introduced into Tamagotchi through this collaboration. And there are different ways to interact and connect with Tamagotchi. The most direct way is just you and your Tamagotchi human device connection. And as the generations went on, they added new features to let players connect and interact with each other. Like the image on the right, the Tamagotchi version 3, you could transfer the Tamagotchi into the Tamagotchi town to play mini games and earn money for your Tamagotchi. And the image in the middle, you can connect with another device through the infrared connection to exchange gift and get married. I mean, your Tamagotchi, not yourself. So the human-device interaction and device-device interaction sparks something bigger, Tamagotchi community. So people from all over travel to meet up, connect their Tamagotchis, and make new friends. So it's not about pets anymore, it's about the connection people build through them. And I want to show something special as we are in Glasgow today, so we need to talk about something Scottish. And I did a little bit research yesterday. I did discover a Scotland-inspired Tamagotchi character. Let me introduce Neschi. So this character is named after the mythological creature Nessie, aka Loch Ness monster in Scottish folklore. And you can find this character in Tamagotchi Nintendo game, and also in the Tamagotchi original re-release a couple years ago, they introduced some tartan pattern shells. So just to recap from a UX and product perspective, why Tamagotchi is such a great product. First, it involves with technology, always using new features to keep players engaged and attract new fans. Second, it nails intuitive design, like their portable form factor and simple icons. And finally, their marketing is smart, tapping into nostalgia while bringing new generations, which keep the community alive and growing. So all of this together make Tamagotchi an outstanding product with great user experience. And feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm not a gamer, but we can always discuss about the user experience in game design, or you can come to play my Tamagotchis. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ben. Ben, you've shown off a different Tamagotchi every night, I think. I feel like if you hit an obstacle, you kind of explode with Tamagotchis like Sonic. Thank you very much. Okay, so for our next speaker, I have a personal goal of trying to nail the pronunciation of their last name, and I've done my best. Our next speaker is Camille Folniols. Let's go. Thank you very much. Camille is currently the creative director. Sorry, Camille. Sorry, I jumped the gun. Currently the creative director and co-founder of CG Flickers, and is extremely experienced in the art of grooming and styling digital characters, having worked as a VFX groom artist for the past 12 years by my count. Please welcome Camille.
Hello. So yes, I'm Camille Folniols, and I'm a groom and caricature supervisor, but also the co-founder of CG Flickers, as I've been introduced. We focused on groom for different type of projects, from like TV show, game trailers, and I hope directly the game industry one day. And I would like to talk to you today about creating hairy characters from games to cinematic. And the reason for that is because game trailers and cinematic have shaped my career. That's the kind of project I ended up working the most on. Not that only about purpose, it just ended up that way. They are the coolest though, again, I'm gonna be honest. And I realized that fantastical creatures ended up being my specialty. And yes, I know, those are Magic the Gatherings. I noticed afterwards during the slides, they're not a game per se, they're more card stuff, but they're gonna be there. So let's start. So with technology and games evolving, we can see more and more complex, assets appearing. And so you're having hairier and hairier characters. And it became so much hair that we now call it a groom, which is the name of the task. And those tasks are done by groom artists. I just wanted to say it just in case of, because some people were not familiar with the terms. And basically, when a game studio wants to do a game trailer or cinematic, traditionally, they go towards a more pre-render workflow. And when we need to do the groom, we often need to restart the groom from scratch. We can't just use the game asset for multiple reasons, but the big one is the cards. So just don't render exactly in the same way. It still can be nice, but having actual curves always gives you extra details no matter the style you're going with. And also, it is still very nightmarish, but having curves allows you to deal with some technical issues such as collision and that kind of thing. But because you need to start everything from scratch, there's a few points you need to make sure you nail. And the first one and the main one is make sure you respect the style of the game and the language shape. The shape language. Language shape, shape language, you got it. So that means what? That means when you have two characters that are supposedly having the same style, you don't want them to feel off or not living in the same universe because of the groom. So you want to make sure the treatment of the groom match how the rest of the environment and character are done. And when you do this, you also need to make sure you're very faithful to the character, because the players might already know the characters, they might already love them, or the game studio wants to introduce that character and they want the player to like the character. And so when you do this, you need to make sure you understand what makes each character special. So this was very vague, so I would just like to go through an example. So a small team and myself worked on the groom of a werebear for a studio called Lunar Animation. Is for Diablo Immortal New Class Druid. And Lucy, could you play it, please?
I wouldn't sleep here. Lots of bears around. Yeah!
Thank you. We were two groom artists and ITD taking care of all the grooms except for the little monsters, but we'll focus on the werebear today. So the first thing that we usually receive from the game company, if the game assets already exist, is that kind of lineup. So in that case, we have the lineup with and without the cards. And as I said, you need to first understand what makes that character special, and that one is really, really obvious. You can't miss it. Is his really aggressive creature, full of muscles, so very strong. So you need to make sure that this is gonna come through in it. I quite like on the cards how more even imposing the character looks like. He looks even bigger with it. So that's something you want to keep in mind. I would like to just quickly mention the patch of like the hairless patches. So there's a few of them that I would consider like artistic driven and other like more technical thing. So the patch on the torso is clearly showing a very human shape, you know, like it's a human torso. So that's just to remind players, this is not a traditional bear, this is a human, it's a werebear. The one on the arms, in my opinion, is to make sure the muscles are actually seen, but the one on the face is to make sure the snarling, the expression of the creature is gonna come through. On more than one occasion, even on pre-render, game asset already asked, remove the fur, I want to make sure I see those very strong lines. I don't want to have the players having a doubt. I want them to see the anger of the creature, which is usually the main expression they want. And we usually also receive a concept. And so when you look at this, is the impression, the feeling of the character you want to see. And those are two stills of the trailer. And is a whole team. It's not only the groom that done this, allowed it to go there, but I think we all nailed it as a team, and personally, I'm quite proud of it. And we really got the feeling of it, I think. So looking more in detail, So as I said, it's not a teddy bear, it's a big aggressive thing. So basically we're gonna really re-emphasize on anything that is asymmetrical, anything that has more texture. It's not only the clumps. Having clumps on the groom that has very uniform shape would just make it look a fluffy thing that has clump on it. It's not gonna make it look aggressive. Also working on the direction of the flow of the curves and also the actual volume, you're gonna highlight certain shape of the creature. And so you can see how we did respect some of the patch areas of hairless areas and how we still put fur everywhere. And this is how it looks like in Houdini. So this is a program we use. On the left is actually the viewport. We're looking at what we call the guides. The guides or the lower amount of curves that allowed us to work with it. So we actually sculpted the same way you would sculpt a character. There's other techniques as well. But I thought it was quite interesting to show here. You can really see how it goes around the volume. I thought it could be interesting. And on the right, that's actually the node systems with just the system, the actual system being split. What whole system would be like the head, the arms, and that kind of thing. And this is the most unfair comparison I could have done, is the same model, but with the cards and then with the curves. Unfair because I did not got the alpha, so you're gonna have just the big rectangular cards. You're not gonna see the details of the actual texture they're supposed to have. I thought it was still interesting to look at it because you still can't see how close we are, but there's still one area where obviously it's obvious we really stepped away from it. We did not follow the game asset, and it's the head. The head, when you look at it, it was a single direction from the muzzle, and it was radial, just going backwards like this. And it looked too soft, it looked too clean, and we are getting too close from the teddy bear. There's no way we would get the anger feeling of it. So we changed that. No one went to compare because we had the feeling of the characters. So yeah, that's just this. And it was supposed to have something in this, but it's not appearing. Maybe it's the next one. There we go. Yeah, that was supposed to have a turn on it. Next time. So this is the druid. We did exactly the same thing. It just might seem a bit easier, not easier, but there's less conversation, let's say, to have around a haircut. But games studio do like the very, very strong, aggressive men. And usually we really focus on the face. So we receive a bunch of feedback on the beard because you do like messy beard. And then you have that body that is so clean, so pink, that could be like an ad for baby skin. And so I'm against that. So we make sure we add hair absolutely fucking everywhere. So now you have a grown man. There we go. And I'm happy about that because they actually bring a lot of detail. I'm pretty sure none of you saw the torso here and that kind of thing. But when you have lighting hitting it, when you have things happening, it just brings texture. And adding texture to an asset, that's what's gonna give a bit more, I wouldn't say maturity to the asset, but it's not the right words. It's just, it gives something a bit more realistic as well, but it gives a stronger universe around the character. It tells a bigger story about the character. And so, yeah, I think that's me. And there's no more slides. And yeah, with Flickers, we try to do the same kind of thing for other companies. And we make sure we help with that translation because between games and depending on the games, yeah, there's some games the word will be different, but we try to do this interpretation between both words. And I hope one day we'll just get into yours world. There we go.
Thank you very much, Camille. As I've said before, they say that a sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So as far as I'm concerned, you are completely a magician. So we're now going to hear from the head of Unreal Engine games business at Epic. And I was struggling to pronounce Camille's last name. I struggle with Ben's last name as well. Ben Board, I think it is. Ben has logged time at Microsoft, Boss Alien, Hutch Games, and currently Epic, and has been such a key point of support for developers working in Unreal over the past 9 years of his tenure. Tonight he'll be covering how to outlive your first game. Please welcome Ben Board.
I'm going to do this like Robbie Williams. Hello, Glasgow! Just going to put that water down there so I can kick it shortly. Hello. So, yeah, this is me. This is my 29th year in video games, and I've done a lot of things. I'm very grateful that the 2017 doesn't have a 2026 underneath it, which a couple of days ago became a very real possibility. And I would like to start this evening by asking anyone who has been laid off, anyone who has friends who've been laid off in games, anyone who knows anyone who's been laid off, to just give 5 seconds of whooping like a mother flipper for how awesome those people are and how much we love them. All right, that's enough. We don't love them that much. Come on. I've lost many friends this week at Epic, and it's a huge shame. But we continue. Tomorrow comes. So today, I'm going to talk about this question. Why are we here? Are we here to make video games? Or are we here to make a career in video games? Are we here because we want a lifetime making video games? I think this is an important question because I've had even conversations this week. Plenty of people say they want to make a game. And that's cool. But actually, I think it's more fun to try to lay the foundations for a whole life of making video games. It's something I can cautiously recommend. There's been moments in my 29 years, but here I go with the water. There it is. So I think there are a bunch of things you need to do in order to lay the foundations for a long-term games business or games career, and I'm going to talk about 5 of them. And there is a strange kind of connection between the 5 things I'm going to say and 5 things that Unreal Engine can do for you. If this is a surprise to anybody, then you're in the wrong talk. Number 1, quality. It's very important these days to be able to blow people's minds. And that's compelling content creates opportunities. That's what a wise man once said to me, and it has always been true. Cool will always be cool. And stuff that makes people, people's jaws drop is always going to open doors for you, to mix my metaphors. And the thing about Unreal is it gives you quality right out of the box. This is the Witcher 4 tech demo that we showed. I'm really going to kick that over. I'm going to put that there. This is the Witcher 4 tech demo which we showed in last year. And obviously this is being made by a massive team, but this is the same, as I shall describe later, this is the same tool that you all get to use. And a lot of this stuff that they're using here are very easy for any team of any size to use. Nano geometry, so you don't have to worry about how many polygons you're using. Lumen lighting, you just turn the lights on and you get dynamic GI. A whole lot of other things I haven't got time to talk about. But quality is out the box. Quality is our business model. Speed. If you're going to make cool stuff, you want to make it quickly. Creation is iteration. If you're going to find the best stuff, you need to just make something and then make it better and then make it better and then make it better. So being able to go around that loop as fast as possible is incredibly important. One of the ways you can do that in Unreal is because all of the tools are built in to the editor. This is Control Rig, which is our animation tool. We use this to produce our animations in our games. So this is just, you're looking at the character being rendered and lit the same way that just in situ in your game. And so you can very quickly just check that you've got the results rather than going out into Maya or something and then animating it, coming back in, seeing that it's right and going back and forth. It takes it forever. We also have particle editors, VFX editors, blueprints, visual scripting, a whole list of tools which are all built into the editor. We also, in terms of speed, give you the source code for the whole of Unreal. So this is good because when things break further down the track, which often happens, particularly close to launch, you can just dive into the code, very quickly find out what is going wrong, fix it, and ship it. You can make any changes you want to the source code if you want. That is a game changer at the end of your project. Cost. We have absolutely the best cost, which is 0p, no pounds, until you earn $1 million from making your game. You have to make $1 million before you've paid us anything. And if you can make 20 games and they don't reach the $1 million, you can make $999,000 and take it all home, apart from the 30% that Steam takes. But there we are. But they've earned it. After you've earned $1 million, you pay us 5%. That's how we get paid. So if you earn $1,001, you pay us 5 cents. 5 cents. Imagine that fingers up. 5 cents. 5 cents. Unless you also ship your game at the same time on Epic Games Store. And that means shipping it day and date, and also in all of your marketing, you say that you're going to ship it, and you put the Epic Games Store logo right next to the other PC stores. And then the 5% drops to 3.5%. So you pay us 3 cents and I can't do it in the figures, 3.5 cents if you earn $1,001. The fourth thing is scalability. Sooner or later, you're going to make the biggest game in history. It's just a matter of time. And when you do, you've got to know that the engine that you've built your little game with, your small scale game, can grow and can be built, can grow into the behemoth that you know it's going to need to be. Here's an example of 2 games. That is Manor Lords, made by one bloke called Greg on his own. This is Witcher 4 again, made by 500 plus people just working at CD Projekt, plus God knows how many outsourcers. This is the exact same engine that both of these teams are using. So, and in fact, when Manor Lords started doing really, really well, just to get its millions of wish lists, the publisher Hooded Horse started bringing in more people just so to make sure that this was going well, right? Same thing with Expedition 33. Small team, grows over time because it can. One of the reasons it can is because there's a lot of people these days making games in Unreal, it turns out. This was from the GDC survey of this year. I like this slide. So yeah, it's becoming very popular. And here's another way of looking at the same information. It is pretty common to think of Unreal as being like the engine for big AAAs, and then Unity is the indie studio engine. Turns out that's not as true anymore as it once was. And newer indie studios that have been put together in the last few years, have decided just to go with Unreal, which makes me happy because I know they're going to have a good time with it. So, exactly. And all of these people, the bigger these blue charts are, blue bars are, these represent people which you can go and hire when you need to scale up your project. When success beckons, you can call these people and they can come and help you out. Also, if the stuff hits the fan, these are people who are maybe hiring if it really goes badly, but there are many studios out there who are looking to hire people with Unreal skills. You can build your career by building those skills. Finally, trust. I want you to build your business. I'm telling you to build your business on our tech. That's a hell of a statement to make, right? This isn't just, I'm not asking you to make a game using Unreal. I'm asking you to build your business and create your career based around Unreal Engine. So you have to trust us. So here's a couple of ways in which I feel like you can trust us. This is how much Unreal costs. This is how the business model has changed over time. Blue is basically the upfront fee. Red is the royalty. And without getting into the details, as we go that way, everything gets smaller. Now, I can't promise that these numbers aren't going to go up one day, sure. But as long as Tim Sweeney is alive, he's going to want these numbers to keep going down. That's how he believes. It's just what he believes. The other thing is, when you download the engine the first time, you agree to the terms and conditions, which includes this thing called the EULA, and the EULA are the business terms which apply. And they will apply for the lifetime of your game as long as until you download the next version of the EULA, the next version of the engine. We will never change the rules retrospectively, which I think is a good thing and the right thing and the only thing. So I encourage you to not build a game, but build a business. And I wish more than anything for you to all do the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ben. What a pro, finishing right on the buzzer. Thank you. So the industry can be pretty brutal, as many of us know, but Ben is one of those people that makes it so much easier to navigate. So please do go and talk to him if there's a chance that he can help you out. I'm sure he'd be happy to speak to you. So with that, we've reached our last break of the evening. Our final two speakers are still to come. Lottie Walker will be speaking about managing a community of a viral hit game, and Nickel Hunt will be talking about his move from indie punk rebel to corpo sellout. And that's his words, not mine. I'm not calling him a sellout. I think he's fine. I think he's a cool dude. It's your last chance to buy tickets for the Intergames charity raffle. The cutoff for that is 9:15, so please do scan the code that is on your badges to get to the donation link. For the raffle, you'll be able to win games, t-shirts, limited edition SGDA dice, the much coveted SGDA dice. And as a last reminder of the efforts of Intergames, we have another brief video to play.
Intergames. We believe talent is everywhere, but opportunity isn't. Right now, it's around 3 times harder for someone from an under-resourced background to break into the UK games industry. And that's where we come in. Intergames connects young people, adult learners, and career changers with real pathways into games, not empty promises. We inspire people through schools, festivals, and creative programs. We guide them with career advice, mentors, and industry insight. We nurture their skills through training, projects, and communities. And we work with studios to help them hire more fairly and more creatively. We're building a games industry that's open to everyone, not just the few who can afford to get in. Because brilliant games come from diverse voices, lived experiences, and big imaginations. So whether you're a young person dreaming of your first game, an adult looking to change career, or a studio ready to do things differently, we're here with you. Intergames, opening doors, changing lives, and shaping the future of play.
Yeah, they're very, very cool logo. We get it, guys. Like 6 times I've had to watch that now. So please go and get some raffle tickets. Don't forget you can scan the code on your badge, as I've just mentioned. Get yourselves some socks. I've actually had a request to model them again, so here you go. I really feel like your ticket price doesn't cover me modeling socks for you, but there you go. And I've been told that there are also loads and loads of cupcakes left, so please go and get some cupcakes. Colin can only eat so many on his own, so he needs some help. And we'll see you back here at 9:30. Thank you.
Yeah, so you might not be able to grab a cupcake, but you are here with me for our last half-an-hour break. It's very, very exciting, but it is also a bit sad to be finished with Games Talks Live for this set of talks. I guess, yeah, this is the last time to donate to the raffle, so please get your final donations in. We are currently at 1,485, so we're so close to that final target that we're trying to hit. And I mean, probably once we add up the socks and the hats and the badges and stuff, and the socks they were very, very popular. Once those are all added up, then I'm sure that we'll have made it over. And yeah, I guess this is your last time to see me for tonight. Hopefully, I've done a good job as your virtual host. And because this is my first time doing this as well, so if this has been good, then I'm glad that this format has worked out. And yeah, so as always, yeah, you can scan the QR code. That'll have all the information about Games Talks Live. And then after this break, we'll be having our final 2 talks, and then the raffle and the close. And then you can maybe win some fabulous prizes. But yeah, hopefully people have had a good night. I wanted to talk about one of the comments that Tamagotchi is such a throwback. Like, I really love like the fad of when everyone had like little virtual pets or like yeah, like little tiny things that people would carry along. Like everyone would have a game on their calculator even, or like a Game and Watch, or then we had like tiny virtual pets, and before kind of game systems were universal, and now I don't really know if there are any games devices that are so tiny that people really carry around. But I still capture a bit of that spirit because I often just walk about with my GBA, which is just kind of the perfect form factor for something that can play a lot of things and also be pocket sized. And I don't really know if there's any pocket sized game devices anymore. Like the most popular handheld consoles at the time are like Switch and the Steam Deck, and they're both a bit chunky. Uh, so yeah, that Tamagotchi talk was really, really good, and I just such a throwback. Um, I will throw on one last talk. Um, I have got a whole setup here of different ones, but I think I'm gonna throw on this talk from Maxwell Scott Slade, and it's a postmortem, and I'm gonna have this be maybe our final talk. We might be able to fit one more in, but otherwise, yeah, if you have any comments from me, any final things we can talk about, then just throw them in the chat. Any final thoughts about Game Talks Live? If you have a favorite talk, let's just open the chat and yeah, and talk about it. But for now, I'm going to put on one final talk here.
So in this talk, I'm not actually going to introduce myself like halfway through the talk. I'll say who I am and stuff, even though you've already done it. It's not traditional, but it's just how I want to roll. So I'm going to start by introducing a problem. I'm going to start from there to go on and talk about how we build games at Glitches. And then I'll introduce myself, and then I'll talk about this alternative approach that we take. And I think this thing here kind of sums it up. We can't just plant trees and hope everything will be cool. This is a sort of like the thing that sort of landed in my head at the end of this entire process. So a newly planted tree can take as many 20 years to capture the amount of CO2 that carbon offset schemes promise. So, you can't just stick it in the ground and be like, we did it. And there aren't enough trees to offset society's carbon emissions ever. So the whole planet, if you covered the whole thing in trees, you're still not going to solve the problem with trees alone. And this one's cool. Planting trees in the wrong place can actually reduce biodiversity, speeding extinctions and making ecosystems far less resilient. We're doing a great job. So planting trees is pretty meaningless unless we understand why we're doing it and how the ecosystem of biodiversity works. It's not super complicated, but it's a lot more complicated than just shoving seeds in the ground. And biodiversity, when I talk about it, I mean a balanced, healthy ecosystem. Animals, humans, and nature all living in harmony. I just realized I'm using a laptop. I thought we weren't allowed to do that. We are allowed. Someone said earlier on, don't touch the laptop. So all these things living in harmony. And so the fate of our species is inextricably linked to the survival of forests and the biodiversity they contain. Cool. So what do we do? Sounds like a big issue. Because I think a lot of companies just they're just doing that, right? That's their whole plan for being kind of carbon neutral, is to just solve it with trees. So my name is Max. I'm the director of Glitches and founder of Glitches, and we build games for good. And we're sort of well awarded, but I'm going to focus on this journey, which is really, really fun. So why games? Surely you could just do a campaign, a PR campaign. You could do some other thing. But games are amazing at solving problems. And I don't think we sort of give them credit for that because we keep doing this. We only really solve the problem of entertainment. And we've got really, really good at that. So good, in fact, that we sort of smash everything out of the water. But I like to borrow a little bit of that problem-solving energy and focus it towards something else. Still fundamentally building a game, but just using a little bit of that time just to maybe give it to something different. And the impact of the things we've done so far have been massive. Like See Here Quest, this is ridiculous. I can't believe the journey this game is taking us on, the awards it's got us, but most importantly, the papers that have been published that essentially say that with this data, we could detect dementia up to 10 to 15 years earlier, which is why I think in the future we'll be able to diagnose dementia by playing a video game. But back to biodiversity. So we're working with a bunch of scientists called Ocular, and they have this really interesting, is this a little laser pointer? Oh, sweet. Okay, we have this, I can do this now. They have this really interesting thing going on where they've got this concession of a forest for 25 years, and their objective is to essentially monitor it. They're not allowed to cut down the trees or kill any animals, and they're trying to work out ways to generate revenue. And they're doing that with these little cameras. It's not working now. There it is. So these cameras, they have as a network across the forest. You can kind of see a little representation of that here. And then just in this tiny little portion here, you can see roughly what that would look like. And what happens is when an animal walks past, it uses AI to detect what animal they just saw and then ping that back to a central database to say, hey, I just saw an elephant at this location, or I just saw a leopard at this location. And they also capture a 2-minute video. So Gabon is amazing as a place because it's over 80% covered in forest. It's 10% larger than the UK, and it only has a population of 2.5 million people versus 67 million here. So a huge proportion of that is, so this is Libreville where most people live. Oh God, I can't, there we go. So this is all just really massively untouched forest. So the biodiversity it contains is incredible. Like there's, elephants roaming around doing their thing, etc. Case in point, this is a picture I took on my phone. Now I did zoom in a little bit because I was quite far away from them because they're scary. Elephants in Gabon specifically are very dangerous because they are crazy territorial. If they see you and you're close enough to threaten them, especially if they've got a little baby, they will come and smash you into a pulp. So this is about as close as it's going to get. But they're super interesting. And getting closer to them, you start to feel quite emotionally attached. The idea of seeing their footprints, their little baby footprints in the sand. These are all pictures off my phone. And then also when you're in the forest, discovering pathways. So you see that picture in the middle there. At first glance, you think, damn, that's a dense forest. As you look around yourself, pathways reveal themselves. And then on the right, one of my favorite subjects is poo. So this is like a little mini forest. So between the discarded fruits, the broken stuff, and the bathing areas, you kind of realize that these elephants, they're not that subtle. They're just cruising around, smashing through the forest, leaving huge giant turds that look like forests. But I want to focus on poo. And I'm very proud of myself. This is probably a crowning achievement of my career. On poop, yeah. But the reason is this, is because biodiversity and actually like ecosystems can be boiled down to these very simple kind of loops. And on the left here, if you see that eating of the fruit by an elephant, those elephants have a digestive tract that is specifically relevant to the fruit they eat and the seeds that they digest. So in the digestive tract, those seeds are fermented. So when they poo, that poo creates that perfect nutrient density that just so happens to be the best place for those seeds to germinate and grow the forest. So we don't even need to be planting trees. Why are we doing it? The bloody elephants are doing it for us. And this gives us a bit of a dilemma because it's like, what is our role in this situation? So this is elephant poop on the left. And as I've mentioned, I love poo. This is gorilla poo on the right. And so after a couple of weeks, you'll notice like all the actual like fecal matter has washed away. And what's left is more seeds. So not every animal, but like lots of animals have their own unique version of these kind of loops and they overlap. Take one thing out, the whole thing breaks. You put the wrong trees, it freaks things out, it doesn't work right. So I went to the forest and designed a game about this. I'm obsessed with the, where is the timer, by the way? Damn. Okay, so I'm obsessed with the role of the observer. And I think this is what our job is, to look, don't touch. The forest is fine without us doing anything. So So what do? We observe it. We don't need to cut anything. We don't need to kill anything. And as a game designer, you're like, what does that mean we've got left to do? Because that's what we've been trained to do this whole time. So I want to bring the forest to players' living rooms. And so real footage is a starting point for missions in a game world. And I'm got like a minute to show you this little video. So this is some video footage from the cameras. Play, please, play. From Gabon. And these elephants and animals just living their lives in the forest. Like a fly on the wall, we get to see them. And they don't know what we know, that the natural world is dying in front of their eyes. But I think if we could like educate or bring that world to gamers' living rooms and explain to them how the forest works, then maybe we have a chance of moving the dial on biodiversity and like the collapse of our forests. This is a pangolin, giant pangolin. They're super rare. And we put this camera down with the scientists, and it was amazing to see it just a week later with these incredible animals. And these elephants just solving these problems. It's just cool. Anyway, Gabon's wicked. This is the final look image of the game, Last Eden, that we're working on. And that's it.
Yeah, that talk is, I love the discussion on like environmentalism and putting a message into your games. I mean, this is tangential, but I've recently been playing a lot of Pokemon Pokopia, and it has a big environmentalist message of like you're recovering this like these lost Pokemon habitats after some kind of like environmental disaster has befallen the land. And I just think that that's cool to like go and put such a strong message in a game like that. So I think the raffle should still be open for the next 10 minutes, but then after that it's probably cut off. So if you can, please scan the QR code and donate. We have just hit the goal, the milestone, which is 1,500 donations. No, 1,500 pounds donated. But obviously, raising more is always better, and it is so exciting and so nice that Games Talks Live is always doing as much as they can for charity. Yeah, it is a great message to put into games. It's so like it's like I love when I play a game and I feel very enriched by its message. And I've always tried to do that when I make a game. Not that sounds like I make a game because I need to tell a specific message, but more because there's a specific feeling or a story which is provided by something from real life that I want to tell, whether that is like the story of being an artist or the story of like having your life mistold or whatever it is. I want to make sure that that message is put into a game. And so environmentalist messages in games, I think like it's when you're interacting with a medium, you connect to the themes so much more. Oh, and Zizzle in the chat really loved Julie's talk. That was such cool. That I didn't get to see that talk in Edinburgh in person. So that talk, seeing it on the stream with all of you, is just so like so elegantly put. If anyone can explain shader stuff, which is basically wizardry, to me in layman's terms, and I can understand what's happening, you're a magician. And that talk was so like so elegant, but I've already used that word, so pick another adjective out of here. It was just so thoughtful. It was just so like, here's how the audience is going to learn about this topic. And yeah, there's actually been quite a few talks like that tonight. In fact, both of our shaders talks, the talk from Julie and the talk from Ronan, both are like were so clear and concise on those topics. And I also loved that we had a bit of a theme of kind of like retro tech with the ZX Spectrum talk and the talk about the Tamagotchis. And yeah, no, I just like the selection of talks that have been tonight have been excellent. And I'm very happy to have been your host for it. And upcoming after this break, so in the next 10 minutes, we've got two final talks. One talk from Lottie Walker about nurturing community, so about being a community manager, about engaging with your audience. Obviously, if you're a game developer, you're always supposed to be engaging with your audience, but how do you actually do that? How do you find out what the game players like, and how do you engage them and market them? And it's a bit foreign to me. Like, I would say that of all the arts of game dev, marketing is probably the one that is the most like a foreign language to me. I am I'm not an expert at that, but Lottie really is, and that talk was so well put together. So I'm so excited for you all to see that. And then our final talk tonight will be from Nickel Hunt, who is a software engineer at Duolingo, but who has had a very long and storied career in indie game dev, in AAA, in every facet, and it was just such a like learned conversation that was being had. It was felt like both an insight, like it was like a peek behind the curtain of what the career of like a long-standing indie dev is like, and yeah, I'm excited for everyone to see that. And I think it is cool how we've had like huge, big industry names like EA and Unreal, but we also have indie people, but we also have people that are like don't exactly know where they are on that pipeline. People who have been indie and then becoming a corporate sellout working for Duolingo, or anyone like independent developers, freelancers, everyone at GameStars Live is able to show off a talk. And in fact, you can too, wise audience member. If you are a passionate speaker and you want to speak about something at Games Talks Live, Colin is always looking for new speakers. So if you can, just reach out, and you might be able to get a place at the next Games Talks Live, and I could be introducing you next time. um, yeah, and then after that, we'll have our charity raffle, which has quite a lot of prizes up for grabs. Lots of games, some physical stuff, lots of digital codes for a variety of different systems and platforms. There's loads of great games, but there's also these incredible like dice, physical dice, that were made by my friend Sean, that are like hand painted resin dice, and in like a personalized wood carved box. Well, it's not personalized to you, but it'll be personalized to the SGDA, to Games Talks Live, and as a present for anyone that donates or anyone that is able to win the auction, which will be happening later. But obviously, I don't think you can online bid in this auction. I don't know if our tech has reached that level yet. um, yeah, so we've got about 4 minutes left before we go back, and I'm gonna throw on the very quiet music once more, just because it sometimes feels a bit strange to be in the complete void. Uh, yeah. Another talk that I thought was super interesting was the talk by Brian Gomez about the kind of integrating IP into a game and meeting that axis, this trifecta of three ideas. Like, how can you have your game mechanics match with what the players really want of your thing, and who's the right person to do that? It's like such an interesting intersection of things, and you can probably think of it as like, oh, I love this IP. I love Star Wars. What's my dream thing to do in Star Wars? Swing a lightsaber, right? Who's made a game that would make good sword fighting feel good? These people. Or I want to fly a spaceship. Like, seeing that from behind the scenes of like what a big corporation would do is so cool. Oh yeah, oh thank you, Lucy. Oh yeah, and I should give a thanks to Lucy, also thanks to Kean and Colin. But they'll all get thanks on the stage in our final segment. But I want to say thank you to Lucy for being my woman in the chair. Is like just behind the scenes making all of this work. I am not a streaming wizard. This is actually my first time streaming, and it seems like it's gone well. It seems like people have had a good time, and if so, then I'm really glad. But I'm no tech wizard. I can't do audio engineering, and Lucy has been making the videos, the sound work like perfectly all night. So just give a huge round of applause to her. Except obviously I can't hear you do the round of applause, but I'm imagining you're doing it at home, sitting comfortably with your iPad or your laptop or your iPhone or your Android phone or your Nintendo Switch, which I think has YouTube on it. It's a good stream. Oh, thank you, Jimmy Jab. Oh man, I'm glad. I'm glad that I've been able to be a good host for you all. Yeah, it's just it's just a nice, it's been a very very nice night. Yeah, I'm gonna chill out. I'm gonna relax. I'm not gonna be so clued in. We've got like 2 minutes left, so I'm just gonna relax and be comfortable. And if you have any questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. If you want anyone's connection details or you want to send anyone a message, let me know, and I will feed you through to them like a switchboard. I've got everyone's details. I have about 70 LinkedIn tabs open and about 70 SGDA tabs open, just so I can get you everything that you need. Did I have a favorite talk tonight? Did I have a favorite talk tonight? Maybe that talk from Julie, but I think that is because I hadn't seen it before, so it was like fresh, especially for tonight. It was super super nice. I also really loved the talk about Tamagotchi from Benju. I just think it's like, I love any deep dive into a strange esoteric bit of technology. As that's clear, I've probably said that about a bazillion times.
Okay, folks, we're starting back in a couple of minutes, please. If you could take your seats.
Yeah, okay. I kept it together so the spice didn't disappear. All right, perfect. Man, okay. I'm an expert. I'm a pro streamer now. So you'll be seeing me. I will be just after this streaming. No, I think after this I'm going to be tucking into my PJs and playing some Pokemon or something just to relax. But we're about to go back. Kian is on the stage, ready to hurry everyone in away from their cupcakes, and you're going to get to see our final 2 talks, and you're going to get to see our raffle, and you might win in our raffle. And then I don't know if there'll be a farewell from me after that.
Okay, we're starting back in
not,
just 30 seconds, please, guys. If you're able to take your seats, please.
If not, then you've got 30 seconds to say goodbye to me. So I'm going to say goodbye to you right now, and I'm going to disappear into the void. And then if I do say goodbye after that, that'll be after that. But if not, then please enjoy the rest of Games Talks Live, and I hope you've had a great time, and I hope that you'll come back in October, either to any of the events happening in person across the Central Belt of Scotland, or probably to our live stream that I can't confirm is happening, but presumably at some point. And yeah, I hope that you've all had a great night. Yeah, I'm gonna disappear now so that you can go back into the main stage, back into the main frame, and learn all about community development and Nickel Hunt's journey as a software engineer and indie game dev. And yeah, and I'll see you soon. Okay. Oh, goodbye everyone.
Okay, folks, we're just starting back. If you're able to take your seats, please. Just settling, please. Thank you very much, everyone. Grand, starting back, thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. Live stream people, I hope you're still with us as well. I'm sure you're being very well looked after by Ewan. And that's the window for entering the raffle now closed, so I'm very much hoping that you've all put in your raffle tickets. And we're already at our final 2 speakers of the evening. Our next guest is Lottie, social media and community manager at Team Terrible. Lottie Walker has been a social media specialist at Feardemic, the social media and community manager at Modern Wolf, and currently, I'm sure, has her hands completely full managing the colossal Team Terrible community. To talk about wrangling this community, please welcome to the stage, Lottie Walker.
Hello, I am your designated Zoomer speaker for the night. There's the clicker. So, I'm Lottie Walker. I'm the community manager at Team Terrible. We work on a game called The Baby in Yellow, which has over 300 million downloads, a pretty substantial amount considering we started as a game jam back in 2020. Today I'm going to be talking about how to grow and nurture your community, and I promise by the end of this talk you're going to be saying community in your sleep. So, before we traverse the big scary world of social media, we first need to find out who your target audience is. You can do this the classic way by thinking about age and gender, but I like to be a little bit more specific. Put yourself in their shoes. What memes they like? Where would they engage in social spaces? What kind of memes would they engage with other people? Stuff like that. Now you know a little bit more about them, you want to communicate in a way that lets them relate to you a little bit easier. For example, the Team Terrible community is pretty Gen Z, so most of the time I'm quite casual and witty when I respond to them in the comment section, and every now and again when we have a live stream, I will put 6-7 in the chat just to cause chaos. Sorry if I did that already for the Games Talks Live chat. Next is influencers. Love them or hate them, they are going to be crucial to growing your community, and you will often find that your community will grow with their community, and they'll kind of merge into a nice little bundle. Also, it has to be said, everybody wants Markiplier to play their game. We are not going to fly under the radar of these bigger influencers until we start smaller and have bigger conversations emerge. This is where the smaller influencers come in really well. On that point, you have a really good opportunity to grow and get to know your smaller influencers. For example, when we were quite small, we worked with a lot of small influencers. We're still very close with them, but now they have subscribers in the millions. Now, it is so difficult to have a good conversation or an argument about a game in a comment section. This is why we have Discord and Reddit. These should be your central community hubs where you bring everybody together to have chats about your game and make friends. Next, every dev's absolute worst nightmare, making social media content. Now you have a little bit more of an idea of who your audience is. You want to cater content towards them so they can be a little bit easier to talk to and you'll be more approachable to them. One way I like to do this is become a fan of your own game. If your game is catered towards speedrunners, for example, they'll want to know how they can make their run faster. One of the ways you can do this is maybe for one of your social media videos, show a little shortcut in your game that can cut their runtime down. Another thing that's crucial is the key tones of your game should reflect in your socials. For example, The Baby in Yellow is a comedy and horror game, so we will have a lot of memes on our socials. We will apply trends with the memes, but we'll also deep dive into more of the darker content of the game. And one thing that is pretty crucial is to have a character that people can identify with your brand. So this can be a character from your game or multiple characters. For example, everybody knows this little lad. He works wonders for our social media, and he is very easily identifiable, and it helps people identify with our brand a lot easier. On a more chaotic note, we have a character in our game called the Doctor who, no joke, has been in the game for a minute and is now a Tumblr sexy man up there with Sans. For April Fool's last year, I created a fake dating sim trailer for this man. People still ask me to this day if it is real. I'm so sorry, it's not coming out, it is fake. But it's another great way to engage with the community by showing them their favorite character. It just makes them want to stick around to see them. Finally, we are going to go on to maintaining that community and bringing more people in. To do this, you keep on top of trends. It's a pretty obvious one, but it has to be said, 90% of the time, you can apply a trend to your game and your content. Captions for your video should be short. You want them to act as the book cover, essentially, for your video, give people a reason to stick around and read it. Hashtags, as easy as it can be to just put as many in there as possible, you will oversaturate yourself in the algorithm, so try to stick to a maximum of 5, something that is a little bit more specific to your niche, like hashtag indie game, hashtag gaming, or around Steam time, you want to do Steam summer sale, Steam winter sale, stuff that will make you fly under those people's radar. Now, most importantly, jangle those keys. When you are on the algorithm, you are competing with so many different types of videos. You want people to stick around and watch yours. To do this, you want to grab people's attention from the get-go. For example, have a hook line in the first 3 seconds like, you wouldn't believe what we just did. This game will keep you awake at night. Another thing that I like to do, just good practice, to bring people back into the video if they're locking out, is have little audio cues throughout your video. Try to keep for a maximum of 15 seconds. But I will have like the baby's laugh, maybe 3 seconds in, and maybe 8 seconds in. I will have the robot's little noise just to bring people back into the video. Now everyone's locked back in from that last slide, I hope you like the Family Guy clips. We're going to talk about more community. It's called community for a reason. Create a welcoming space and set the tone for it to be one. Welcome your members into the Discord. Get mods to do the same. Respond to questions no matter how frequent they are. Create events and competitions. These will bring people closer together. Post fan art. It's so wonderful that people have gone out of their way to make art for your game. Why wouldn't it want to be shared with the wider community? And most importantly, thank your community from time to time. They are just as crucial to the game's success as you are. Now, finally, give your community a chance to get to know you. Let them know the person behind their favorite game. You should listen to your community as well. Have a feedback section. Even if you can't honor every single crazy idea they might have, it's important to know that you care about what they say and you are listening to them. Next, when possible, show work in progress. You would not believe how many times people just give up on game companies on the social media because they think that we're not working on the game. Just post something from time to time, even if it's like a gray box. It will let people know that game is still being made and they can still be excited about it. And finally, just jump in conversations from time to time and do a live stream. Speak with your community and let them get to know you and you to know them a little bit better and break down that wall between developer and community. And remember, when you're passionate about your game, your community will be too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lottie. I'm really glad to see that there are so many GIFs in your presentation, because I was told that GIFs are like millennial cringe, but they're going to take my GIFs from my cold, dead hands. No, we're not going to have that argument. Not right now, not whilst I'm on stage. So for now, for our final keynote speaker, when I was first getting into the indie game scene, Nicky was an absolute legend with his studio iFight Bears. He's since worked at Space Ape Games and is currently a staff software engineer at Duolingo, where he is still very much a legend. Can we please have a massive welcome for our final keynote speaker of the evening, Nickel Hunt.
Hi, folks. It's nice to be here in Glasgow. Hi, I'm Nickel. You can call me Nicky because we are all friends. So a quick disclaimer, I'm not really sure if this is an inspirational tale or a warning story or just some group therapy. I don't know. We're going to work this through together. We're going to be okay. We'll get through it. Just don't tell my boss. I don't want to lose my job. So, obviously, you all know me as Nickel Hunt, indie megastar, the savior of video games. Yes, yes, yes. But not anymore. I'm corporate, baby. And that's great. I've always wanted to be corporate. That's exactly where I want to be. Yeah, the past is the past. The indie thing. Yeah, that's kiddie stuff. It was fun. Like I got to have documentaries made about me. I got to go to all these big games conferences. Got to give talks like this. It was good times. But it's the past. I'm growing up. I'm mature now. I'm an adult. I synergize for maximum impact. Do you know what I think about when I wake up first thing in the morning? I think about growth vectors and engagement metrics. That is what gets me going nowadays. Yeah. I am contractually obliged to remind you all to do your Duolingo. And that makes me feel good because I love hitting corporate talking points. Oh God! What have I become? I used to be cool. Look at me. I'm a shell of a man. Look at me masquerading on stage, suckling at the teat of a massive American corporation. I'm a disgrace. Where did it all go wrong? Well, if we're going to work out how I became this shadow of a man on stage, we have to go all the way back to when Ben was making games. And back when I was a cog in the games industry, I used to work on AAA games like Colin McRae Rally franchise, like really good games like Colin McRae, and really not good games like APB. I worked with Colin and then Ben, who's in the audience as well, and we did our best. It's bad games. We were there at bad hands, but I liked those days. But it was fun. I did learn a lot. But I was always making a tiny little thing of a much bigger product, and I want to do more. I want to put some of myself in games. I'm sure you all feel the same way. And so I was never satisfied with AAA, and so I did something reckless, something wild. I quit my job. And I don't ever recommend you quit your job without having somewhere to go, but I was young, I was impulsive, and I've got no regrets because I started iFight Bears. Did you know when you start your own games company, you can call it whatever you want. There's no rules. No one's going to give you into trouble. It's the best things about having your own company. And so, as iFight Bears, I made games I wanted to make. I was an indie developer. Back when that was cool. Back when the indie game, the movie was new and exciting. God, it was really fun. I got to make games I wanted to make, like Maximum Car, the smashiest, crashiest racing game of all time. I got to indulge my vices. I got to make a game all about craft beer just because I was on a real craft beer kind of time in my life. It was so much fun. And of course, my God, Fist of Awesome. Still to this day, the best premier time-traveling lumberjack come up of all time. God, it was good times. God, I love that. Indie for life, yo. God, my. And like, think of all the things I used to do. I used to focus on game feel. I was doing more with less. It was just me most of the time. I got to wear all the hats, so many hats. I was a writer, I was a programmer, I was an artist, I was a PR spokesperson, I was everything. I got to take all that harem personality that I couldn't put anywhere in AAA and put it into all of my games. And I got to speak to all these different people. I got to have empathy with the audience because I was making games for them. I got to speak to journalists because journalists need people to say crazy shit. And my God, I wanted to say crazy shit. And the other developers, like none of us knew what we were doing. And so we all kind of banded together and shared our experiences. And God, it was so much fun. Oh God, I love this. I can spread the word of how much fun it is making indie games. I can go to all these conferences, tell everybody, I'm never going to stop doing this. This is it. I found where I'm meant to be. Oh, finally, this is where I'm meant to be, and I'm never, ever going to stop. So I decided to stop. There was no one reason I stopped making indie games. It's just a whole bunch of things at the same time. Like running a company is hard, as I'm sure a lot of you in this audience can attest to. I have never been good at business. I made some terrible decisions. I also had a young family and a mortgage. Mortgages are expensive, and it isn't like you can like give someone some money like 1 month and it's gone. It's there for fucking years. They never tell you these things. God, some financial stability would be really nice. And so as I was having this kind of existential crisis, I met this handsome fellow, and this is Simon Haid. You may not have met him, but I encourage you to look him up because he is a wonderful person. And he was co-founder of this company called Space Ape, who I'd vaguely heard of. And I got chatting to him, and he told me all about this company. And they're a mid-sized company, which means they're not a big, massive corporation, but they're also not a tiny little indie. They're in the middle. They're mid-sized. There's about 110 people making mobile games. Love mobile games. All of those games I made were mobile games. They'd recently been mostly acquired by Supercell, and they're part of the Supercell family. And that meant they had a boatload of cash, and they were using it to just give lots of money to little teams, like a whole company made of little indie teams. And they had a huge ambition for one of these games to make $1 billion. $1 billion. And I bought in. That sounds like something I want to be a part of. And so I am now a creative engineer. What's that? I don't know. I'm pretty confident Simon made it up. But it's someone who's great at game feel, someone who's comfortable wearing many hats so you can try out lots of crazy ideas, someone who has good empathy and can work with all the other disciplines to get the best out of everyone, someone who can make tools and do more with less. It's everything I want it to be. And also hilarious at dinner parties. Technically that wasn't on the job description, but I maintain it's very important. And so I worked at this company, Space Ape, and what did they make? They made this game called BeatStar, and I didn't work on BeatStar, but BeatStar was a fantastic game. It was like Guitar Hero for mobile, all licensed music. It was Space Ape's first big swing since they got the Supercell cash, and it is legitimately one of my favorite games of all time. I had nothing to do with it. There's a rumor, I don't know who started it, that I did the pause menu in that game, and I don't know where that came from, but I'm not going to deny it. But I love BeatStar. My God, what a game that was. In the company, I was one of the top 2% of people playing it, which is very, very good. And of all the statistics I can rattle about my career, being one of the best people in the company at BeatStar, at the company that made it, is one of my favorite, most proud things that I've done. But what was I doing there if I wasn't working on this BeatStar game? Well, I was working on Chrome Valley Customs, a match 3 game mixed with car restoration. And I was part of the core team. We grew it to 8 people, but it started as 5 people. And I was one of them. 3 of the people were called Tom, which is too many Toms. But we made it work. We tried lots of different ideas. We didn't really know what the game was going to be, but we marketed the shit out of it. We found out that people wanted to have car restoration and match 3. Those 2 things together, absolute solid gold. And we raced our way to the launch line. And in 6 months, we had a soft launch. After 2 years, we had a big, massive global launch. It was a huge success for SpaceApe. Massive second big swing since the Supercell money. It was good times. It was good times, my friends. It was a happy middle ground. I wasn't indie anymore, but I wasn't corporate. I wasn't big, massive AAA. I was in the middle. I was getting to do all the stuff I still wanted to do. I was making tech decisions, working with crazily good people. All that, like, I am somewhat bad at thinking I know everything. But when I was there, I knew nothing. And I learned things from people. And it was so satisfying. I had such a good time. And you know what? This is it. Now I'm finally where I need to be. I can stay here and I can ride out the rest of my career. Phew, thank God for that. I thought we were going to have real trouble. Oh, for the love. So, SpaceApe did actually have problems, unfortunately. The Chromalite Customs, although the biggest launch in SpaceApe's history, we couldn't keep it up. We had a huge launch, but the marketing side of things just became impossible. The financials didn't work. Like mobile games, I don't know if any of you are in the mobile game industry, it's really hard to make more money than you're spending in advertising. And even though we had the best people, we just couldn't make it work. And BeatStar, similarly, huge launch, but we just couldn't make this stratospheric angle on the graphs that Supercell were looking for. And something had to change. And that thing was SpaceApe would stop being a thing, and Supercell London would start being a thing. And so I went to Supercell. I went away into Finland, and so SpaceApe was going to turn into Supercell London. All the teams were going to dissolve. All these teams that I had so much fun with, all these camaraderies we had, were going to be dispersed, and we'd just be part of existing Supercell games. And I went to Finland. I met the Clash of Clans team. Huge game. My God, what a game. But don't know if you know, I'm just not built for corporate. And so I don't know what I was going to do. But once again, in my hour of need, a guardian angel came to save me. And that angel was Simon Hayes. And he said he was going to start a music game company. He had this crazy idea. He was going to take BeatStar and CountryStar, the country music version of BeatStar, and spin that out into a whole new company dedicated to music games. And I don't know if you remember, but from about 3 slides ago, BeatStar is my favorite games of all time. So suddenly I had the chance to work on it. But more than that, more than working on my favorite games, I got to be part of something that involved music. And music is in my blood. This is my granddad. My granddad was a huge country music band leader in the 60s and 70s. He was on Grampian television. He was on BBC Scotland Wireless. He was a huge deal, and I looked up to him with every fiber of my being. And I've always tried to be like musical and do music in my life. I learned to play guitar. I used to gig around Dundee. I'm terrible. Really, never come see me. But my God, it was fun. And the fact I could now take these two things I cared so passionately about, music and games, and smash them together to do something a little bit wild and crazy, be a part of a startup, was just something I had to do. And so I am now a founding engineer. And once again, I don't really know what that means, but I am that. And I am that for Nextbeat because we got a fancy logo. So it's a real thing. We're going places. And Simon, God bless him, bankrolled this entire thing in the early days. And so he refused to get us a nice office. And so we got the basement underneath a jewellery store in Hatton Garden, which is a sketchy part of London, if you've ever been there. It had water leaks, gas leaks. Someone almost lost a thumb. But it was fun. It was exciting. We were doing something really special. We all cared and wanted to make the best of this. And we did what we set out to do. We took over BeatStar and CountryStar. This one line that says server backend and live ops pipeline is the most dry thing I've ever written on a slide. But that was 6 months of my life. And when we finished it, I was so elated because that meant we'd done it. We can now go away. We can build from this base. We can make a rock and metal version of BeatStar. And that is a game I've always wanted to make. We can make music trivia games. We can do education apps. I don't know about that. Who cares about education? And we were doing it. We were cool. We were legitimately cool. We had actual musicians come in and just hang out in our office and give us impromptu concerts. We were generally cool. It's so much fun. We're going places. We managed to even convince Simon to get us a nice office, and he got us on Denmark Street, which is the spiritual home of music in London. There's a pigeon on the door. I got really excited when I saw that. But we had windows. We had light. There was so much energy and enthusiasm. Everyone was chipping in. God, this is it. We're doing it. We're actually doing it. We're making the rock and metal version of BeatStar. We're making a game where you take your band on tour around the world and play rock songs. This is so much fun. Okay, finally, we're okay. We're smashing it. We're a small team. We're doing big things. We're in talks with huge artists. Whatever you think is a huge artist, we were speaking to them. We're this close to nailing it. We were dealing with the music industry. I don't know if you've ever dealt with the music industry. It's a little bit challenging, but they just want their pound of flesh. And I get it. Everyone wants their pound of flesh. I want my pound of flesh. You want your pound of flesh. We can make it work. We got this. We definitely got this. Oh, that's interesting. Have you ever heard of Duolingo? So you've probably heard of them. They're quite a big deal. They're a language learning app. It's more than that. They've got like a maths course and stuff. But it's one of the most successful apps of all time. Got 50 million DAU. 50 million. And of that 50 million, over 20% have more than a 1 year streak. So that's like 10 million people every day playing this app, and they've been doing that for at least the last year. Every day. That's ridiculous. And if you, they've got this thing called unhinged marketing. They've got an owl. It's a green owl. That's already ridiculous. A green owl with another owl on its butt. It's crazy. My God. Yeah. What was it talking about? Oh, so Duolingo have a music course. And it's got issues. It's not going the way they want it to. And weirdly, Nextbee, us, are in this unique position where our skills are a perfect fit to help them. But, I mean, we could, but that means giving up on our dreams, giving up on BeatStar and Countrystar, which we just got working, giving up on the dream of the rock and metal version of BeatStar. I mean, can we really be bought that easily? Yes. Absolutely. Yes, 100%. And so Duolingo have come and they are now speaking to us, and they're schmoozing us, and we're schmoozing them. It's a whole schmooze fest. I think this is going to happen. But before it can happen, I need to learn Python, because that's how they interview people. So that's a little bit scary. Me and all the other programmers, we had to interview for our jobs, and so did everyone else in the company. We were suddenly interviewing in this really high bar, but it's okay. We got the jobs. Everything's good. Phew, we've made it. That's it. Now we can stop worrying. And I'm a staff software engineer. What does that mean? I don't know. But I'm a staff software engineer on the music course at Duolingo. And it's been live for about, 18 months or something. It's not doing as well as they wanted to. So I'm going to jump in. I'm going to help out. We're going to like turn the ship around. Duolingo's an app. I don't know if you're familiar with apps. Actually quite different to making games. I didn't know this. They use Swift and UIKit on iOS. They use Kotlin and Jetpack Compose on Android. If you don't know what those are, don't worry. I have no idea either. It's very different to making games. Everything's done in code. Like there's no like Unreal editor. There's no Unity editor. Everything's done like just code. But we can do this, right? We can make this work. Oh God. Duolingo have invested a lot of money in this, in this team and in me. I don't know if I can make this work. We're trying really hard, but like nothing seems to work. It's like going through treacle. The technology doesn't seem to work the way I want it to. I can't work with artists the way I'm used to. The existing team has done this for years, and they're doing stuff. What are we doing? We just come in and now we're flailing around wildly. Am I bad at this? I think I'm bad at this. Oh, I don't know what's going to happen, but I can't imagine this is a good thing. How are we going to solve this? Well, it's a crazy idea, but what if we just did what we're good at? What if we just ignore how this is actually going to work in the real world, and we just take games technology, which we understand and know how to use, and we just try ideas. We make prototypes. We're going to have to throw them away because it's games technology. We can't use that, but we can try things quickly, and we'll worry about the details later. And suddenly we can work the way we're used to working. Maybe this will give us something. And so in steps Unity. And I'm sorry, Ben. But okay, I'm not here to show for Unity. I'm here to show for Duolingo. But when I got access to Unity again, when I opened that up, It was like Thanos getting the sixth Infinity Gem, and this power coursed through my body, and I was back. We were back. Suddenly we could focus on game feel. We were doing more with less. We were making multiple builds every day. People in senior leadership were like, "What's happening? We've never seen speed like this." We were back. We were back. We were actually doing it. But was this just a false dawn? Like, we can't sustain this. We're driving straight towards a wall. Surely we're just going to crash and burn. But, okay, I see the hope in your eyes. I know, I feel it too. But can we do it for real? No, of course, that's crazy. But, well, there is this thing called Unity as a library where technically we could embed Unity engine inside Duolingo, but that would be difficult. There's hundreds of people or engineers at Duolingo. We'd have to get so much sign-off and approval. We're new there. No one's going to trust us to do something so reckless. It's probably not even worth trying. But what felt so unlikely at first, I think it's possible. What we're doing is, the speed we're moving and the quality of the things we're doing is undeniable. And the existing team saw it as well, and they helped us bring this in. They've seen the leadership. We're really excited. We got the go-ahead to continue. And right now, we're doing it. There's a lot of work to be done, like integrating a whole new game engine into something that is not built for a game engine. But it's working. We're doing it. And now I can show you what I'm doing. And actually, I can't show what I'm doing. I'm so sorry. As much as I'm willing to take risks in this presentation, there's a few things I could actually get in serious trouble for. But what I can do is show you other game-like experiences in Duolingo. And you can think about what would be better if this was probably a real game engine and real game developers. They've got chess, one of the best games, oldest games of all time. Imagine if we took the power of games technology and enhanced it even further. God, we could do so much. The future is bright, my friends. And so I'm corporate now, and that's okay. I'm still making fun stuff with awesome game feel. I'm working on a product with heart and personality and giant green owl bots. I'm working with people that I love and adore, that I've worked with for 5 years. And potentially, most importantly, I am financially stable. And it's all... Thank you. And it's all because I was, am, and will always be indie. Thank you.
Nikki, thank you so much. That's my timer going off for you. Sorry, thank you so much, Nikki. What a belter of a talk to finish this run of Games Talks Live on. How are we doing, Glasgow? Still good? Still with me? Excellent. So the only thing that's left now is the raffle. I'm going to give you a bit of a warning about the raffle. The raffle has been very weird over the last couple of nights. It's kind of gotten out of hand. It might be cursed. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not a priest. We've had, like I won, and then Sean won, and then I won again, or it was the other way around. On multiple nights, we've had the crowd chanting Alan's name and then Sean's name. Who knows what could happen tonight? Bear with us. We're going to get through it. It's all okay. Just as an aside, though, I think we have the final 2 pairs of socks left. This is your last chance, guys. On the way out. Ooh, are we okay?
Someone's asking what they look like. I don't think you've shown them.
I'm pretty sure,
No,
Colin, that we have actually shown them. Right.
I never saw them.
Yeah. Really didn't need the house lights up for that. Thank you very much. And you got a bit of calf as well, so yeah, more than you bargained for. Okay, that's plenty now, surely. Okay.
Okay, let's do the raffle. Thank you so much for everyone's kind donations. We've raised an amazing amount. I'll update you once we get to the end and we've got a final figure. But let's do the draw. So we've fed all the names into the wheel of names. So every single person that's made a donation is on here. We have raised exactly £1,500 just through the raffle alone.
Woo!
So I was never good at maths, but I think that's roughly 300 tickets. So there are 300 less the winners over the last couple of nights taken out of that. So you have at the very least a 1 in 300 chance. So let's do the first draw, which is for the P-Cube bundle of games. So this is PS4 or PS5, and we've got them here in person. And the winner is, if we can get a drum roll, please.
And the winner is Relentless Games. The entirety of Relentless Games. Congratulations.
So that's Mike. I think Mike's left, but I'll get them to him. Next up, we've got the bundle of games from Focus Entertainment. So these are Steam codes. And the winner is...
The winner is Ryan Milne. Ryan, I don't know if you're still here. Congratulations.
Next up, we've got 2 bundles of games from Chucklefish. So the first bundle goes to... Drum
Greg Lee again. It begins.
And the second bundle goes to...
And the winner is Becky Johnson. Greenburn.
Well done, Becky. The next bundle is from Hooded Horse. So we've got 2 bundles of games from Hooded Horse. So the first bundle goes to...
Frank Arnott again. Big winners.
And the second bundle of Hooded Horse games goes to...
Duncan Mountain. Congratulations.
Well done, Duncan. And then from Xbox, we've got the 3-month Game Pass Ultimate Code. So that goes to...
Congratulations. Right, 2's okay.
I'm sure he's got a subscription already.
Probably.
He would tell us to re-roll that, wouldn't he?
He would.
Yeah, he would tell us to re-roll that. Let's re-roll that.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh, Frank. Are you sure you set it up right? Yeah, it's all normal.
I think the random number thing's broken. Yeah. It's just the luck of the draw, isn't it?
Okay. We're giving it to Frank?
Frank gets the 3-month Game Pass code.
Congratulations.
And then we are on to Sean's limited edition SGDA dice. So these are our star prizes.
The big
I see a
ticket
few
items.
crossed fingers in the audience. So the first set, and Sean is still here, isn't he? So Sean's got them on him in person. You get to take these away tonight. The first of the box of dice goes to...
Big drum roll, please, guys. And the winner is Daniel Livingston. Congratulations.
Daniel, you said that was the one thing you didn't want, and just to re-roll it, didn't you? No, was that not what you said? Congratulations. And then we've got a second set as well. So the other set goes to...
Zizzy, Wildmaker.
That was a donation today, so yeah. Congratulations.
Zixzy.
So that's all the raffle prizes. Thank you so much for making a donation. Whether you've won or not, you've made a big contribution to a charity that's doing fantastic things. So thank you so much for that. They will be really appreciative. Declan from Into Games has been up speaking at these before, and will be again, I'm sure, sometime. He just couldn't make it up this set. But thank you so much for those. We're not quite done yet because Sean actually has a third set of dice that he's been able to do, and I saw a lot of disappointed faces when people that didn't win it. So I thought we should raffle. So I thought we should auction. So we should auction that final set of dice. Would anyone be interested in trying to pay over the? Oh, yeah, well, we've got at least one hand, so it's worth doing. So the bid. Let's start the bidding at £1,000. You've got your hand up. Well, yeah.
Well, it got to like 900 yesterday, so.
Would anyone give me £10 for the dice? Would anyone give me £20? Wow.
All people would give 20.
Yeah. I don't have the pension span. Would anyone give me £30? Wow. Would anyone give me £40? Would anyone give me £50?
Ooh. I should just note as well, yesterday we had someone try and outbid themselves. That is how much someone wanted these dice.
True story. £50. But would anyone give us £60? We have £60 from multiple bidders. In which case, we have to ask, would anyone give us £70? Do we have £70?
Again, 2 people.
You two are linked somehow. You're putting your hands up at exactly the same time. I don't even know who goes in the lead. Let's see if we can go a little bit higher. Who would give me 75? £80. £80 at the back there. That's amazing, and more than we thought we'd get. But although obviously they're worth every penny. However, I need to ask: would anyone go any higher? Could we get £90 for them? Okay, £80. It's looking like £80 going once. £80 going twice. A fantastic contribution. £80 it is. Thank you so much.
Proud owner of a beautiful, beautiful set of dice. A hoodie. We have a hoodie as well.
And we have one more thing that we will auction as well. In case anyone wants one of the rather lovely hoodies that our amazing volunteers have been wearing. There was something like 20 of these printed for this week. They will never be printed again. They feature all the amazing companies. They've got today's date, venue. It's kind of like a rock concert t-shirt, but way cooler and also warmer, because it's chilly here, isn't it? No, it will be outside. So we have one hoodie. It is size, is it medium or small? One small hoodie. Would anyone give me £10 for the hoodie? Amazing. We've got £10. Would anyone give me 20 for the hoodie? £20 for the hoodie, thank you. Would anyone give me £30? We got a hand at the back. Excellent, £30. Wow. This is all to a great cause. Thank you so much, folks. Would anyone give us £40? We've got £30. Anyone for 40? We've got £40. Amazing. Thank you so much. I have to ask, would anyone give us 50? Yeah. You don't get Kian. We've got £40. £40 going once. £40 going twice. We have £50. Wow, we have £50. Just in the nick of time. Would anyone give us £60? I think 50 might be the limit, but we've got to see. Let's see. We can offer to sign them or not. They might be worth more without our signatures, but we've got £50. £50 going once. Going twice. Sold for £50. So in terms of the total, the dice went for 80. Over the course of this week, we have raised about £2,130 by my calculations.
Absolutely smashed it. Well done, everyone.
That's amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. That's absolutely brilliant. That's pretty much all we've got time for.
Yeah.
This has been brilliant. This has been one of my favorite events of all time. We've done 43 of these now. The speakers have all been absolutely brilliant. Please join me in giving all of our speakers from all over the time another round of applause. They've given us so much to think about, reflect on, chat about. So many great bits of advice. You know, Ben's view over his history in the industry, Nicky's over his history in the industry. Every word Nicky said was true, apart from one thing. Because I have been to one of Nicky's gigs in a pub in Dundee, and you're not rubbish, my friend. That was a good gig. Brilliant speakers. They make it look really easy because it's an amazing audience. If anyone would like to do a talk at the next set, we've got the next set of events coming in October. We start planning the speakers a couple of months ahead of time. So give me a shout. There's honestly not a better, friendlier audience you'll find in the games industry. So do just give me a shout. I also need to give another shout out to tonight's sponsors. So thank you to Team Terrible, Hyperluminal Games, Game Maker, 4J Studios, Johnson Carmichael, Blazing Griffin, Screenburnt Interactive, Ninja Kiwi, Pocket Size Hands, Rivet Games, Escape Technology, Blackadders, Creative Scotland, Ecosystem Fund, Glasgow Council, and the UK Global Screen Fund. They've paid for the drinks, the cakes, the food, the buses to get us here. Please join me in giving them a massive thank you. I'd also like just to give another last shout out to our volunteers, Katrina and Jacob and Jenny, that have been checking everyone in. If Katrina doesn't mind me embarrassing her a little bit, I was adding up all the raffle donations, and I noticed she'd donated 3 times today. So I checked her. I was like, "Is this a mistake?" And she said, "No, it's right." 3. She's like, "Yeah, well, the third time is I went on and it was shown the donations were at 1,490 out of the target of 1,500. So she stuck in another tenner. How amazing is that?"
Fair play.
Thank you to Emma on social media, Sarah on video, wherever she's gone, up at the back. Ewan hosting the live stream. I hope everyone that's been watching the live stream has enjoyed it.
Thank you very much.
And the lady without whom these events literally could not happen, Lucy, our engineer. They're all amazing folk. But at the other end of the spectrum, we've got this guy. How amazing has he been?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
This has been brilliant. It's been an absolutely fabulous night. We have already taken the liberty of booking the next set of dates. So we are due to be back here on October the 29th, another Thursday again. I'm hoping a couple of people will come along. Amazing. We'll look forward to seeing you then. Other than that, that's us done for the evening. We still have a bunch of cakes left. There are still a few bits of merch left. We're 2 pairs of socks short of being sold out, so only 2 of you can pick up socks on the way out. Otherwise, you're welcome to go downstairs and have a drink while we pack up, and we might see you later on. And on your way down the stairs, if you can chuck your lanyards in the recycling, we'll sort them out. Otherwise, thank you so much for tonight. We'll see you next time. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.